respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. Tonight we're going to have a little open chat. You can see by the thumbnail, I'm hoping that people will come in and challenge my view and show me why I'm thinking of something poorly, because I'd rather be thinking in a solid fashion, thinking well, not being maladjust. So feel free to come in and show me why it is or how it is you think that I'm maladjust, and I promise we'll be, I'm going to defend my position, but unless you become dishonest, I'm going to be honest with you. We'll have a good talk, and that's what I really aim to have on this channel, is just good talk. Peace and respect from bed, Math Pig. Now, see step 1, get ready for bed. Step 2, get into bed. Step 3, sleep. Sleep would be the next thing you're supposed to be doing, not talking or listening to or with me. All right. For now, peace and respect, Faisal. Welcome to come in if you like. I heard the warning. Dun dun dun. Oh, that dun 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 thing, that's like American film impactful sequence. Boom, boom, boom. Something like that. I'm watching a documentary on Homo erectus evolution. Some of that will be true. Oh, love to. Oh, that'd be great, Faisal. You'd be more than welcome. I appreciate it. And I'm not going to hold you to that or hold it against you if you don't come in or whatever. Life happens. Yes, suspenseful. Perfect. Perfect word. Suspenseful music. All right. For now, I'm going to read some very, very heretical. Peace and respect, Odin. Welcome to come in. Did I get your email? Yes, I did. What was that? Let's see. Yeah, I haven't read all of it. That's what it was. I haven't read all of it yet, but I did get the email. Yeah, I might play around with what is it, GPT? Is that right? Chatbot GPT, something like that. Did I start an hour earlier because of that last episode? No, I just got enough in my belly that I feel okay. Did a few hours of work. Got enough food in my stomach that I feel all right. Thought I'd just go ahead and go live because I'm really enjoying these conversations recently, and I don't really want it to stop. Call me selfish. All right, so till someone comes in, I should make sure and let's see, guests. Play a sound when guest enters. Yes. No, not authenticate, but what does it mean if you guys have to authenticate? I'm going to leave that switch on, I guess. Anyway, it'll make a sound when you guys come in. Okay, so I'm gonna read some of my extremely heretical Bible. Peace and respect, also strength and honor to you, William Freeman. Feel free to come in if you can, if your connection's not too bad, because you're probably at work. Genesis 10:20. The same saved are the family building block sons of Ham, those who grew warm. Of course, they need saved if they grow warm because they didn't already believe. Grow warm, this during end times. Obvious kindred of the hunter provider, slandered by the languages in the firm earth of Gentile Goy. Not just languages, it was just saying last verse that they're also essentially their money, their means of trade, if you will. That merchantmen keep them as slaves. Of course, this is setting up for further on in the text where it's talking about slavery and why and how you're a slave and all that sort of thing. Gentile goy. This comes out in the King James version, like the word nation or cities, meaning people who don't believe. I took both the Hebrew word and the Gentile word, Gentile goy, meaning non-believers, and it's intended to be an insult when the Jews use it. And those who grew warm toward the chief father, there you go, the chief father again, absolutely every family building block son, passed into a region beyond heaven, where their brethren, open to persuasion, those who went there first, took the first resurrection, who are already there, of course, and grew great because that same were given sons and daughters. That is, they pair up and have kids. Peace and respect, da freak. Those of the name will enter the hidden eternity successfully led on. And those he cursed the breast will be in strife under the elevated fortress of heaven. The family building blocks of the elevated fortress took advice and clung together in the wilderness of the trembling and travailing and dancing circle, and fear had them drawn out. That's right. Fear of the earth getting destroyed helps some get saved. Well, it's pressure, and you might even say it's immoral. And we could talk about that. Peace and respect, Von Erich and Mac the Human. Welcome as well. Mac, if you're not at work, come on in. Or Von Erich, you're a nice guy worth talking to. Come on in if you like. And Trusty, peace and respect, welcome. Those he cursed the breast of delivered up him of the sown and sprouted sword, who brought forth those who passed straight into the hidden region beyond. That is, heaven's not obvious right now. Him of the sown and sprouted sword. I heard a background. I heard two backgrounds. I think I have guests. Let us check. Look at that. Mr. David Grant, peace and respect, and also Brother Faisal, peace and respect. Welcome to you both.
Thank you so much.
Just because you popped in, and I popped you in a certain order. David, introduce yourself real quick.
I am the artist formerly known as well.
Your microphone is terrible. Your microphone is terrible. Can you do something about it, brother? Faisal, tell everybody a little bit about yourself, if you would, please.
So, I think the easiest way to say who I am is I'm a Muslim. I do come with my own worldview. It is pretty much defined through what Muslims believe in, and I've enjoyed talking to different people online recently. I've started coming on more frequently on EA Dawa, which is your friend Khalil's channel, right?
Yes.
And we've had some interesting discussions there. And the one thing that I do like to do is hear different opinions. What I've found is it helps me understand my own beliefs better. It helps me clarify a lot of my own beliefs as well. And at times I do find that maybe I've been thinking in the wrong. It just helps clear those things up. So yeah, that's what I'm here for.
Sweet. I love the stuck on a word. Don't you hate it when you get stuck on a word? The unpersuaded, uncoerced. That's the word. The uncoerced pronouncement of what your intent is. I love that. Thank you so much for that. David, tell everybody who you are.
Is my microphone okay?
It's still muffled and quiet, or I'm just messing with you and you wouldn't know the difference. No, but it is muffled and quiet.
Is it? Right. Right, I'll first start.
Tell you what, I'm going to just keep talking. I'm going to crank your volume up all the way, okay?
Yeah. I am the artist formerly known as WIldheart, Richard Madsen Rocks, obviously. That goes without saying. Peace and respect. And yeah, I'm just here for the chat.
Right on. David, I saw you earlier on a different channel, a religious person, a Christian's channel, and
Because
and I noticed that he was trying to give you the basics of Christianity. You know,
yeah,
the minimal facts arguments.
oh yeah, that yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, Joe.
Yeah. I,
Yeah,
I want you to know I don't even want to mention his name and give him that amount of free rent,
yeah.
but it's
Sorry.
okay that you
Yeah,
did. I'm not objecting to you having done so. I mean,
yeah,
you're free to say whatever you want within reason. Um, I want you to know that even though in the moment you may not have been prepared for that, there are counter arguments to the minimal facts arguments.
yeah. There were only three, but can you run me through the counter arguments to it?
Oh no,
Like,
I don't even argue that because it's
yeah,
so nonsensical to me compared to the text.
yeah,
Like, why would I argue the historicity of the existence of Christ where I know the Bible demands that Christ hasn't done it yet? Like, why would I
yeah,
even?
yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that
It
although
probably,
it was made to, as the Quran says, the Bible says also, it was made to appear. People believe that it did happen, but according to the stories, it didn't happen yet. So there you go.
yeah,
Yeah, you bring an interesting point, Richard. So in the only other religion or the only other people who actually believe that Christ was a real person living around 0 AD or whatever that time frame is, right, are Muslims. So yes, Christians sort of have that belief that Christ was and alive around that time. He preached his religion. He corrected the Jewish faith per se, but at the same time, they also believe that he was an incarnation of God Himself or God
Yeah.
the Son in flesh, right? Muslims sort of have a more purer form of belief in Christ. When I say purer, I mean it in the sense that it's more closer to the Jewish traditions that prophets came from God. God
Right.
didn't incarnate, right? Prophets
Right.
came from God. Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, was one of the prophets, right?
Right.
And the interesting thing in the Quran is about the piece which everyone sort of argues over all the time. Did Christ die on the cross or not? And the
Right.
Quran basically says that they say they killed him, they say they crucified him, but that that was only what appeared to them, right? So it's a very interesting take. So, and we have this discussion with Christian brothers all the time, where they try to prove that historically you can actually establish that that happened, and at the same time you have all these competing stories from it.
I, I, I've got possibly an interesting question. Like, if the Muslim God is true, why would you create two religions before the Muslim God? If the Christian God is true, why would you create God, Richard?
Okay, I want to field this and see if Faisal will agree with me from the Muslim
Yeah,
perspective.
Yeah,
yeah,
Because
go ahead.
I'm a student of Islam right now. I'm studying Quran and I'm having conversations. I'm trying to learn everything. So tell me if I mess up anything. But wait till I'm done. Okay, so the the Quran has revealed that Allah gave everyone the truth a very, very long time ago. Okay? But the problem with human beings is when they hear a story and that story gets carried forward, sometimes the story gets messed up or twisted. Okay? So they believe, and personally I also believe that the Bible professes the same thing, that the truth was given to everybody around the world, but it became corrupt over time. What Muhammad does is reestablish the truth, and then they keep really good track of it from that point forward through good records keeping. Okay? Any of that wrong, Faisal?
Um, it's mostly true. I do want to add a couple of things. So,
Go
in
ahead.
Islam, the concept that we have is that the truth got corrupted because all human beings have one common enemy, and that is Satan. And the purpose that Satan is here on this earth is to actually misguide people away from the worship of the one true God. So, we Muslims actually believe that when Adam came onto this earth, he was a Muslim in the sense that he believed in one God only, and he had submitted himself to the one true God. And the David, how much do you understand of the concept of God in Islam?
Not not very much so.
Okay, how much do you
Yeah.
understand of the concept of God in Christianity or Judaism?
Christianity quite a lot, Judaism a little bit less.
Okay, so if you understand somewhat of the Christian concept, you're actually going to understand the Muslim concept even more easily. Because the
Yeah,
concept of God in Islam is really that all of this reality that we see, it originates from one source, and the source
yeah,
of it all is that one creator who we call God. And in Arabic, we call him Allah, which sort of translates to Al Ilah or the God. All right. And it's a very
yeah,
and the reason why we use the name Allah is pretty much because you cannot play around with the word. Like with God, you can actually change it to gods, goddesses, and sort of play around with the word, right? But Allah
yeah,
is a very unique word in Arabic. It doesn't have a plural. It doesn't have a feminine or in that sense. Not that we believe that God is a man or a woman, right? We actually just like to use that one unique word so to show his uniqueness. So the concept of
yeah,
the Islamic God is very close to what the Jews believe in. And if you go through the Old Testament, you come across the Shema, right? Hear, O Israel, the Lord thy God is one God, right? The
yeah,
concept of the theology in Islam is pretty much the same. La ilaha illallah, which literally translates to there is no God, right? And when we say God, there's a specific meaning, and I'll explain that. There's no God but Allah, and Allah meaning the creator, the God, the
yeah,
one true being worthy of worship, right? And
yeah,
that's what God to us means. Anything that you worship is sort of a God.
yeah. So to modify my question slightly, why would God create Judaism, Christianity, then Islam? Why not just create Islam?
And that's what
Then,
Richard was trying to say here, that it
yeah,
was one religion from the start, right?
yeah,
It's really like I was mentioning that human beings lose their uh, the message over time. And one of the big reasons why we believe that they lost the message is because of the working of shaitan or Satan, right? And the
yeah,
idea really is that every time the message got revived by a
yeah,
prophet, right, he would he would be at his best. He would try his best to corrupt it all over again, right? So the concept
yeah,
of one God has been there throughout the human history. And a lot of religions, when you think about them, right, they
yeah,
have this concept in there. Even some of the obscure religion where even the North American faiths, or if you go in the Hindu faiths in India, faiths, no matter where you go, you do have a concept of God, and there is a concept of the one at the peak, literally, the perfect,
Yes.
the most powerful, the one that no one else can actually be stronger than, right? And that
Yeah.
is the concept of God for Muslims. That the only one we should be worshipping is that one at the top, the above whom nobody else is, right?
Yeah.
I'd
That's
like to
that's
I'd
the
like to
idea.
add a little bit to that because I think I see some nuance in David's question
Sure.
that neither one of us have covered yet. And that is this. There are differences obvious. I'm going to tell you something you already know, David. Sorry.
Yeah.
There are differences between society standards and social structures and value systems. Okay?
Right.
So,
Yeah.
for that reason, you can't use the same word the same way everywhere.
Yeah.
So they were given Quran originally, but it wouldn't sound like Quran unless you understood both cultures.
Right.
Do you see
So
why?
so
I mean, I can give you examples, but
so are you saying that they would have to have Judaism and Christianity in order to arrive at Islam as it is now?
no, no. I'm saying God
No.
gave everyone the same truth at
Yeah.
the beginnings of their society. But
Yeah.
if I say to you, I use a cow to pull my plow to till my garden.
Yeah.
As an English culture, and I'm an English culture derivative, when I
Yeah.
say that to you, that means something. It means I have used a herd animal that was domesticated to do work on my farm, right?
Yeah.
Now, if I said that to a Hindu man, he thinks I've enslaved one of my ancestors. You see why that's not the same thing at all?
Yeah, but my problem is if Islam is the correct religion and God is all knowing and all powerful, those also have to be taken into consideration.
Of course.
Why why go along with why create Judaism? Why does God spend all the time in the Old Testament talking to Jews
Because it's a
about
different culture who need the same thing said a different way. So it was the same thing said a different way a very long time ago that got twisted over time.
I'll
but
I'll try to respond to that, David. So
Go ahead.
there's a there's a few
yeah,
things that you should understand. The let's get a couple of things out of the way. Firstly, how many truths can there be? Actual
one,
truths. There can only be one truth, right? So we are
yeah,
agreed to that. So if God is sending out the truth itself shall be only one truth, right? Now,
yeah.
if let's say over time different people came with the truth, what is actually changing? The truth doesn't
The truth
change.
isn't changing. People's interpretation of the truth might be changing, but the truth isn't. The truth is always the truth.
So
Yeah,
I'll put it in another way, right? So the recipients of the message have changed, the messenger has changed, but the actual message hasn't changed. All right? Or let's
right,
put it in another way, the core message will not change, right? So the core message always was that there is one true God. All right?
right,
And in Judaism, if you look into Judaism, the concept is that there is one God only. There cannot be more than one God, right? Okay. They had multiple messengers who came with the message, the same message. Adam came with that message. Noah came with that message. Abraham came with that message. Moses came with the message. David, Solomon, and we believe as Muslims that Christians also for Christians that Jesus, peace be upon him, he also came with the same message, peace be upon them all. And then finally, essentially, Muhammad, peace be upon him, he came with that same message. And when he came with that message in our book, you would see that we're affirming all of the previous messages as being true messages. All right.
Yeah.
And essentially, what we're saying is that the original message had to be this, that there is only one true God. Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
there's some nuances around it because let's say the time and place where Moses was living, or where Abraham, peace be upon him, was living, or where Adam, peace be upon him, was living, or where Jesus was living, is different from the time and place where Muhammad, peace be upon him, is living, and so on, right? So
And
the idea is that the
kind of,
message,
but they're all kind of in the Middle East. It's all kind of Israel and Jerusalem, and they're all in the near Middle East, which doesn't
yeah,
cover
but
the whole world for one
no,
thing. But,
so the
but
one
they're all
thing Muslim,
they're all in the
yeah, go ahead.
same area. So why not just wait until Muhammad and then give him the true message? Why go to all the people before?
So
Why not just wait? If Islam is true, then Christianity is not true, and
exactly.
Judaism is not true. So why not? Why does God just not wait until Muhammad and give him the one true message if Islam is true?
Because so there's a couple of things. So firstly, I would say I don't fully understand God. He's an infinite being, I'm a finite being. What he did in his wisdom, I wouldn't be able to speculate fully. I can only tell you what I understand, right?
Yeah,
And that may or may not be enough for you, right? But really, how I see it is that if you look throughout human history, humans have been evolving as a culture, as a civilization, right? Our social interactions grow more complex over time. Uh, Probably the initial message from at the time of Abraham or at the time of Adam, peace be upon them, right? That would have been a message for people who are more mobile, less urban, right? Uh, Stick in smaller tribes and things like that. So the kind of rules, the kind of regulations that they might need might be different from what we need today, right? So, and then
yeah.
you
But
have a look at it.
going back to your original statement, you being in a finite being and God being that's a fallacy. It's God works in mysterious ways. That means nothing. That's not an explanation of anything.
No, actually,
It's
that
true. It's
makes
not an explanation, but he was just saying why he probably may not be able to give you a perfect explanation.
yeah.
All
I
right.
cannot
So
explain
he's
why God
admitting
did it.
weakness. He's not trying to find an escape,
Yeah, no.
if you will.
Yeah,
All I'm saying is I cannot tell you why God did something. Like I cannot even tell you, David, why you did something, right? Unless you tell me that you did it for that reason. So I'm actually
yeah,
limited by the information that I've been provided for the um, the intent behind a certain action for any being,
Well,
right?
wait. That's kind of a cop out, though. If you know David and you understand his pattern of behavior, like you have some, then you can make a reasonable inference as to why he did something. You may be
Yeah,
incorrect, but you could have a fair guess at why he did that
and
thing.
that's exactly what I was doing, Trusty Ape. If you understand, that's exactly what I said. That I can tell you what I understand. That's what I said to you earlier. If
yeah,
you were listening,
yeah.
right?
No,
That's
I apologize. I was wrong for interrupting you. I apologize. Yeah,
no. So I'm forgetting where we were. So yeah. So the the concept in Islam is that the message
I mean,
actually evolved. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I mean, I missed a bit of it, but it seemed like so you're talking about like an infinite sort of wisdom where there is some connection between all these events, we just don't comprehend them, right? Is that kind of where you're pointing at, or did I go off the rail on that one?
Well, if there is an omniscient being that is aware of everything, right? that being is able to make a judgment which is much more comprehensive in nature than you and I could make. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, but that again is just
Yes.
God works in mysterious ways. We don't have infinite knowledge. God does. So whatever God does is right, no matter what He does. It's not really an explanation. It doesn't
It's
really get to the heart of the question.
yeah. It doesn't
David,
provide an
if you don't mind,
explanation.
David, that's going to be
Exactly.
jumping way forward in the arguments
Yeah,
and like
Yeah.
almost going to the end of it, and that's not going to get us anywhere. Now, if you want
okay.
to stop a conversation, that's a good way to stop one.
Yeah, but yeah.
And it
And I
sort
didn't
of
mean to.
boils
If I
down
did, I was
to
just jumping in. Sorry.
no,
Go on.
it sort of boils down to that idea, right? Of what you sort of believe in what God is, right? And I think for me, I have a very a clear understanding of what I know, what I understand God to be, right? So in the Quran itself, right, God defines Himself, right, and it's chapter 104, 112, where God basically says, "Say He is one, say He is Allah, one and only, Allah the
Yeah.
Eternal, the Absolute. He begets not, nor is He begotten, and there is none like unto Him." Right. So essentially, the idea is that it's not just a matter of His uniqueness, His eternal nature, right? His absolute nature. It's also the idea that there cannot be anything um, which is hereditary from Him, can take over from Him, right? Or there cannot even be anything which you can imagine to be God, which would be like God. So you can imagine the most powerful being that you can imagine, but God is beyond that, right?
So
You can imagine
you can't have two gods. You can't have one god and then another god with equal power.
exactly. I mean, if
That
you
doesn't
have
seem to make it doesn't seem to
think
make
about
any
it,
sense.
think about it
It,
from
it, if you no, if you can have one thing, then you can have two of that thing.
can you have
That's
two
just
perfect things?
yes.
How? If there's
You can have
another
one
of that
perfect
same,
thing. You can have one perfect thing, and if you can have one perfect thing, then you can have two perfect things. I don't see
how
a
can you
problem
have
there.
two perfect things? Because if
Mm,
one of them is perfect, that means it's unique itself, right?
it doesn't mean it's
Perfection
unique
means
though. It
there's
doesn't.
nothing beyond that.
What if I were to
It doesn't.
disagree and say you cannot have a perfect thing? There are no perfect things. How would you respond to that?
Fine. How do you establish that?
Because I
Yeah,
cannot
yeah,
point
but
to one. I
you
cannot
So
know,
point
here's
to
the
a
thing.
perfect thing. There's no example of a perfect thing. It doesn't
Wait,
Here's the
exist in
thing.
my
yeah,
reality.
before we move on, gentlemen, Faisal is not actually the only theist in here. And I thought there might be another theist that might want to, including myself, selfishly, answer to David. For instance, Batman may want to answer.
and Serb as well. He's not on it. He's a theist as well. But yeah,
Yeah, but in a
Yeah,
different sense.
I don't think you're going to want to answer
yeah.
that question, are you really, sir?
Me? Oh,
What if we? Well, what the question? If what if I tell you there's no
No,
such
no,
thing
no.
as a perfect being?
No, what David said. David,
Uh,
would you repeat what you'd said?
which one? If you can have one perfect being, then you can have two
No,
perfect beings.
before that. That was going to be the
Or
next conversation.
right, we're going from Judaism to Christianity to
Right,
Islam. If
right.
Islam is true, why would God go through the bother of creating Judaism and creating Christianity and then creating
Uh,
Islam?
right.
Why
Okay.
not just start at Islam if that is the one that is true?
Great. Anybody else besides me want to answer that?
uh,
yeah.
yeah, sure.
So I think the issue with your question is that God didn't necessarily create these religions. Humans created the religions. And so humans are creating the religions based on their understanding of the, whatever divine message they receive from God.
But, but, but God is in control of that divine message. If it's a divine message, then God gave it to them. So he is in
Yeah.
control. Why would he give an all powerful, all knowing God giving a message that he knows is going to become corrupt to two different religions before the true religion? Makes no sense whatsoever.
That last part was a claim. The first part was a good question.
So
All
the
right,
reason,
go
the
back to the first
reason,
part.
I mean, I think that's unavoidable, because if you grant that this deity is perfect, anything that he creates is going to be imperfect, basically, in relation to him, right? And so us
That
being
makes
imperfect,
what? No, that makes no
David,
sense
let him
either.
answer. David, let him answer unless he says something
Yeah,
completely off.
yeah, he has said something that's completely off. Why can't a perfect being create something that is perfect? How is that impossible?
That's going to be another
so
discussion. Again, that's a philosophical point. But if you'd let Batman finish the idea.
Yeah, sorry.
I can address his question real quick. Um, so the reason for that is it's basically it's not logical, right? So not logical in the sense that it's like asking God, can he create a being like himself? He wouldn't be able to do that, because the typical understanding is that he is past eternal, is uncreated, he's all powerful, and you know the rest, right? So it
No,
wouldn't be logical
should
for him to create that. So therefore,
so,
hold on, just real quick. So therefore, every
so
other being that he creates, right, is going to be imperfect and limited, but just because of that nature of him being already perfect.
Okay,
So
pause. Pause because I know what's happening here. David is worried that he's going to lose a thought in the moment because his brain moves really fast. So he wants to say everything right now. How about if you just go get a notebook?
Or David, just
I've
put
got
it in
one
the chat.
right here.
So
I
Notepad.
do it all
as
the
people
time.
are answering you, scribble down your thoughts, okay?
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, carry on.
yeah,
But to
so
take on the first point, if a perfect being cannot create something that is perfect, would that make him not perfect?
I mean
No.
that depends. That
There's got to be some imperfection there. Like, why can't he create something equal to him that will make him not perfect? A perfect being will be able to create something that is perfect. You're saying that a perfect being cannot create something that is perfect. That makes the original being imperfect.
well, if that depends. If you tie perfection, but if you tie perfect creation, your definition of being perfect, right? Then yes, you're right. It wouldn't make sense, right? So I'll grant that if you tie that to the perfection of God. But most Christians,
So you're
they don't
redefining
tie that to,
perfection.
no. A
Not
matter of fact,
exactly. Actually, he's sticking with a less colloquial, more philosophical view of what the word perfect means is what Batman's doing.
yeah. So to
But
me
Okay.
a
personally,
a perfect being that can literally do anything cannot do something which is create another thing that is perfect, is what you're saying, which would make the
well,
original being imperfect or not all
No.
powerful.
No,
It,
it
it,
actually
it,
doesn't
it
work
would.
that way. Okay, first let me say intuitively, what you just said made sense. Intuitively.
Right,
Unless you
right.
really start breaking it down. And everything that you're saying right now, you can imagine people have had that argument before. They noticed it too, right? There's been a lot of
Yeah,
people
there
talk
must be
about
people
this.
on it.
All right, so
Sorry.
there's already an argument for both sides of this. And your very question posed, I think, something about 500 years ago, is what created the necessary being argument. So there's already an
No,
argument to address what you're saying, and I could
no,
present it, but it's going to be a different direction for the conversation if you want to do that right now.
it's up to you. It's your channel. But that's it. It's kind of beside the point. I'm granting you that a perfect being does exist. There is a perfect being that does exist. But Odeon was saying that a perfect being cannot create something that is perfect. That
If
would
you don't mind me
negate
saying,
him
that's going to
being.
be an entirely separate conversation. It's a really complicated. It's a great question, really complicated, a completely different conversation.
Right.
Well, just as I said, it depends on what you mean by perfect. Now, to be honest, if someone were to say, "Hey, God is a being that can do anything," I don't even think that's even a coherent statement, because being able to
Well, I mean,
being able to do anything, right, means you can do things that are contradictory in nature, right? Like, if God
Yeah.
for example, right, if God is past eternal, right, then he can make himself not past eternal.
I believe you're adding
Yeah.
an additional standard that we're not actually putting in there. When you say perfect, you're talking about the triomni God, omniscient, omnipresent, omnibenevolent, right? Which is not even what we mean by perfection. When we say perfection is without flaw, without error, is what we mean colloquially by perfection. So you're adding the additional standard into this argument that we didn't put in
Well,
there when we said
I
perfect.
mean, I
Yeah,
didn't.
I think you're right, Trustee Ape. When I said perfection, I meant something, and let me just clarify. I mean a being that has no flaw in essentially any other anything that you can compare him to. He would have an absolute value for that, right? For example, he is, or the extreme value for that, right? So if you talk about justice, he's the most just, right? If you talk about loving, he's the most loving. If you talk about knowing, he's the all-knowing, right? And I
So,
do
so
have reasons for
if
using
you
them
talk about.
differently. David, just give me 1 second. I just want to clarify these things, right? Because when we talk about this perfection element, right, this is what I mean by perfection. That in the sense of God being perfect, right, there can only be one all-knowing, right? Otherwise,
Why?
I mean,
Why? Give me
why
a
We're
not?
going to
reason.
get into it, David. I promise.
Yeah. So there can only be one all-knowing. There can only be one all-powerful, right? There cannot be two beings all-powerful, because how would both of them have all the power? One of them should have all the power. The other cannot then,
No,
right? So
all powerful
that's the
just means
concept.
you can do anything. Why can't there be
No, no,
two
no.
beings that
That's
can do
actually a
anything?
very vague statement. You can do anything.
That's
So can God stop existing? That's also something to
Logically
do, right? So
possible.
I mean,
No,
in that sense, right? So
yeah,
that's what I mean. That's a very vague statement when you say God can be anything or God can do anything, or that's what it means. That's not exactly how we define it.
Why is
yeah,
Odin
I
around?
know. It means God can do anything that is logically possible. I understand that.
right. So let's
But
hit some
why?
things that aren't logically possible. Let's hit some things real quick, just to kind
Yeah.
of. We're not going to get into it too much. We'll get into it later. But let's talk about just real briefly some things that are logically impossible. If you're the most powerful and you're necessary because you're the most powerful, then and if there were two of you that were equal, one of them needs to be more powerful than the other. And whichever one's more powerful is the god. Or you're in an
I don't.
infinite regress, or there could be infinite gods, and that doesn't make sense.
I, I don't understand why you can't have two beings that are equally maximally powerful.
Okay, which one's God?
I've got
Both
another
of them.
reply.
Both of them are God. Now you're not a monotheist anymore. You're completely out of the discussion
Why do I have to be a monotheist?
because we're talking about monotheism.
So
Right.
David, you can ask
What?
questions, right? But
No. We're arguing about whether Islam or Christianity or Judaism are true. So
Yes,
the possibility of that's what we're arguing about. You're immediately cutting me out of the discussion because
not
you need
exactly.
one. Because
Oh,
you need
okay,
one
fine.
God.
I'll go.
I'm
I'll go
asking
into
the
the.
question. I'm asking
I'll
the
go into the
question. Why
argument
do you?
if you want me to. If you
Sorry.
insist that I do, I can go
Yeah.
immediately into necessary and contingency arguments. Why there must be something necessary that's not contingent. Why the necessary thing has to have all necessary things, and that which is what makes it non-contingent, and that there can only be one non-contingent thing. But that's like an hour and a half, man.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I've heard those arguments before. They're not convincing, but I've heard them.
If they're not considered to you necessary and convincing or persuasive, then either A, you
Yes.
don't understand the argument, or B, you just haven't had enough time to think about it.
Right, carry on.
Okay, but
Or should
let's go back because I still haven't answered your question. But I want to let Odin finish, who I think didn't.
Yeah. So, let me just say this. I really think the questions that you ask are really important. I think they're really good questions. Um, but I just have a small suggestion, in that I think you should probably ask people to define the way how they use certain words, and then you address them. I think that's probably a better bet, because when you say perfect, right, and when I say perfect, right, we're not even talking about the same thing, right? And so that's
yeah,
just the one small thing, and to me
yeah,
personally, I don't think perfection exists in any reality per se, right? Um, I do think unlimited things might exist, but perfect things not so much. And so, I think that perfection is an idea that humans came up with as a form of ideal, right, to justify aspiring to something, higher than themselves. So the way how I look at it is that, I'm not looking at it from the perspective of just, you know, worshiping God simply because he's perfect, right? It's more
Yeah.
so, it's more so, what do I get from being affiliated with this entity type thing. So I think your question's a good question. It's a logical one. But if you want to have a better conversation, I think, getting a deeper understanding as to why, or how people are using certain words would definitely help you get a better understanding.
yeah.
That's it.
That's fine. But
And now I have to give Hillary's an answer, a turn to take the floor and answer David's question before I go. So,
yeah. So
I was typing in the chat and I didn't hear the question.
David, would you please?
why can there be only one God, one perfect God, one all-powerful God, maximally powerful, logically powerful,
I don't think
logically
that is
possible God?
right. I don't think that is necessary, and I could explain why.
Yeah.
Just like in America, and I wrote it in the outside chat. Whenever we launch a nuclear missile, we have to have two people turning a key simultaneously from two different places in a bunker or a ship. And I think it could be the same way. I think that if both gods agree, both maximally powerful gods agree, then it goes through. But if they're in disagreement, maybe one overrules the other.
yeah, so who overrules who, and how does that get defined? Like,
Either one
what?
could. Either one
What's
could
that
overrule the
relationship
other.
between those two?
Yeah, if they don't both agree, then it doesn't happen. Either one could overrule the other.
So if it doesn't happen, then does the one who wanted to do that become less powerful than the
No,
one who didn't want to do that,
no.
or vice versa? Like, I mean, when you think about it, right, you're actually putting the concept of God in a position where God is no longer all powerful.
Well,
And that to
that's
me is
assuming an
contradictory.
all-powerful God to begin with.
So you think that there is no all powerful being and God
I
is
don't
not
know
all
how we
powerful.
would even define an all-powerful being. That's why lots of people use the term maximally powerful.
Okay, let's assume for a moment, Hillary's, that what you just said happened.
Uh-huh.
Two equal gods, either one can veto what the other one did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so one vetoes the other, but the other one thought it was right. So it vetoes the veto.
You
And
can't
of course,
veto.
because that one thought it was right, that one vetoes the
Okay.
veto.
No, think about it like I said, the two-man key rule. So there's two guys. They're wanting to take an action, which is to launch missiles.
Please don't
They
say it again. That's just going
okay,
to make me insane. Please don't say it
okay,
again.
okay.
I'm
But
begging you.
with this
You're
example,
missing something. The
okay,
key and computer system are in charge of the two people.
no,
Yes, the
the two people,
bomb in your scenario is the god.
no, the two people are because
No, they're not.
without the two people turning the key, there's nothing that the computer or the bomb can do
Okay, why does it take two?
because that's the rule.
What rule?
We'll call it a brute fact.
Made by what?
A brute
Hold
fact.
on. It's not
Maybe
a
they
brute
both
fact.
decided.
It was the system was designed that way by someone else.
Well, in this
Yeah, and
scenario,
that's a very
it's
good
the
point,
two
Richard.
guys that could have designed it.
Look, the computer thing with the two locks on it is the god in your scenario.
No,
It's in charge.
no, it's not.
It has
It
standards
can't.
that have to be met by others. It has ultimatums. It won't do the thing without those standards being met. It's pre-programmed by someone else who is not either person turning the key.
No,
It's the god.
no. The
Okay,
two
you don't
guys.
have to agree with me, but it is.
Okay, but the reason why is it's the two guys that are sending the signal. The computer is not turning the key so that they can do something. They're turning the key, allowing it to do something, and they are putting in the code to target the missiles.
Right.
So
You're
even
just
if the information got there through some other means, let's say a lesser god, it's still up to these two to decide if to take an action. And the reason I pointed out about the two keys with your veto system, you said veto a veto, that doesn't work. If either one of them refuses to turn the key, that's it. So it
And
takes two positive actions.
Hillary's,
If either
Hillary's,
one of them
before you
fails
go
to
on
meet
to
it,
this, before you go on this, right? The analogy doesn't really work, right? The reason why I'm saying that is, in this analogy, those two people are not necessarily the ones making that decision. In America's case, for example, it would be the president saying, "Hey, we are going to bomb them," right? And that's how that message is. So the will comes from the president, or maybe even the president is not the one making that decision. It's
mhm.
it's that group of people in that room advising the president, and he hears them out. So where so this is not how we view God. God
Oh,
doesn't take advice from people or any other being.
no.
He makes decisions because he knows everything. He's all knowing.
Okay,
When he
but you're
makes a
saying that the president is the one that gave the order. Well, the president can order those two guys. That doesn't mean they have to follow it. There's zero way that the president can enforce that order. He's suggesting it to them as an order. It's called an
the,
order.
can
But
I
if they
ask
don't
you
turn the keys, there's nothing he can do.
can I
Later, he
ask you
might take an action, but right then, there's nothing he can do.
okay, can I ask you, did Bush invade Iraq, let's say?
The United States invaded Iraq,
The
yes,
United States invaded Iraq, right? Or Bush ordered that all those years ago, right?
probably, yeah,
When you talk about it in history, a lot of people say Bush invaded Iraq. They're not,
correct.
it can be the United States or it can be Bush. Both of
Right.
those are equally true. Did Bush actually lead the charge by invading into Iraq?
No, I agree with this
No.
situation.
So
He's
no, no,
giving the
no.
order,
You
so
need
it's
to understand the idea that the process of doing something isn't necessarily the will behind it. So what you are defining here, that those two people are turning the knob or the key, or they're actually doing that, that's the process of how things happen. That's not the will behind something. That's the intent, or what starts it, what causes it. It originates somewhere else.
okay. Instead of a bunker, let's call it a submarine. The
Wait, time
submarine
out.
can't
No, no,
contact.
no. Time, please, please, time out. Okay,
Okay,
we all know that no analogy is perfect. We
right.
have pointed out the perfections and imperfections, the things that work well and don't within this analogy. But your analogy had a point to it.
Hmm.
I'd like to get back to the point of the analogy
Okay,
Yeah.
and not introduce yet another analogy, please.
right. Yeah, just
So
that
your
they both
point
have
was
to
you could
agree.
have two equally powerful
Hmm.
making a decision,
Yes.
but I think Faisal, tell me where I'm wrong. Your point was that if one can veto the other, that's the one who's more powerful
Exactly. Because
No.
in
when
any scenario, like the first time it happens.
No.
Uh,
Because he's not.
can,
He's not.
can I just suggest? Can I just suggest? What if they're not trying to work together? What if you have two all-powerful gods, but they're fighting? They're at war with each other. They don't want to work together. It doesn't matter whether they have a key system. They just
David,
happen to be
I'll
two.
make an analogy for this that may help you understand
No.
why we believe that this is not the case. Why don't we have two presidents of the United States who are
In
equally, you
Rome,
have
they
to
did have
listen to
two.
them all the time, equally, they hold the equal power and everything. Why isn't that the case?
Well, in a sense, we have three presidents. We have Congress, which is the legislative, the executive, and the judicial. The Supreme Court or Congress could overrule the president,
They have their different roles. It's not the same.
but no, but they're
You and
checks
I
and
both know of
balances.
that. From a legislative point of view, yes, there's a legislative branch, there's an executive branch,
Mhm.
right? And then,
And so, if Bush had ordered the invasion of Iraq and the Congress had said we're making sure there's zero funding for that, then there would be no invasion because there's no fuel to get there.
yeah, but at the same time, let's take any country as an example. I was just taking the US as an example. There are
Do you want
checks
to
and
take ancient
balances.
Rome? Which
There
ancient
are
Rome
checks
did
and
have a two
balances.
council system.
Sorry, Hillary. Let me just clarify what I'm trying to say. The point behind what I'm saying is that there are checks and balances to make sure that somebody is not abusing their power, but the powers are still there. So why don't we have two presidents? There's a reason why people don't appoint two presidents at the same time, right? If both Trump and Biden were president today in the United States, what would be happening?
Of course, I understand.
No, no. Can you tell me what will be happening?
Yeah, they'd be fighting each other and preventing the other from doing anything because they're not of one accord and one mind the way that God is.
How is God supposed to be of one accord and one mind?
Well, if he says, I want to launch this missile, then they're both going to twist the key and it'll happen.
You're
If they're of one mind and accord not to turn it, then they won't.
you're looking at it at a micro level where they're agreeing in the sense. Let's take it to a point where they don't agree. Let's say one is more powerful. Let's say both of them want to create different types of beings to populate
Sure,
the earth. Who
sure.
gets to populate the earth with their type of being?
They both have to agree. For
Why?
instance, if one of them said, I want the moon made out of Limburger cheese, and the other one says, no, that's silly, then the moon doesn't become Limburger cheese.
So let's actually get this deeper into this. So you're basically saying they both have to agree. Why would they have to agree? Why, if one is all powerful, right, and
Mhm.
the other is all powerful, why does the all powerful have to agree with
Well,
anyone else?
again, I don't know how our human minds would even understand what all powerful means. So
Okay,
would
maximally
he be so
powerful.
strong that he could create a rock that he couldn't lift? It just, what does that mean?
That's a contradictory statement. Why would
Right,
that's
right.
not what God would be doing? But
Could-
okay,
May
if
I
you don't
just
want to use the
interrupt real
term
quick?
all powerful, but yeah, go ahead.
Just real quick. If two maximally powerful beings exist and they don't agree with how one singular world should be made, then they'll just create two different worlds. One that one
No.
God being one likes, and one that I think that would most likely be the case, or nothing's going to get done. They're just going to be there in perpetuity, not being able to make a decision. So the
Okay,
whole
Exactly.
point of their existing would be
Okay,
sense.
think about electricity. There's a positive and a negative for alternating current. So if you give only positive, nothing's going to happen. But if you give both, it happens. With this two-man switch rule, then both gods have to agree. Do we want to make humans? Yes. How do we want to make them? Do we want to make them red-faced and with the beard? Yes. Great. Do we want to have one purple and the other one say green? Well, they veto those ideas because they seem silly. You know,
Well,
Wait a
there's
minute,
the
what?
issue.
Hillary's, I don't like your analogies because they confuse me more than they explain what you're trying to say.
Okay.
Sorry,
Wait.
Hillary.
So
Wait, hold on. Time out.
I have
Time
a
out.
question too.
I
I'm
love
sorry.
that you guys are talking, and I love your brains. But to say alternating current rather than direct current, which direct current would do exactly the opposite of what you just said, and it
Correct.
doesn't need a sine wave at all, is
Correct.
cherry picking. Just
Right.
for this, hold on, just for this argument, okay? So let's get back to the original argument. Why is it that we should think there can be only one God, or why is it we think there could be a God of parts? Because that's what you're really trying to talk about.
Wait, but I got a question. What if we have two gods that are purely good and they know all things? Why are we assuming that they would ever disagree on what to do?
Exactly. They're of one accord and one mind.
Servius,
Which means you'd
so
only need one.
But there
Yeah.
are two because it's a brute fact.
let's
It's just like
let's
saying
actually
that
take
only
that.
direct current can exist because AC would cancel itself out. It doesn't happen. There could be a single god. There could be a multiplicity of gods. Either system could work.
Richard, I just want to take the concept and let's work with that. So let's say there are two gods, right? Does one of them know what the other is thinking?
Presumably, yeah.
And the other one also knows what the first one is thinking.
Yes.
Do they know it in the same sense?
Okay,
Like
I understand where you're
God
going with
one
this.
would say, I am
understand
God
where you're going,
one.
and yes, functionally they are one god in two persons at that point. You're correct.
Okay, so you're going to that Christian concept of diune, triune, or a multi-une God, whatever, however you want to put it.
That wasn't my intent, but I think they have a similar line of reasoning. Yes.
Yeah, but why does
But
that
I'm
make
saying
any sense?
But I'm
to you?
saying to simplify, I'm willing to agree that functionally those parts act as one whole. So if
So-
I'm agreeing with you that if we want to view it like that, we can just accept it as one God and go on with your argument.
So functionally, do you agree that functionally
believe
for
so.
this universe to function, for this reality to function, there can only be one God or one mind behind it?
No, I can't say it like that. No.
Okay, then so here's the thing. This is where I actually find this getting more confusing. I can understand the functioning of this universe from there being one mind behind it, all right? But wherever you start multiplying that mind by whatever number you want to, that's where I find an unnecessary addition, which makes it more complicated, doesn't explain things better, right? And it's just bizarre on the kind of what you're
Right.
trying to do there.
Right. Just like direct current and alternating current, it's a lot simpler just to say direct current. But does that mean that alternating current doesn't exist? You're not falsifying the two or three God or however many rule. You're just saying this is simpler, so I prefer to go with a simpler model. But
Hillary's, I
science
don't
doesn't work like
understand
that. We have
your
to observe.
analogy at all of the current. I don't know if anybody else does, and can they
Yeah.
just explain it to me another way?
Yeah, what he's saying is what you understand doesn't make a blind bit of difference. There either is one God, there are no gods, or there are two gods. What you understand about it doesn't make a blind bit of difference.
Thank you.
It's either the fact or it is not the fact.
I'm still
Well,
missing something, I guess.
I guess that I think what's being said is everyone here is ready to get into the contingency argument.
Yeah,
Pretty
sounds
much.
good.
I think that's
love
what
the
it means.
contingency argument.
You,
But
you,
can I throw another option out there? A
No,
group of 5 people that are not
I
gods.
just said no.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding. Go ahead.
It's a group of 5 beings that are not gods that created the universe.
how would they? Okay, so you're basically saying there are 5 beings that are not God,
Yeah,
and they created the universe,
yeah.
right? Is this an argument from knowledge or ignorance right now?
The argument for possibility.
From possibility. Okay,
And
let's
I'd
say.
like a clarifying
Can
question, Curb. Those 5 not gods that created, but is there one or many gods downstream from that that rule things?
It could go either way.
Okay.
okay,
Okay,
Dude, I
it's pronounced Celtic, not Celtic, and this is Cerberus, not Kerberos. Just so you know.
I absolutely love what you're doing, sir. I'm going to enjoy the laugh at the end.
all right. Cerberus, my question to you then is, can you basically explain more about these 5 beings that you're saying created the universe? What are the properties that they have which allowed them to bring this universe into being?
Well, together it's their nature.
Okay, that doesn't explain anything.
Lobby,
Wait.
can you
I
explain
need a
how your
short
God does
timeout. Cerberus, speak of your intent, please. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. You
okay.
guys have fun.
My intent is basically, since we're talking about rules, essentially.
Yeah.
You can take any clump of rules, which is essentially what a god is, and separate those rules into any number of individuals you wish. As long as all the rules exist, it doesn't matter. They all end up functioning the same. So even if
That's
you say there has to be these rules, that doesn't get you to a deity. Or if it does get you, even if you want to say it gets you to a deity, it doesn't necessarily get you to a singular deity or a triune deity, or just 5 people in like a meta space that all happen to agree at the same time to make a universe.
okay. Explain to me how. So here's the thing, Cerberus. Where I come from, I actually can logically follow through on the idea of a necessary being, let's say, all right? And then I can ascribe properties that the necessary being should have for that necessary being to be able to perform its function as a necessary being. And to me, when I look at those properties that align with my concept of God in Islam, all right? And that's how I sort of make sense of my concept. How are you making sense of your concept, or are you just throwing it out there?
Oh well, first off, the things we're both positing, neither of them are the necessary thing.
No, I
So
I, I already told you.
I don't accept that as a standard.
I no. So here's the thing. I actually come to that after having analyzed my own concept, right, through a
Yeah.
logical set of rules, right? That this is what, if I want to make sense of this universe, this reality, this is what needs to uh, needs to be the properties of that entity, that being, for that would explain my reality. All right, and I'm actually just summarizing my whole thought process. It's like it would take hours probably to just go through each and every one of them, because definitely there will be questions and counter questions and all of that, right? However, long story short, for me, I've actually arrived at that after that thought process. How are you arriving at what you're positing?
What based on rules following logic. But again,
Okay,
the
let's
standard.
let's follow through on them. Show me how
Real quick,
logic works in your case.
yeah, but real quick, the thing you're positing logically cannot be the necessary thing, no matter how much you've thought about it.
What am I positing? You don't even know what I'm
Well, I mean, you're
positing.
positing the God of Islam, right?
Yeah, and do you
Yeah.
even understand the concept of God in Islam?
Well, I know existence has to be before you can say anything exists.
So
So does your God exist?
our God exists. Yes.
Okay. So he's reliant on existence being.
No, I don't understand exactly what you're saying here. So you're trying to position that the concept of existence needs to be there before anything exists. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, not the concept. The mereological sum. It is the necessary thing, the monad.
Okay.
Basically, the Allah's existence is contingent upon existence itself. So there's something that is above Allah.
Yeah. I
Essentially.
got a nice little chart here. Right. So if you say, obviously, you may or may not say God when you're speaking English, but God is Allah here in this example. So we have existence, so Allah can exist. But if you're going to say that Allah can exist without existence, let me get rid of creation here. Then there's only one option left, which is non-existence. So if you want to say Allah exists, you have to pre-assume or presuppose existence, making existence the necessary thing,
Okay, if
not Allah.
existence is the necessary thing, let's take uh that as a position, all right? And let's see if that actually makes logical sense in what you're saying. Can you define the properties of that existence? What is that existence now? Can you sort of give me an idea?
Well, it needs a minimum of two things,
Okay.
right? It well, actually, you could really reduce it down to one thing, but it's not very informative. It needs to have the property to allow things to exist,
Okay.
right? And then anything else you want to put in there that you think it needs becomes a list of properties after the fact.
All right.
I'm not going to tell you I know everything about
Yeah,
all of
yeah. So
existence, so I can tell
I'm
you all the
I'm
properties.
just trying to think this through. Okay. So you're basically saying that there has to be an existence for God to exist. All right.
Yeah.
Right. Firstly, I just want to say this very clearly. You're pretty much strawmanning my concept of God. All right. And there may be better persons than me who would be able to better logically explain this concept than I would. I would not be able to do it justice fully. I just understand this more intuitively than some of my other friends who actually understand this more logically as well, right? However,
I'm pretty well
I'll
versed
just play along
in
with this,
contingency
right?
arguments.
That's great, right? So if you're saying that that existence is there, right? And the only property is it has the ability to allow other beings to exist.
Yeah, that's the minimal property it needs.
Okay. How does any other being come into existence unless it was already always existing?
What do you mean, unless it was all. Well, first, before we get to there, you said I was straw manning your God. So I would like to address that claim.
No,
I
no, no.
haven't said anything about your God other than if you want to say he exists,
No.
you're presupposing existence.
Like I said, I actually defined what our concept of God was earlier on. I don't know if you were there, right? But the idea of God is that He is the one that is eternally existing. There's no existence that needs to exist for Him to exist.
Well, no, it's fine.
Everything
He
else
did.
exists because wills it to exist, right?
But
So that is besides the point. I'm just going through what you've actually propositioned here, that
yeah, but we'll
existence
get to that.
exists.
But I,
No,
that
I
doesn't.
want to address that. I'll take that back completely. You're not
Okay, so I
strawmanning.
didn't
You're
straw man
probably
you. Okay,
okay. Let's take that back. Let's just deal with this for now,
okay.
right? You're saying to me that because existence exists and it allows other things to exist, right? That's why that's your explanation of everything, essentially, right? Tell me
No,
how.
it's not my explanation of everything. It's the thing that has. It's the only thing that can be necessary,
That's
logically.
what you're saying is necessary, right? So
Yeah.
if that is what is necessary, right? How does that existence that only has the property to allow other things to exist, bring into form anything
No.
into
I
being,
didn't say. I didn't
anything
say
else into
only.
being.
I didn't say only. I said that's a minimal property. That's what it has to have no matter
Yeah,
what.
so no, but here's the thing. We exist, so we know
Yeah.
that we got here somehow. So your existence should necessarily define or be able to explain our existence. If it's not doing that, then you're actually your explanation doesn't work. That's how I see it. Would you agree to that?
What do you mean? My explanation. Well, for explanation, the thing that it's logically has to be the necessary
No,
thing. Isn't
stop. You're not
uh
understanding my argument. You're not even addressing that
oh,
right
that's
now.
okay. I'll finish what I'm saying after you want to say something else, I guess.
No. I'm
You're not
not.
going to
I'm not
change what
saying.
I'm going to say.
Okay, go ahead then.
Okay. While it is the thing that has to be necessary, right? It's not an explanation of how we got from that basic point to where we are. So, for example, the fact that existence is the necessary thing could include the fact that your God is a fundamental part of it. And then that's how we got here, right? But it could also be that your God's not a part of it, and there are some other properties existence has that's how we got here. It doesn't
Okay,
matter. It works either way.
so let's start. So here's where this argument starts from, and the reason why we're actually even looking into this argument. I don't want to argue for with no purpose in mind, right? That's a waste of my time and it's a waste of your time. I what I want to get to is how can you explain your own existence really, right? The fact that we exist, right? That's what we're trying. That's the reason why we're actually having these discussions, and why we jump into logic and rational thought process to basically make sense of why we're here. If we're not doing that for that purpose, it just doesn't make sense to me, right?
Okay,
And
well,
when
I
you're
can do a
saying
hypothetical if
that
you want.
no, I don't like. Let's uh I just want to make sure that you're clear on what I'm asking before you actually position something else. Otherwise, I mean, the discussion doesn't make sense to me, right? So what I'm saying here is that if you're saying there's an existence that needs to exist for everything else to exist, and the only property that is necessary for that existence that you can actually define is that it should be able to allow other existences, right? That's pretty much what it is. There may be others that come in, but they may be additional properties, not necessary, right? What I'm positioning here is that that doesn't explain my existence, right? And that's where I'm actually trying for you to actually lead me to how your existence that you've defined, what are the properties that would allow me an explanation for my existence here?
One of the possible properties would be your God,
And how does that come in to play?
because you're saying that your God exists, right?
Yeah, but my God and the way I define it, you don't even understand it. So you can't
I'm
just
not
go
sure
ahead
how
and
I don't
say,
understand it.
sorry,
How do I not understand it exactly?
because my God is the existence that needs that allows other things to exist. He's not.
So your God doesn't exist.
My God exists. That's why I exist. That's how I see it, right?
Okay, so
What you're not understanding
so
is
we
that,
don't have existence, but your God is the reason why other things
and that's
exist.
not a property. That's not a property. What I'm trying to get to is that, like, you've defined one property, which is that the existence should have the property to allow other things to exist, right? And the way I see it, that doesn't explain why anything exists, because either everything existed eternally then with the
Sure.
existence, or it should never come into being. But the
Or it's a
fact that it's come
combination.
into being, but the fact that it's come into being, right, shows that things firstly, the existence needs to have additional properties that explain my existence now. Do
Sure.
you understand what I'm trying to get to?
Yeah, and I already said I'm fine with
And
that.
that's what I'm saying. Can you start explaining those?
Can you start playing? Well, there's a bunch of possible list of properties that would get you here. I am perfectly fine with saying your God is
Is
one
it
of those
possible
properties.
to project it? Because I can hardly read what you've got on there.
Oh.
I don't have the ability to make his full screen.
Okay.
Cerberus, if you shared that with me as a link, I would bring it up full screen.
Oh. I don't have it online. I only have
Oh,
it on my PC.
Richard, you can make his. You can show him as the main presenter or something.
And how do I do that?
Or
It just
if you
moved
go
where he
to-
was. I can't give him main position. I don't.
No, the,
StreamYard doesn't allow that.
you know how sometimes when the person talking, their picture is the main picture and everybody
no,
else's small pictures.
If you just go
I
to
can only
the-
look if I
Yeah,
do
this
that.
type
It
of
turns out to be me.
Yeah, but when he's talking, it should come up.
I don't
No,
think it does
No,
automatically.
this is not OBS.
Okay.
no. If you just go to the top left of Cerberus's square, it will say solo
Okay.
layout. If you just click that.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Thank
There we
you.
go. Oh, I'll edit my name down so you can see it better.
Okay. So now, can you explain what are the properties that this existence should have for that would start and that would give me an explanation of why I exist, with this existence being the cause of it?
Okay, so the one that I think you should accept would be your god. I could
That-
give you different lists that doesn't include your god that could get you there. Is that what you want me to do?
No, so God is an existence outside of this existence, right?
So it doesn't exist.
No, this is what I'm trying to understand from you. Like you're throwing out statements there, but you're not explaining anything. Right?
Oh,
and
okay.
So explain
So
to me
existence
how.
is all things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So regardless of where you want to say your god is, if it's a thing, it's in existence.
Okay, I follow up to that point.
Well, that's all you need to know that God's in the chart.
So, because the set of all things include God, in that sense, you're basically saying that the set of all things, right, is the existence, and that's the ultimate explanation. Is that what you're trying to say?
The ultimate, it's the necessary thing.
That's the necessary
It's
thing
not-
for you.
It's not ultimate explanation, because you're going to have to figure out what properties it actually has to get from it to where we are.
Peace
And
and
that's what-
respect, Jupiter affiliated and spooky bed hair. Go on, gentlemen. Sorry.
That's what I'm trying to understand from you. How do we get to where we are? Because all you've told me is that really existence is everything, right? And then you have your God in there. So
Well, not my God, but
you have God in
but
there.
I'm
like-
saying one possibility is your God, and you're definitely here because of your God, right? That's what you believe.
No, so here, my friend, I still don't hear an explanation from you. I hear a statement saying that you're here because of your God, or you're asking me questions. What I'm trying to understand from you, and I don't know if I'm not making a good, or I'm not being very articulate. I want to understand from you your explanation for our existence, right? And this doesn't give me an explanation. You're just making a statement that this is an existence.
I'm postulating your God. Is that not an explanation?
No, it isn't.
Oh, so your
It
God
isn't.
doesn't
The
explain how
reason-
you're here.
No, don't make a statement like that, because then that's just a gotcha, right? And that's it's not very
Gotcha.
yeah, it's not very we're not having a discussion then, right? I'm not
We're
trying to
not?
gotcha you. I'm trying to sincerely ask you the question that you're telling me that this existence explains everything, and then you can put anything in there. You can have God in there, and you can not have God in there, right? That's not even an argument then.
Wait. I'm saying if you knew all the properties, it would explain everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking
Yeah.
you. Then explain to me all the properties of this existence.
I'm not all knowing, but I can postulate your God, and it gets us here, doesn't it?
So you're basically telling me you don't know.
Yes, because there are a bunch
So
of different
thank you. Just
possible
say
lists
that,
of
my
rules.
friend. I mean, just say
That's what I've been
that you
saying this
don't
whole
know.
time. I
That's
don't.
it. Okay, I'm sorry. Then this is not even an explanation. You can, for me, this doesn't explain anything. Then you're just making a statement that you don't know. You think you know, but you don't really know, my friend.
Well, I know some
Yeah,
things
no,
for sure,
he,
and that
he
is
wasn't
existence has to
claiming
be
to know.
the necessary thing.
Yeah, he wasn't claiming to know. He's saying that you have made a positive claim that you are here because of God.
Yeah, but
So
here's the thing.
you
So
have to back that up.
he did interrupt me mid conversation, right? So I thought that he was actually bringing something over, which meant something that we could have more of a discussion on. But uh, that's
Oh,
all
you
I'm
can move
saying.
around it. Well, no,
I totally misunderstood this.
I postulated the five non-gods.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
when you do that, you should be able to explain why you're postulating something. I mean, I can
No,
say anything I
he-
want, but that
Oh,
doesn't
but
necessarily
because they
come
would
across
be
as coherent.
because they would be the properties of existence that creates everything else.
no, he doesn't have to explain anything. You have made the positive claim that you are here because of God. He's trying to point out to you that you have to back up that claim. You have to give evidence for that claim. He was trying to get you to do that, and you clearly couldn't.
Hmm?
He
No,
doesn't
that's a
have to
different.
do anything.
No, that was different. I wasn't arguing that
That's
his God
fine. It
didn't
would just be a
exist.
different thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's fine. All I'm trying to get to is that I thought that he was actually postulating an argument, right? And it was more of a question, really,
Hmm?
that why can't there be 5 gods or 10 gods or 100 million gods, right?
Or five non-gods.
5 non-gods or whatever else there might be, right? And I actually thought that he actually had an argument for that. That's why he was postulating. But
No,
this is just a speculation in one sense.
question.
But wait, no, these five non-gods have all the properties necessary to create everything that we know and love,
But how does
and then
that work?
everything else
That's
that
what
we
I'm
don't
trying
know.
to ask you, my friend. How does that work? If you want to
How does that
postulate
work?
something,
They
come up
speak
with
it.
a. Sorry,
They speak it.
they speak what?
Their words.
Existence.
It makes creation. They do it the same way you think your God does it.
So basically, okay, okay. So the what he's trying to point out to you is essentially the same argumentation that a theist would use to basically justify their God's existence, where the only difference meaning that he doesn't call his creators, his five creators, gods, but they have the same properties of a god.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
And so
So
here's the thing.
so
The
now,
argument. Yeah.
just
Sorry. Go
real
ahead.
quick, just real quick. So what he's saying, right, is that if you if you make the claim that God exists and God created you and everything, right? What he's asking you to do in a satirical, trollish way to justify the claim that you make, right? What's the difference between your God and his five non-gods if they both have the same property?
No, they don't. My friend, we already established that two all powerful beings cannot coexist. If they were existing, right, nothing would be created. They would
No. But
always
I
be
don't know. Did
they would
Serb agree to
always
that?
be in
I,
against each
well,
other.
I didn't agree to that.
Yeah, I
But
didn't.
No, you
I
altogether,
don't.
didn't agree.
Then
the five
explain to me
altogether
why
are all
you don't agree
powerful.
to that. Cerberus, here's the thing. It's very easy to come in and say that this is how, oh, why can't it be like this? Why can't it be like this? There's an unlimited number of questions like that. You can ask about 7 gods after I explain why 5 doesn't work, right? I've already explained why 2 don't even make sense, and you're postulating 5, right? And the idea that they are non-gods, which doesn't even make sense because it's not just about the term that we're using. We explain what that term means, right?
Well,
We explain
the
certain
issue is not the
properties.
term.
No,
The
here's
issue is
let
about
me
the
just finish up
property.
the point. Let me finish up the point, right? That we explained the term and what a god actually entails when we say that. Now, you're basically saying, why can't I just take that God and replace it with 5 entities which have similar sort of properties as God, or in total, in combination, actually work together as that entity? That's not how things are. That's not a simpler
Oh, it is how
explanation.
things are.
Okay, explain to me how they are then 5 beings. How would that work? And I
Well,
ask you
it
that
can't be
question,
any
you're
other
not
way.
even to able explain that. And all you say is that they will work the same way as your God does. That doesn't
Well, no,
explain
that's how I'm
anything.
explaining it to you, because that should be the shorthand.
No, that's not. No, it's not the shorthand, my friend. You
It's
start
not. You
explaining.
don't accept that
So
how your God does it is the right way to do it.
that's not what I said. I
Okay.
explained how things work from my worldview,
Okay.
right? You start putting in that your worldview is now that you're actually replacing that God with 5 non-gods,
Yeah.
right? I ask you the question how that would actually work, and you're basically all you respond to me is that that's how they will work the same way as God does.
Yeah.
It doesn't establish anything, my friend.
It establishes the exact same amount as yours does.
I'm sorry, that's not
But does it?
Yeah.
that's not true.
How much does it
Okay.
establish?
Okay, so we all know this is all rhetorical. Just a second, David. I'll give you the floor, and your mic is not great, so I have to give you the floor. You've been trying to
Sorry.
talk a few times. Nobody understood a thing you said. Just so you know that. Okay. But we all know this is rhetorical. Would Cerberus? Would you give the overall point so that Faisal can respond to that?
Okay. The overall point is you can pack and unpack rules to your heart's content. Right. You could even pack them more densely than he does. You could take his God and then add on some fundamental parts of the universe and say they weren't created and they're actually a part of God. Right now, his God has more rules lumped together than the God that he believes in. Or you could separate those rules as much as you want. You could take God and break them down into 5 sets of different rules.
Yep.
As long as they're equivalent, they'll meet the exact same
They'll
things
meet
you
it
need to make a universe.
exactly.
David kicked himself, just so you guys know. Faisal,
Okay.
you want to respond to that?
Yeah, actually, I just don't understand. So I get
Intuitively,
the idea. I get the idea that you're trying to say that you can have 5 other beings, right, that have the same property as my God, and that you can, in that sense, say that everything makes sense. Everything that you're saying is just replaced by 5, right? And your worldview still makes sense. So in that sense, uh, your God doesn't explain anything. That set of rules sort of explain why you exist. That's what you're saying, right? In that sense.
No, they would explain why I exist. Did I mishear you?
No,
They
no.
would.
What I'm saying is, it's not it's not God that explains. By positioning that, you're basically telling me that it's not God that explains it. It's the set of rules that you put around your God and how you define it that is explaining your worldview.
Well, it's a set of rules that your God is.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's there's a reason why we actually have this. One of the set of rules is that he has to be only one God, and he has
Well,
to be God.
why does he have to be only one God?
Yeah, he has to be only one God. Otherwise, it doesn't make
yeah,
sense.
but you're not answering the question. He's asking you why. All you're doing is
Yeah.
basically is
What
saying,
I,
property?
well, it
we
has to
did
be.
answer that question
Oh,
earlier. We did go through the idea that if there are more than one all-powerful beings, things don't make sense then, right?
okay,
We
why it
did go
doesn't make
through the
Wait,
whole
wait,
sense?
wait,
thing.
wait. Wait, I'm not saying that
No,
these things are all
but
are each all powerful. I'm saying together they
I
have the
don't
property of
care.
being
I
all
don't care,
powerful.
my friend. That doesn't make any
Well,
coherent
it's
sense.
around your critique, so you
You are
should
yes,
care.
but
Just
positioning
hold
a
on, David.
worldview that is Frankensteining my worldview, right? And you're telling me to work with that. I don't buy that. You're not gonna put a worldview in my lab that I don't follow and tell me make sense of this. You either explain why those 5 can function in the same way, or don't bring that argument up, because
Because
that doesn't
together
make any sense. I don't think you're getting where coming from.
because together they have all the properties you think God has.
Don't
which are the
explain to
necessary
me how that
properties to
works.
explain.
You don't even understand the properties of my God, right? That's why you're actually able
Well, you're
to
right. You haven't told
say
me all
this.
the properties you think your God
Yeah,
has.
so then say that instead of bringing in an argument that that basically leads to nowhere. It's the way I see it. It's not an argument that at all.
Why do you
It's
think
just
every
a
time you
statement that you made.
why do you think every
Uh,
time you ask me these questions, I just tell you, well, fill in the blanks for me because I don't know what you think.
Okay, pause right there. And David's been dying. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, basically all Serb is saying is that his five non-gods equal your god. So if his five non-gods don't explain anything, then your god doesn't explain anything. They have equal, they have the same properties as your god when you add them all up. His five non-gods have the same, exactly the same properties as your god. So if his god explains nothing, then your god explains nothing.
Actually, David, that's a non-argument. The one property that we have for God is that He is one, right? The very first definition of God that I
Where
actually
does that,
explained to you very early on was that He is one.
where did that
So
property
it
come from?
started with
Where
that,
does
right?
where
It
does that
started with
rule
that.
come from? Where
There
does
can
that
only
rule
be
come from?
one necessary
There can
being,
only be one.
essentially. If you look at it, even if you look at it logically, there can only be one necessary being. You cannot,
I agree.
Why?
It's just
right?
not
Why?
your God.
But why? I've been asking for like 2 hours for
Okay.
the reason
Okay.
behind it. 1 35 minutes. The
Okay,
reason
David.
why
We're going to the contingency argument next. I know you've been wanting it.
Yeah.
Okay, so contingency argument. Do you want that, Faisal?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. You're better at this than I am. I'll be
I've got a
honest.
question. Is it Faisal or Faisal?
Either one is fine.
Okay.
No one in English can actually say it, so it doesn't matter.
Richard, you
Okay.
don't have to do the contingency argument. I've heard it before. It,
Oh,
it's,
okay.
it's
So
nothing.
you do or don't find it persuasive. That's fine. I certainly think that for me personally, it's not addressing what I call God. It's addressing the beginning of all existence and why that is and what it must be. I think that's what it's addressing.
Yeah.
Which is why I often get into the question for other religious folks and for non-religious folks. It works pretty equally. What's the minimalistic God? What's the minimum that a person would think is God? Because for me personally, the minimalistic God is a set of constructs that is above all of my kind, and those ideas are more important than any one of us, and that's enough. Like, for instance, if I'm a citizen of the United States, it would be the Constitution.
But you have 5 or 6 of them, don't you?
7, but yes.
7. So him saying that he has one God and there can only be one God. Your one God is made up of 7 parts. So how is that
Yes.
different from? So how is that different from Serb's 5 non-gods, which if you add them together make up one God? How
How's
is
it
that
different?
Yeah.
I don't know.
apart from
Never
being
thought
five-
about it. Give me about 3 seconds to think about that. I don't think it's significantly different, other than I think that part of Serb's argument is that these 5 non-gods have personage. I don't think personage is necessary.
Yeah, I get
No,
that.
I would agree. I don't think personage is necessary.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
So
you,
I
you
just
would
like.
agree with you would agree with
Go ahead.
Serb's argument. Yeah, you would agree with Serb's argument that if 7 different things add up to exactly the same properties as one thing, there can be 7 different things that add up to one thing, which would
It's called a
destroy.
set.
Yeah,
You just
yeah.
you just asked him if he agreed is A equals A.
Yes, I agree that A equals A. Absolutely. Okay, so and you'll forgive me, David, because your microphone's so quiet. If anyone talks, you get completely run over. Okay, So if you raise your hand or give me a signal or nod or flip me off, I'll call on you as soon as possible. But I can't do anything about your mic. I can't do anything about your mic. I already cranked it up to 200. That's the best as it gets. Okay, so just like a citizen of the United States, in comparison to the Constitution, Bill of Rights, etc., that set is very complicated and has a lot of repercussions, which is why we have constitutional lawyers to try to figure out what this stuff means. Anything below that, anything that follows that is coherent or adherent to that. It's adherent trying to be coherent. So that's what it means to be a U.S. citizen, okay? But that doesn't mean that the Constitution's a person. It only has being. Now, since I'm talking about the Christian Bible, the Old Testament and New Testament Yahweh, and I know what Yahweh means, and it's defined what it means by Yahweh, I think that's a good comparative.
Right, but his argument was that there are 5 non-gods.
Oh, please don't repeat it. Please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, but
Yeah,
okay,
but
so I just want to
basically
point out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, David. Finish the sentence, please.
So the contingency argument, how does that apply when your one god is 7 different parts that add up to one god? How does the contingency argument apply in that situation?
Oh, I'm not talking about a God that is necessary. I'm talking about the God of human beings, and I don't think that humans are necessary either.
That's fair enough.
I'm being very specific. I'm talking about a very small place in time-space reality, and I'm talking about only us. I am not talking about. I don't know. I don't know about the everything, and I'm not going to say that I do.
That's fair enough. That's a good answer.
But I think, but a little observation. I think Cerberus is doing a variation of this argument where he intended it for triune God. Actually, am I wrong?
Well, I think it could apply to that. That wasn't.
I think the problem is that it doesn't work perfectly for a necessary singular.
Yeah, which is why I was pointing out to him with my chart before that the necessary thing can't be your God because that's existence.
So I asked Serb when you started this and when I went on smoke break for an announcement of intent, which other people gave, but I have not required of David or Batman or Hillary's yet. And I should give mine because I never required it of myself either. And I want to get to the other 3 that they give their intent. But Cerberus, I don't think you gave an intent of conversation, or am I just mistaken about that? Because it seems like you didn't.
I'm trying to think. I did give I said my intent at the time, but are you asking for like an overall intent for being in here? Is that?
I mean, in the conversation, in the argument, all of it. I just want to say that I think, and Cerberus, tell me where I'm stupid or wrong, please. Because I want to be correct about you. I don't want to straw man what you're doing. Cerberus likes experimenting in intellectual conversations and argumentation against anything. And I mean, from what I can tell, anything. And this is his form of mental exercises and an intellectual workout is to have these conversations. But I don't think also that you seem to be, emotionally, you don't seem to have a dog in the hunt, if you will. You don't seem to be emotionally involved in that conversation. It's just a form of fun. Or am I wrong?
No, you're right. Usually it's fun. Sometimes it's just an exercise because I'm trying to figure something out besides just having fun.
Sometime or another, I'd love to hear about that.
I'll be trying to figure something out.
Yeah, what you're trying to figure out.
Oh, man.
I'd love to talk about that because that would be the honest, actual Cerberus Hex, which is what I'm interested in. David, if you would give a little bit of background about what you've been doing recently and why you're in these conversations in the now. It doesn't matter why you were in them before, but I understand you've had a slight attitude change, and could you describe that?
Yeah, I'm in the conversations now just because I find them interesting. I've been in them for like 15 years, watching them. So I have quite a background. And yeah, I
And the
don't
recent
understand
change?
just a haircut. But thanks for
That's
noticing.
not the only recent change. Come on.
I'm only joking. I've recently been to prison and we'll be going back there soon.
Not what I was talking about.
Alright, sorry.
I mean, it's okay. You trust us to tell us that, but I was talking about the metaphysical stuff.
Oh yeah, the Christian thing. I'm coming closer to becoming a Christian. I'm not there yet, but I've read the Bible, most of the Bible, while I was in prison, and where I thought God was a complete and utter. I don't want to say the word, but yeah,
You can
I've
always
kind of
use the word
softened.
evil, you know. Evil is a biblical word.
Yeah, evil. Uh, I, I, I don't think he's as bad as I gave him credit for before. And obviously, being in prison, I wanted to pray to God to get me out of there as soon as possible. He didn't, as it turns out. I served my full term. Yeah. Thanks God. Thanks Jesus. Thanks the
Wait,
Holy
wait,
Ghost.
wait. Before you go there, and now you've made a philosophical assessment, I would give my opposing philosophical assessment. My opposing view is it may have been very good for you that you were there in that exact amount of time.
Yeah, that is a counter argument, and
Okay.
it's but yeah.
It's not totally unfair. Batman, why do you even have these talks, man? I'm coming at you.
Um, for me, it's so my basic premise or idea is that iron sharpens iron. Um, and the way how I look at it is that um, it's for one, it's to keep my the brain juices flowing, so I don't, I get too dumbed down. And two, um, I like to learn about people and their perspectives. And three, I like to engage in intellectual, you know, how should I put this, battling, so to speak, but not necessarily in the form of debates, but more so conversations, to where we can at least learn something or change each other's mind or perspective. Oh, and the
Hillary's floor
shield,
is. Oh, no, go
and
ahead.
there's one more thing, and the shield the hive mind.
Right on. Peace and respect, Marty Cameo. Thank you. Welcome. And all of you guys, please vote on the video because I don't know. If you're here more than a couple of times and you think these conversations have some value, you may know other people that you think would also think that these conversations have value. So either directly or indirectly, if you would help guide them in this direction, well, then they'd enjoy it. And you'd have helped them. And you'd have helped the channel's popularity. Not that I am never going to, I promise you all, I'm never going to monetize. You're never going to see a commercial. My Lord, I hate that. And the floor is yours, Hillary's.
I've always had a deep and abiding love of God, and part of that is embodying truth. And so I want to understand the divine as much as possible and explore all the possibilities.
Cool, and that gave me time to adjust everyone's volume. Okay.
Smart move.
So,
Sure.
does anyone actually want the contingency argument? I am not excellent at it.
Sure.
I would be interested.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of them. I've read a lot of them, but
You've read a lot of them. What do you know already?
I mean, we were talking about the contingency, like general contingency, and how you get
Creator, creation,
God being
distinction.
necessary, or are you talking about just contingency of us to God?
Contingency and the polar opposite necessary,
Okay.
which does not get you to God, any particular God, any more than some other arguments I'm not going to mention. But it does get you to a necessary being, which is the point. Then you could talk about what would be a better description of that which is necessary to us particularly, and now you start getting into things like our level of consciousness, our presence of mind, our awareness, metaphysical stuff after that.
Okay. Almost all the arguments I'm aware of just kind of straight go for arguing why something's necessary. And then someone just superimposes their God over top of it.
Well, yeah, that would be an assumption and a leap, and that would be unjust. And people accuse WLC of doing that, but actually he doesn't, and has explained it so many damn times it's not even funny. That he has a series of arguments. Now, the argument for necessary being versus contingent beings is one argument. That does not get you to Allah. But it's a step along the way. It's a necessary step. It's more fundamental. Gets nuanced as you go through the other arguments. So, go ahead.
Are we avoiding the elephant in the room, which is the Kalam? The Kalam isn't an argument for God. It's a reason why the universe exists. Then William Lane Craig tacks on a load of additional things. That's why they call it a composite argument, because he uses the Kalam and then he says, plus this God, which the Kalam doesn't even reach the conclusion that there is a God. It just reaches the conclusion. The Kalam cosmological argument is that the universe began to exist. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. That is the sum total of the Kalam cosmological arguments. It doesn't get you even to a God.
Right. It gets you to a creation, and you have to assume there's a beginning of the universe to get there.
Yeah, the conclusion is, therefore the universe has a cause. That is the conclusion. That is the end of the Kalam cosmological argument. The universe.
Yes.
The cause.
So I'm not avoiding an elephant in the room, and I called WLC out by name. I just don't want to discuss the Kalam.
So isn't? I mean, the crux of the contingency argument is basically, I guess simply put, this is pretty crude, is basically saying like the dependent beings can only basically be explained or come into existence from an independent being that is currently like active and existing, right? As in, in order for you to exist, something has to exist prior to your existence in order for you to begin to exist in the first place.
Yes, that's dependency. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so the off the cuff, but as close as possible by memory, philosophical definitions of, sorry, that word was supposed to be definitions. Definitions of contingent and necessary. And I'm not the one who writes these definitions. These are philosophers in many years and blah, 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 and lots of people have argued over it before. All right? And this is what those people who've argued about it settled on. A contingent thing is anything that could be different in any way. A necessary thing is something that has to be one certain way in all possible existences. We good on that? Does anyone need clarity on that?
Yeah. Also, isn't there a
No.
second part to that definition though,
Go ahead.
where the necessary thing can't be reliant on something else to be the way that it is?
I already said that. When I said
Okay.
what contingent is, by default, I mean, yes, you could say more about it. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
But, Serb, you know there's two kinds of people in this world? You ever heard that?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's two kinds of people in this world. Those who can extrapolate out from necessarily from existent or available information, and
Oh, I've this one.
finish
Those
it.
who can't.
That's right, those who
Those
can't.
And I'm the
And
first
you have to
obvious.
use those exact words, those who can't, and nothing else, or you're wrong.
Yep.
Okay. So did someone say they wanted more definition about one of those two definitions? No. Good.
Oh,
Okay,
that's kind
so
of what I was doing.
okay, so expound, and I'll do my best.
I was saying I'm pretty sure that even though the necessary thing has to be the one particular way in all possible worlds,
Yeah.
it still can't be contingent at the same time. That's all
That's
I'm
correct.
pointing out.
That's correct. Definitionally not contingent on anything else at all. Because then it falls, if it's contingent, it falls into the category of contingent things, which means it could be different, which is why definitionally it can't be different.
So wouldn't, going back to Serge's argument, wouldn't existence be the one thing that has to exist? Wouldn't existence be the contingent thing?
Yeah, like
God can't exist without existence. Existence has to exist first before God can exist. Otherwise, you're saying that God doesn't exist.
No, I'm not a Christian, and I'm not Jill.
No, I'm
Okay.
not. It's not against you. I'm just saying the argument.
That was
is
a
then-
little bit snide, but I'm not attacking you, but I really do want to answer.
And I think
Yeah, sure.
the only thing with that I have a problem with that if you do say that existence is the only thing that is necessary, it still doesn't, that simplistic definition still doesn't explain fully our existence or our reality, and that's where I was
Right.
getting to.
Right,
You
but even
need
more
to have
fundamental.
additional,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, you need to have additional explanation for the existence on its properties to make sure that it starts explaining our reality.
I agree.
So that's
Right.
where I was getting to. And I
Right.
think that's yeah.
All right, so let me go back and say we'll get to that. I want to get to that, but these things come in a logical order, and this is more fundamental, more necessary before we can even get to that. Okay, so unlike Jill or of some other Christians, my reply to you, David, is this: before there was universe in this theory, which I don't agree with, but I can argue for. Before there was universe, God was the existence. That's the same thing.
God equal.
He wasn't
so God
outside of
equals-
existence. He was the existence.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a time when God and existence came into being exactly the same. That would be all.
I wasn't able to understand because of your microphone, which I'm not blaming you. It's just the fact.
Yeah.
He asked if
Uh,
if existence and God came into being at the same time, and I don't. Think
No,
that's what you're saying.
the God is the only thing that existed at that time. It's saying the same thing twice.
Yeah, he is the Son. He is the only thing
God-
that is. So
God-
he is existence.
Let me say it this way,
God-
David. When God created, in this model, when God created, existence became bigger.
But if existence became bigger, then existence must have existed first. If
Yes,
you're
I've
adding-
already said this 3 different ways.
Yeah.
Why are you still asking it?
Right, so existence would be the contingent thing, not God.
That was one and the same. It was, and it was what existed. It was all that was existent. It was the existence. I don't know how to break it down further than that.
But you're saying that God, when God came into existence, existence became
No,
bigger.
never said that.
Yeah, no. What he's saying.
Hold
that,
on, sir.
No.
Sir, I'm saying that existence, which was God, is, as far as this argument goes, eternally past existent. It always was. That existence, which was a singular thing, God, which was all of the existence, was for eternity past.
Right.
Until there was a change. When there was a change, came into existence things we like see and investigate scientifically and philosophically.
So why couldn't there be just like existence, but just replace God with energy, and then energy
Sure, you
is always
could.
existed.
You could, but
creates
energy doesn't.
the universe.
Yes, but energy doesn't make decisions.
Right. I get you. Yeah.
So the energy would have to have some outside force to cause it to create a universe, which, by the way, is
Yeah.
part of the model of Big Bang, is that there was an outside cause. We just don't know what it is. Okay, like you've got to get the pure energy in the almost infinitely small dot of pure energy. That energy had to come from something else. Okay, so you still have an outside cause. Okay, so the religious position is the outside cause for this change is a mind. That mind made a choice. And because we know that minds can choose arbitrarily, you need no further explanation for it choosing.
Right. So why couldn't the existence, the energy, and the singularity just all come into existence, all be eternal? Like that is as far as it goes back.
Okay.
Why can't
Because
it be
energy. What?
Sorry.
No,
Why
I just
can't
ran
it be
over you. And
Yeah. Why can't it be three things rather than two? Why can't it be existence, eternal energy, and the singularity all came into existence, which I know makes no sense, but they all happened at the same time. Why can't it be three things rather than two?
I'm not Sean Carroll, so I'm going to give you a partial answer. But the reason that multiverse theory exists is because energy doesn't come from nowhere.
But it can't be created or destroyed.
That's part of the problem, yes.
Yeah, because it can't be created, it can't come from nowhere.
Yeah, can I try to respond to this slightly? Because one of the ways that you can look at it, David, is that if nothing is acting upon energy or matter or space or time, nothing external or nothing is causing things to change, it won't change, right? Matter, energy, and all of these have a tendency to be in a state of equilibrium, and nothing changes unless some external cause is there, right? So if this universe or this field was eternal, then we would just have this field and nothing would actually come into being. Nothing else would actually come into being, right? Because for something to come into being, there must be a will behind it that causes it to come into being.
Right. So why couldn't the singularity be the contingent thing?
What is the singularity? What do you mean by the singularity itself?
The singularity that caused the universe. We only know of one universe. So why couldn't the singularity be the only thing
necessary?
The contingent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why couldn't the singularity just be the one necessary thing?
It could.
So one of the properties of something being necessary is that it cannot be different from what it is, right?
Yeah.
If you can see it as something different, then it's not. And essentially, if its properties changes or if it changes in any form, it's no longer necessary, right? Does that make
Like
sense?
this.
Yeah, but that isn't an issue
Yeah,
for
but
him because it could be the necessary thing, and then it changes and it's no longer the necessary thing. But that's
Yeah, but
fine
then it's
because
not
now
the
you have the
necessary
universe.
thing. It's not the necessary thing anymore, right? So
Yeah, yeah,
the
it
idea
moved into the
of the necessary
universe.
thing is that it's necessary in all conditions, in all possible worlds, in all sense.
Yes,
Otherwise, it's
yeah,
no longer necessary. Then you're talking
right.
about a contingent thing.
exactly. You have
So,
a necessary thing that then makes the universe. It is no
No,
longer the necessary
it's
thing.
a contingent thing.
It becomes a
What
contingent
you're
thing.
defining is a contingent thing. Then you're not
Yeah,
defining a necessary thing.
no, it becomes a contingent thing.
You don't become a contingent thing. It's
Why
either
can't you?
necessary or it's contingent. Think
But
of it
we,
as sets, right? Everything
yeah,
contingent is within one set, and there's only one thing outside of that, and that's the necessary thing. That's it.
well, I mean, you could have multiple necessary things, but
Then
aside from that,
no,
uh,
they can't be multiple necessary things when you think about
no, they
it,
can.
right? Because how? Okay, explain to me how that would work then, Cerberus.
You could just have two gods, and they would be the necessary
Here's the
thing
thing, Cerberus. You're
for
making a
everything that
lot
comes
of
after.
statements, but not explaining any of your positions, and I really want to understand where your position is coming from, because the whole idea behind a necessary thing is that it's not contingent on anything else. If any other necessary thing
Yeah.
exists, right? If there's two necessary things, right?
Okay.
First of all, that cannot happen
Why
because
can't it
only one necessary thing can exist because it has
show
to
that
be independent of everything else.
these two things are independent of everything else?
Give me an example.
Give you an example of two gods. That's a pretty tall order. People can't even really give an example of one.
Yeah. Give me one god. I'm gonna talk about it too.
No, that's not true. I can give a very definitive, plausible, and real explanation of my proposition of what is minimal God.
Yeah, but I'm
And
just
I
saying, can't
think
you?
everyone here has to agree with me. They won't have a choice.
Oh, what? That
You
Yeah.
might
it would be
argue whether
multiple.
you might. The only thing you could argue is whether or not you think that would be a God. You couldn't argue its existence for sure.
Okay, are
Oh,
you
I know
saying
what
that
you mean.
I
when
don't
he
know,
asked for an
Richard.
example, he's talking about like a hypothetical example?
No, the universe.
No,
Okay.
the
No,
the the
his
biblical set, the biblical seven spirit set, Yod He Vav He does exist, and everyone has to agree. You don't have a choice.
I disagree.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
he's
well, it was
right.
arbitrary disagreement. You're not going to have any argument for your disagreement. You're just going to have to state it, and it's meaningless. Technically, you
No,
win. You disagreed, but so what?
yeah,
Yeah, right? Exactly.
I got it. It's not that I didn't get the joke.
yeah. Richard has been. It's his seven. What is it? Seven
You're saying
rules.
it's late for you, or what are you
No,
saying?
I'm saying no, I'm saying you're right. That everyone would agree with your God. It's
Yeah.
whether you call it a God or not. That's
Yes.
the thing. Yeah, but by his definition of God, a God definitely does exist.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
No
want to hear
doubt.
this because this is what I've been doing for like the last year and a half: is arguing with atheists that there is a thing that they should call a god, but they just won't.
I know.
Okay. Um.
You got me.
Okay. So the first requirement that something be a minimal God is that it be the highest thing over our kind of animal, right? And that it be impactful and meaningful and help us in reality. Okay? And the set given in the Bible does exactly that. That it is overall one thing, one set, and that set is comprised of 7 parts with infinite repercussions. You'll see what I mean in just a minute. That those are wisdom, knowledge, counsel, understanding, fear, power, and conservation. Now let's just take the last one for as an example. Conservation. How about conservation of materials, conservation of life, conservation of happiness, conservation of technology, conservation of information, conservation of, I mean, I could just keep going on. And if I just went to just conservation of information, what's that mean? Preserving records, keeping good track of things, making redundant systems. Well, let's just go with redundant systems. What are redundant systems? Well, redundant systems in literature would be many copies of a book. In computers would be backup drives. There's no end to this. Okay? Now, does that concern me in real ways, and does it affect my real life? Yes, it does. Let's say I threw away all wisdom. I don't know who to talk to anymore. I don't know who to date anymore. I don't know what kind of job that would suit me. I'm useless. Or any of them. It doesn't even matter which one you throw away. Literally, all of us use them constantly. And in fact, I think our experience is us trying to figure out how and why they matter and how they should be best applied. Argue with that.
What's that? I think that can describe multiple things.
Like what?
I think you can describe mankind as a whole as that.
No, it is necessary to us. It is describing what we need.
Yeah, well, if
that's why it's God.
Exist.
That is why it's. But we do exist, so we can drop that part.
But that's why it's there. That's how you test to see if we're contingent on it.
When did I say that we are contingent on it?
So God
I said it's what we need.
Yeah.
We're not contingent upon it. We decide what it is by our very nature. What we are decides what it has to be.
I'm confused. So if we need it,
yeah,
that would mean if we removed it, we wouldn't have what we needed.
Right.
That
we'd be a mess. We would be just an absolute mess without these things.
Oh, okay. So it's okay. When you said need, my brain was still in. Well, need means contingent on.
Okay, let's say we threw away wisdom, right? Let's say we just threw that away. Without any wisdom whatsoever, I might assume that the best thing for me is to take everything in my immediate vicinity or anything that I see that I want at any cost. You think you can have a society based on that, or that nobody's going to kill me?
I think if you removed all wisdom, I don't think anyone would take any actions.
Let's go with it that way. You just sit in a corner and starve to death?
Yeah, I think wisdom is basically just applying yourself.
Right, but it doesn't. Well, wisdom is knowledge applied, in my opinion. But if you took away all wisdom, you didn't know how to apply any knowledge. It doesn't matter which way you go with it. You end up with human failure. You end up with the end of human.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's necessary to us.
Yeah, I would say.
So we need it, literally. And that's all those 7 things are like that.
Yeah. Without wisdom, you wouldn't even know how to apply one leg in front of the other leg.
See what I'm saying? Or how to form a sentence, or how to negotiate something.
Or even think about what a sentence is.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So these are the fundamental things that humans absolutely need as a group. And maybe even individually, even if you're by yourself, you'd still need I haven't thought about that part of it. Seems like off the cuff, it seems like you'd still need them. Anyway, that's what's being described is the thing that is over us, which is necessary, that we actually do need for what we are, which does not mean we're dependent upon it in the sense it created us, but we're dependent upon it for the continuance of us.
Here we got wisdom. Well, what were the other ones? Again.
Okay, knowledge. That's the next one. I'll do them one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay. Counsel.
As in, like, getting advice or talking through something? Like,
Yeah, even if it's internal dialogue coming to a decision, it's still counsel.
I would say that has some overlap with wisdom.
Yeah.
Oh, all of these are connected.
Yeah.
There's no part of them that isn't, but we are talking about a singular, intellectual being, a sentient, aware being. Of course, they're all connected. Okay. Go ahead.
I think, can we throw subconscious in there? In counsel?
Yes, subconscious is a big part of this, but it's not a fundamental. It's an aspect of us. It's not a fundamental, necessary, immaterial construct. It's not in the same category.
Okay.
I think induction is one of those things that's necessary for us to function.
No,
I mean,
I think
sure.
induction is one of the repercussions of these 7. Just like induction. What is induction? Induction is from evidence at hand what you should conclude. That's induction, right? Or that's deduction. Induction is from immaterial constructs at hand what should be thought, right?
No, so basically, what induction is that you're operating under the impression that the things that you observe that is consistently happening will always happen, right?
No,
And
no, no,
so-
no. That's not induction. That's uniformitarianism. You're using uniformitarianism as a basis for induction, but it's not the induction.
Well, this is why they have the problem with induction, because it can't justify itself. The only way you can justify it
Right.
is to use induction. So what I'm saying is that induction is just one of those things that we as humans use, even animals use it, right?
Yeah.
In order for us to operate. Now,
Sure.
the interesting part is that it's kind of morphed into our perceptions of how we think or perceive things work, right? And so we assume
Sure.
that because
So that was 2 categories: knowledge and understanding.
Yeah.
Which I
So
already
without
mentioned.
so induction, without induction being the base, you can't really even form those things.
Right.
Yeah. So
See,
that's
but
what
those
I
are
was
those are
wanted to add.
repercussions of knowledge and understanding. That's what you're talking about.
No, I'm saying knowledge and understanding is a repercussion of induction. Because
No.
if you can't, okay, take for example, if induction doesn't work for you, whenever you get hungry and your body's clearly telling you that you need to eat, right? You'll be like,
Wait.
maybe I don't need to eat.
Let's just look at what you just said.
Okay.
In your argument that induction is more fundamental than knowledge, you just said when your body is clearly telling. What do you mean telling? What's the telling?
The feeling. Of
Okay,
hunger.
what is that feeling? What is that feeling giving you? Does the feeling give you induction,
No.
or does the feeling give you knowledge?
I don't equate the feeling to knowledge. I think having the knowledge.
Okay, we'll call it
I think-
something else then.
Okay, so I think the knowledge is what you get after applying induction, right? Like if you feel hungry, you eat, and you realize that your hunger is no longer there. Okay, that's something, right? But then you start to feel hungry again. You eat, and then the hunger disappears
Wait. How'd
now
you get
you're-
from hunger to eat?
because you tried eating, right? Let's say you drank something right?
No, that's not going to work because that's going to be a regress all the way back to infancy and the prior generation, which is just another regress. So let's act as if you're the only human anywhere at all with no training.
Hmm. So
How'd you get from hunger to eat?
Okay, so you get the feeling of hunger. You don't know what it
Uh-huh.
is, right? And so what you try to do is that you try to quell that feeling, right? You pinch yourself, for example, that doesn't get rid of it. You try to sleep, that doesn't get rid of it. You try to drink water or something, that
Sort
doesn't
of
get
gets
rid of it.
but it comes right back.
Yeah, it comes right back, right? Your belly's full, but it comes right back. But then you saw something edible, right? That you think might be edible, right? You ate it. You're full.
That's not induction, man. You're collecting information through your eyeballs.
But that's what I'm saying, right? Induction is the basis in which we use to process all of that sensory data for us to basically survive and make decisions.
Okay,
right?
Did you just say process the input data?
Yes, sensory data.
Whatever input, yeah. Okay, so you're processing by what standard?
Well, the standard of induction.
It's
But
not a
Frank-
standard of induction, I'm telling you, man.
Wait,
Induction is a step down the road from here.
So, Batman,
Okay.
would it be fair to say that induction is a formalized version of this, and maybe you're more talking about sort of instinct?
Yes, but we had to get rid of instinct for the argument. There is no instinct.
I'm only using induction because we're dealing with humans who have the capacity to kind of make certain decisions, and that's not solely based on instinct. Like you, as a human, you can choose to not eat and starve yourself and die.
Let me do this for assembly real quick.
Okay, sorry.
Who wrote, induction is inducing information. First of all, you never use the word in the definition. So as soon as you wrote induction is inducing, you're no. You have to actually describe it, okay? Not that I think I should be holding and you thought this was a good definition. You just wrote some stuff, okay? But what induction is using like or same past experiential knowledge to judge a new thing. That's what induction is. So it takes prior knowledge. Otherwise, you just sit there and drink water all day because it makes your hunger go away. And guess what? You'll starve to death because you were flipping wrong.
Okay, so if you experienced something, right, and you've never experienced it before.
Right, that has happened to me.
Okay. Now, don't know what it is, right? And so
I remember that. Yeah.
I like.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about when I was.
Talking about.
I'm talking about when I was sentient and having a brand new experience that no one ever described to me very well, and I had to kind of go with it in the moment. And what I'm talking about actually is human sexual interactions. Like I was like, okay, this is a thing. All of a sudden, you know.
So you experienced this phenomenon, right? Now you don't have an explanation for it or anything like that. All right.
A damn poor one.
Or a poor one, right? But then that phenomena happened again. Now this time around, you experienced it again. Now this time you're able to, again, don't know what it is, right? But then you realize that it's happening every hour, right? And so for the next couple of days, you realize it's happening every hour. What will eventually happen is that you're going to start assuming that this event or this phenomena is going to take place every hour of every day, right? And you're forming
How'd you know that?
Because that's
Go on.
how you would.
Sorry.
Then and what causes us to do that is this innate thing, right? That I guess you can. Induction causes us to make these assumptions based on consistent experience of
You,
a particular phenomena. So now what I'm saying is, just real quick, if one day that phenomena stops taking place, right? Your guess what? Your induction no longer works. And so therefore, right, you're going to start questioning, okay, why did I even start assuming these things? Not that there's anything wrong with it, because it's just part of your nature. That's basically what I'm saying. And so therefore, right, with this specific tool called induction, it allows us to gather information and even to some extent do science, right, and come to conclusions. Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna be...
yes, but not without prior knowledge. Because you have nothing to judge it against. That's my point. It
Yeah,
has to start with prior experience and knowledge.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it's because of the induction, right, that you're able to even retain that and consider it
Yes,
to
it's
be knowledge.
wait. I'm not saying the induction is not a useful tool that we need. I'm saying
Oh
it's
no,
not as fundamental as knowledge.
I don't see.
Okay, hold on. I think they're both fundamental to knowledge, and here's why. They're both processes of gathering knowledge, and I think they're both integral. They just describe two opposite sides of the coin. When you're using inductive reasoning, that is the process by which you are gathering information from many sources. You are bringing things together. And when you flip to your deductive reasoning, that is when you start eliminating things and possibilities, right?
True.
I think we use both of them.
So from
Well,
my
yes,
understanding,
we use both of them, but the question is which one is more fundamental? And I am saying that in a truly innocent situation where you just have aware human being, adult, fully capable, okay, and to make this argument in either direction, it doesn't favor me, it doesn't help me, but we have to get rid of instinctual actions and ancestry, all ancestry.
See,
Okay.
that's where we're differing. I don't think that inductive is necessarily that, right? I don't think you have deductive reasoning without inductive reasoning, right? That's
but
how
nobody
you build
said
your
that.
brain.
yeah, Pixie, we're not saying that. So here's the problem that I'm having, Richard. As far as I understand, right?
I know what problem you're having. You're damn stubborn. You won't hear me. Go on.
So I understand knowledge as basically being justified true belief. That's how I understand it, right? You can have a belief and you
Define justified and define truth, because
I know.
I'm
well,
having trouble with that concept.
I'm not saying truth and knowledge. I'm not saying truth and knowledge is one and the same.
Wait, can I make a suggestion? Sorry, just real
Okay.
quick. There's a more fundamental version of knowledge, and that is awareness of knowledge by awareness.
Personal experience knowledge.
Yeah.
So how
Just,
can
prepositional knowledge is a subset of that, actually. So let's just go with that awareness of, because that's way more easily understandable.
Sure.
Okay, so if that's the case, right, then knowledge is more fundamental than induction, because you have to be aware. You have, if we go with that definition, because you have to be aware of whatever you're experiencing, right, in order to either deduce anything from it, right, or for your induction to kick in the first place.
Right. I'm gonna back up using your own example of hunger in a human being. Poof! There's a full-grown human. They don't know squat. There's no other humans around to learn from. They have this feeling in their gut. It's unpleasant. They don't know what it is. Through trial and error, they try punching, they try pinching, they try clearing their nose, picking their ear. They try jumping up and down. Eventually, they try some water. Water makes the sensation go away. Induction would lead you to believe that water is the answer to the hunger problem.
Actually, well, it would lead you to that point if you drink water again and it cures the hunger. If it doesn't cure the hunger, then you're
It
not
does,
using.
though.
Huh? No. Well,
Water
if it
cures
doesn't,
hunger.
if it doesn't cure the hunger the second time.
It would. It would every time.
Right, but then the point, both are adaptable, right? But no matter which side of the coin you're using, both are adaptable. So it may temporarily lead you to that point, but when you're becoming weaker and weaker, and you can't really.
Okay.
I mean, like there comes a point where you're like, all right, there has to be something else.
That
This is not
that
cutting
would
it.
result. But how did you get from I feel weak to my body's starving to death? How'd you get there? Because
You don't-
because
you
really
don't-
the only
you don't-
evidence you have experientially is that you're dying. The
You don't
natural
get there.
assumption would be I'm dying.
Right, but you don't get there. But you could think, okay, water made me feel a little better, but it's not doing everything. Perhaps there's something else I need to consume, right? You could still have that sort of reasoning. Like, okay, putting something in my body helped a little bit, but it's not helping all the way. Maybe there's something else I need to put in my body.
Let's go with that. Okay, so same way you found water, you find tree bark. Go ahead.
Or I could watch the animals and look at what animals are similar to me, and those are usually eating
you're
fruit
cheating.
and vegetation.
You're cheating. You're begging outside knowledge. You can't do that in this scenario.
Yeah, you're the only human. No other animals exist, so you can't depend on that.
Well, then I would probably start eating tree bark. Some of it's actually quite healthy. Many tribes have like tree bark soup. I'm
Hey,
sure
leave
I'd
the trees
survive.
alone.
I'd probably pull up some roots too, and roots and tree bark can be really healthy. Not very
That's it.
tasty, but it can be very healthy soup.
I'm never leaving you alone in my garden. But anyway.
I'm just saying, some tribes do it.
She'll destroy the whole thing.
So,
Wait, we're all running over David, and he's been quiet a long time. David, the floor is yours.
Yeah, sorry, is my microphone looking any better? I've restarted.
Hell no, it's not better, but we're giving you the floor. Use it.
I'm just saying that tree bark, you will get a painkiller anyway. Like,
Some.
what is it? Yeah. Paracetamol or whatever it is.
I'm just saying, David, Richard, if we use the definition that Serb suggested, then you are correct. I will concede that.
Okay, but anyway, all that was very, very fun. But all I'm saying, I can't even prove necessarily that these things are, in all cases, the most fundamental thing to what animal we are. I probably can't even prove that, okay? But I think they're reasonably fundamental, and they seem necessary to what we are. I am saying that.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I was being nitpicky. I'm sorry.
It was fun. What do you mean? Don't apologize. It was a blast. I mean, everybody got in on it. David.
Sorry, can I set the floor again? As my microphone is clearly not working very well, I'm going to leave. Thank you, Richard. You've been brilliant as always. Thank you, everyone on the panel.
Oh,
all right.
Well,
Take care.
Before you
David.
go, I have a request.
Later day.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, you were thinking about becoming a Christian. I want to request something of you. We don't have enough Mormons.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'll become a Mormon. Yeah, that would piss Bears off.
Hey, you know what? In Mormonism, even if they don't publicize it, if you have the finances, more than one wife. Right?
Nice.
Right?
I can't find one.
Also, unlike the Catholics, good, clean women. I'm just saying. It's not all bad.
I don't know about that. It depends on how fundamental you get. You know how many
Yeah, that's
people
true.
have been locked up for messing with their siblings and their cousins and their by force, and it's the women's fault for tempting the men. Shit
Oh.
Oh my
going on.
God, I didn't
Wow.
go that far, but yes, those things have happened.
Oh, can I make
Yeah.
a second
Yeah.
request? If you don't become a Mormon, could you just not tell anyone and then one day just accidentally have your magic underwear hanging out the top of your pants? Let people just like make the assumption.
Terrible. Okay, I have a real request. If you need a microphone, I'll send you one. If you need a set of earbuds, I'll send that to you. You know, because
You have a-
shipping the stuff that I already bought and don't use ain't hurting me very bad. And I'd love to have an in-depth conversation at like the metaphysic of where you presently are, where you'd like to go, and why.
That will be brilliant. I appreciate that a lot, Richard.
I
Yeah,
appreciate you, man.
it's the best of that. Thank you a lot.
And
Cheers.
I promise that if you show up on my show, I'm going to do exactly what Jill did to you. I'm going to try to diminish you every way possible. I'm going to talk about past mistakes you've made and why you're stupid. And I'm going to try to diminish you until you just buckle under the weight of it. Oh, I mean, I'm
Cheers.
not going to do that stuff.
Thanks a lot. I'll say less. Right. Thank you.
Wait, is that not how we convert people?
Well, that's how Christians like to convert people. It's just I don't follow that model. I want people to believe a thing because it's true and then keep it because it works and it benefits them.
The
I
hive
don't
mind
wanna
is true,
convert any-
and it works.
I don't want to convert or deconvert anybody, but I like
Yeah,
people
well-
who are questioning.
I guess it depends on your definition of religion whether or not I'm trying to convert anyone. I just want people to accept things that make sense in reality that benefit them.
Which is the hive mind, and you all should join it.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I'm gonna go smoke. You guys do whatever you want. I'm just like let Pixie run the room while I'm gone. Yeah.
Oh no. Okay, sure.
You're
That
good
means I
at
get
it.
to moderate and demand that all of you speak. So go for it. What is that?
This
What-
is how
what
I
is that?
feel sometimes. This is how I feel sometimes when Christians are trying to argue with Richard. It's very non-specific, but there's definitely something.
Something, huh? Hey, Sammy.
Did you like that? I was out the back going, and when he brings me on, I'm like, I would never flick Richard off, only when he asks me to.
There you go.
Yeah,
So
I
how
don't
have you
know.
pretty shady people's bid today?
Well, I feel like I've missed something quite major, and I wish he was here so I didn't feel like I'm talking behind his back. But
Do it.
Faisal really struggled with some simple logic today.
Oh, I don't know who that is, and I wasn't paying much attention. So, I
The Muslim
mean,
guy.
like I was, but I was distracted. So I still don't have any impression of that person.
I mean, okay, so
It was
this
a
is
little frustrating when Hillary, like, for example, tried to use an analogy of the two people turning the key. And all his brain could think was the analogy doesn't work because the order's coming from the president. I'm like, dude, that's not how, like,
Oh, you mean the guy that
or an
said?
analogy works.
You
In
mean
the example, there's no one else but the dude's turning the key. There's no president. It's not about where the decision's coming from. The whole point of the thing was if both people don't turn the fucking key, it's not happening. And he just
Right.
couldn't get that simple.
Is he the one that said something about your analogies confuse me more?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't get it. Makes no sense to me. I'm like, that's not really an argument, dude.
I mean, so the thing is that from his perspective, right? Intuitively, it doesn't make sense. right? You can make a logical argument, for example, right, and it could be logically sound. It doesn't necessarily make sense to you, right? I think his problem was that, again, it's his idea not realizing that the problem that Serb is presenting is the same problem that he's running into. The same thing Serb was doing was essentially the same thing he was doing. And to be fair, right, clear Serb deliberately didn't expound on it, and he didn't expound on it for the same reason, you know, the gentleman Faisal didn't expand. It didn't really expand on, you know, you know, based on the properties that he presented of God, why everything comes from God, right? But existence has to exist in order for God to exist. So, you know, what's more fundamental, God or existence, right? And so, from my understanding of the conversation, there wasn't anything that would Faisal didn't say anything at the beginning suggesting that God and existence is one and the same.
Yeah, I was running off the assumption that he wasn't a pantheist.
Yeah, he's Muslim.
Right. That might be unfair because maybe you could be a Muslim pantheist somehow.
Maybe.
I have a very contrarian view towards people indicating that the idea that something can't come from nothing indicates God, right? I actually think the opposite. I think if you take that stance, you are the person who believes that something comes from nothing.
Correct.
Because I don't believe in a state of nothing, but you believe, but they would believe that nothing created their God, nothing was before their God. So they would believe their God came from nothing, was birthed by nothing, was bound by nothing. Like that's not a me philosophy. That's a you philosophy. I don't know why they project.
Yeah, I mean it depends on the theist. Again, it's the whole idea of, you know, going into the conversation, you know, asking, okay, what is more fundamental, and doesn't even, you know, how do you know that what you're experiencing or what you're claiming is actually the case? Because just because you're saying one singular entity can do all of these things, what's to say that five could do it if
It's
they
not
all
even
have the
that.
same property?
It's not even that, right? It's the idea that this eternal thing existed, right? Meaning it was always there. Meaning it came from nothing, was created by nothing, was birthed by nothing. It just existed from nothing. I don't even believe in a state of nothing. So,
I mean, that's
right. So
different.
the idea that nothing can, or something can't come from nothing, therefore God, seems like counterintuitive, like self-defacing almost.
And
So
God doesn't
just
answer it either for me. It just adds more questions, like because God still has to bring something from nothing. So there's no man then man.
No, God is something from nothing.
Unless God's like using a little bit of himself, or do you know what I
Well,
mean?
even if he's not before that, God is something from nothing. Nothing made God. Nothing created God. Nothing existed before God. God is something from nothing. So I think their argument is more a projection than a statement of the opposition.
Well, okay, so let's break it down then, right? If a theist says that God is past eternal, therefore nothing created God, right? That's not him saying, you know, God comes from nothing. What he's basically saying is that being past eternal means, or uncreated, you always existed. And so therefore nothing is not
No,
even a thing.
but they do believe that because they think that, okay, because if you take the argument that life can't come from non-life and a mind can't come from a non-mind, right? Because that's the basis of that statement. But if I take that as we have a mind because it came from a mind, or we have life because it came from life, then it still hits a wall. It
Yeah.
hits a wall because what gave God life? Why does God have mind? It didn't come from a non-mind. It didn't come from non-life. So where did he get it? Therefore, God doesn't answer anything. It just passes the buck at the very least. And at the very most, it's projection of their beliefs and not mine, because I don't believe in a state of nothing.
I mean, sure, and a theist can, if a theist makes a claim that, God is past eternal, right? That's not him necessarily saying, you know, God was at some point become conscious, right, or has a mind. It could be another way of him saying has God always has a mind,
It
but he
doesn't
didn't
matter.
develop
The
the mind.
simple fact that God lives. If life can't come from non-life, the simple fact that he is should be questionable. Because if he is life, where did that life come from? Where? It can't come from non-life. You said they're the ones who say it can't just be, it can't evolve. It's not something that is. It's something that's handed. Well, if it's something that's handed, who handed it to him?
Wait, what?
God is alive, right? He's a being. He's living. He's conscious, right?
Okay.
So the argument is life cannot come from non-life. Life comes from life, right? So therefore, God, we have life because a living thing gave us life. So if life can't come from non-life, then where did God's life come from?
Oh, I see what. Okay, I see what you're saying now, right? Um, so to be fair, right, I'm pretty sure most theists, whenever they address that particular topic, right, they're addressing it in regards to whatever that's happening in the universe,
Yeah,
not necessarily all of existence.
but I
But
just think it's
no,
shifting the goalpost.
I mean, I mean, sure, but I'm just saying, I understand the line of reasoning that you're taking it. But the issue that you run into is that they hold a position that the universe
Doesn't make
came
sense.
into existence. Now, to me, that statement doesn't necessarily make sense. What I would say is that the universe comes from God, because that's suggesting that um, you know there was, when they say God created the universe from nothing, right? That doesn't make any sense, because nothing is not a thing if God is self,
I
basically.
guess maybe that's where
And
we fundamentally disagree. Is I don't necessarily think the universe came into existence.
no, that's
See,
what I'm saying.
I think it has evolved much like all life has and all systems have. It is not what it once was, but I don't think that means it came into existence. That seems rather ridiculous to me. Where did it come from?
I mean, that's a question, right? If that's the case.
That's
But
what I'm
right,
saying. Then they say therefore God, because life can't come from non-life. Well, if that's true, then God's life, God's consciousness, God's being can't come from something that was not being.
so would you
They
say
can't
that
just
the
shift the
universe is
goalpost.
alive?
and
I'm
Faisal's
just
answer to that made no sense to me whatsoever. It was um, that God is the existence. Because Serve's point was you need existence for God to exist. So or- God is contingent on
on
existence.
existence.
Oh,
Yeah.
No,
He's
not
like
necessarily.
he
Well,
was
God,
saying God had his own existence.
God is the existence, and
you
he
can't
doesn't
No,
equate the
he's
realize
saying.
two.
he's not addressed the problem in any way, shape, or form by saying that.
Well, actually, he's diminished God by saying that, because if God is existence and existence alone, then God has no mind, no will, no anything. It is just
Well, no,
a
no,
state of being.
you
That's
can
the,
add additional properties to the existence.
Not if you're
yeah.
equivocating it to existence.
Right,
If
but
you
he
say God
didn't.
I
is
thought that was what
existence,
Kerber
then you're
said.
equivocating them. Like A is
Look,
A. So that's
try to
limiting
imagine
God.
this. Hold on, try to imagine this. Let's say you were the pixie. You were the only thing at all. Uh, in some infinitely close way, the outside of your skin is the outside of existence, right? And let's say you are holding your body in a fetal position, but then you straighten your body out and extended one arm. You just literally extended existence.
I
You're all wrong. Batman is God.
Because it still, existence can still be without God, but God can't be without existence.
Right.
Correct.
But no one here tonight ever said that God is out of existence.
No, Faisal said God is existence.
At one point before there was physical reality as we understand it, there was God and God alone, and God was the existence, was God.
No, see, I don't agree with that, because I would say that if I alone existed, then I am the only existing thing. I would not say that I am existence.
Is there anything else?
That would be, then if I was existence, if to equivocate myself to existence would mean that I would have, like, in my opinion, right, existence is nothing more than a state of being. So to equivocate myself to a state of being would mean that I could not have consciousness, awareness, or intent, or even the realization that I am the only living thing, right? Like, that has nothing to do with existence.
You're making
so
a
me
huge
being
leap.
there is dependent on existence even being possible.
It might be better for Herb to go over this again, because he said that existence is like I'm going to paraphrase, it's like a container, and that just the mere fact of its existence is the first necessary state.
Mm-hmm.
And then any additional properties you add to it, you're enhancing or refining that existence.
Yeah. And the properties are just whatever's in it.
Yeah.
Right, but if existence isn't there, then adding on to it is not possible. You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, if existence isn't there,
So,
there's nothing.
I can say I am a being that exists, but I wouldn't say I am existence. That's a strange thing to say.
See, am I correct that what's happening here is that some of us are saying that existence, or all that exists, is existence itself, and I think that's where we disagree, because I do not agree with that idea.
Wait, what do you think is real and out of existence?
Thoughts exist.
That's
Imaginary
like
concepts
your
exist.
little toe is Richard Madsen.
Wait,
No, it's
dreams
not.
exist. Dreams exist. Concepts exist. Ideas exist. Lots of things exist that are not real.
Yeah.
Existing is just a state of being.
Okay, so you guys are giving two different answers.
Get rid of everything that exists currently, right? And get one single new thing that currently doesn't exist.
But I was going to say, you can
Then
look at
that
it both
new
ways.
thing would be all of existence.
Yeah, but previously it was all the other stuff. So
But you got rid of
is
it.
It can't be
It's
both.
not which, you got rid of it.
So it's not immutable then. It can change. Existence
Yes.
have different.
Yes, existence does change.
No, see, that's where I disagree. I don't think
Yes,
existence
why?
changes. I think things that exist change.
Can change.
I don't think existence changes. Existence is
Wait,
just
is
the
existence
state of
made
being.
of is existence made of things that exist, and do they change?
Existence
No.
just means something. It just means something is in a state of being.
Yeah.
The-
Well,
An idea
Yes, what
has
is
been
that state
had.
of being?
An idea has been had. The
That's
keyboard
fine.
sits in front of me. It's a
That's
state
fine.
of being.
Yes,
What-
it's state of being. What do you mean by being?
Pixie is using the predicate form of the word. Pixie, we're talking about a proper noun when we say existence and the otherwise.
But this is our issue. Like, is it a proper noun? Can it be a proper noun?
Wait,
Or have
wait.
you
Let's
decided that there's the idea of existence, and then you're saying the things that exist are existence, and they are two different ideas that we're having.
Why is it two different ideas?
Well,
Because
because
one's
it's like Serb's chart.
conceptual,
It's like Serb's chart, right? Now,
one's the
I
idea
don't
of
hold on.
things, the
I
other
don't
is the
disagree.
things.
I don't
Wait,
disagree.
you guys are
with
talking over each other.
Yeah.
Nobody understands anything.
I don't disagree. It's like Serb's chart. I don't disagree with the sentiment that God exists. It's where we would put him in existence, right? Is he a real physical thing? Is he a made-up concept? Both of these things exist.
That doesn't
Both of
matter.
these things have a state of being, right? So to me, that's what does it have a state of being? That's what.
Wait. Why are you separating the immaterial from the material in your existence? Why?
No, I'm saying they're both in existence.
Yeah,
Yes.
one's above the line and the other's below the line. They're both on his chart.
Right. Because they're both a state of being. But just because I agree that a concept is in existence doesn't mean I think it's like the idea of, like, I don't know how you would say something in existence is existence. The two don't equivocate to me.
It's
all of things in existence are the existence.
Are the existence. I don't understand. Like,
Yeah, what the concept you're describing is on the chart as non-physical existence. Any construct, idea, thing like that.
But yes, but that's what I'm saying, because all of these describe a state of being. Is it a physical state of being? Is it a non-physical state of being? Can it exist in both states of being?
Okay,
These are all states of being.
what do you mean when you say state of?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Please. It doesn't matter if something is material or immaterial. If we can even have the concept of it, it does, in fact, in our minds, exist and is in the existence.
Right. But you see how this is all labeled as states of being, physical, non-physical, both. I don't understand how you take that and equivocate it with a. Never mind.
Let me do it the other way. Tell me something that doesn't exist, and tell me where it is.
An idea that hasn't been thought of yet and buried somewhere.
Okay, now where
in
is
somebody's
that
mind.
idea that has not been thought of yet?
I don't know. It's buried somewhere in somebody's mind.
No. You said it has not been thought of yet.
Yeah, it's buried somewhere in some future mind, in some mind that exists and hasn't thought of it yet. I don't know. It exists somewhere.
Okay, so now you're talking about future existences or possible worlds.
I guess
which is
it
fine.
can exist. I'll put it that way. It can exist. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's fine. It can exist, and we could even say it will exist. That's fine too.
So, can I ask a question? Is it
another one?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it simply could it be solved if you say instead of existence, you say all of existence?
That's the same thing. It's like saying capital T truth.
It isn't.
No, it's not, because all of existence
is
is
having this issue.
Because here's my thing with
Is
that.
that
Because
it?
all of existence, because if you equivocate the two, in my opinion, like it muddies the waters, and here's why. If you equivocate existence with all of existence, you're almost arguing, right, that God isn't possible without everything present being here already, which forgoes the idea that God can be a creator to begin with, because then you make him dependent on everything that is currently existing, and that doesn't make any sense. If you're making him dependent on a state of being, that seems a more logical argument, in my opinion.
And you wind up with pantheism.
Well, here, where is the state of being?
It's all, I told you, it's all in your chart. If it's physical, it's in a physical state of being. It's in physical existence. If it's a non-physical, it's in a non-physical state of being. It's in non-physical existence. These are describing states of being.
Yeah, because there are multiple ways of being in existence.
I agree with that, but that is still a state. It's multiple states of being. But to equivocate it with all being seems counterintuitive to the argument, because you're muddying the waters. You're saying that this thing that they say created everything is dependent on everything being there in the first place,
Oh, no,
rather than just the state
Wait.
of being possible in the first place.
Let me just point out what I think happened. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. 420 and Pixie did not already assume that when someone said existence, they already meant all of the existence. And the other 4 people thought they already meant that.
I think you're onto something there, Richard.
Yeah, see, that's why I have a little creation token here, because that would be what God creates, right? And you can talk about a time before there's creation, and then you're just talking about where God is before He creates anything.
But not if you're equivocating him to existence, and existence is everything that exists now, right? Not if you're equivocating
So
those two
if you're
things.
saying God is up here and God is the same thing,
If it's a state of being, and you're saying that without existence being possible, without a state of being possible, God could not exist because a state of being would not be possible, then that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're disagreeing with us.
So
'cause you
with
seem to
your
be
little
agreeing
God,
Put your God there.
with your little God heart there, right?
Yeah.
Am I
God heart.
wrong in thinking that what you're essentially saying is that God is in all of those states and is all the states? Or are you saying that
Wait, are you talking about Richard?
well,
Definitely not.
That's what that.
whoever's disagreeing with me and Pixie? Because
I mean, I already described what I think God is, and it has nothing to do with creation.
no, that's creation's not in the equation yet. Just God and existence. But God is existence, right?
Is He?
I don't know. I think that's where I'm getting stuck. So I just guess I
Okay,
need
so
to clarify.
so on the chart, God being existence would be this, which would make God the monad, which is like the singular thing, or the Mariological sum, which is the sum of all things, or reality.
Which is the argument I can't get behind. But if
Which
you want
is
to
why
not in
I
there
think
in
that
one state, then I could probably get behind that. But we're quickly heading towards.
But that's fine. But I mean, people put God wherever He wants to. You could say He's non-physical. That's the state He's
Yeah,
in.
that's where I put him right there.
well, but that's all I was saying to begin with. For a theist, and I don't mean like a pantheist or something like that. For a monotheist.
Monotheist? Yeah.
Yeah, for a monotheist, equivocating God with existence is detrimental to their own belief system. That's all I was saying. Like, I don't
Usually,
understand why you would do that. That was my point at the very beginning of this. For a theist to equivocate God with existence is not logical, in my opinion.
Yeah, most mainstream theists would not put God up here. That would be like heresy.
That's all I was saying. When he said that the person he was speaking of said God is existence, I was saying I think that shoots himself in the foot.
Yeah, that's how this sort of started, was with what Faisal was saying in argument to you, sir, was he's saying, no, you're strawmanning my idea of God, because to me, God is the existence.
Did you say that? I thought you said his God had his own existence.
No, God is all of existence. It's all contingent on Him and all part of Him, was his argument.
Okay, well then he argued.
And that's what me and Pixie. So I guess we were arguing someone that's not here. Him and all part of Him, was his argument.
Well, someone's watching.
Okay, well then he argued.
Just a second. Just everyone be quiet, please. Allah, turn off YouTube.
Okay, well then he
Allah Momad, please turn off your YouTube.
Okay, turn it off.
Thank you. Keep going, guys.
I'm at work, so I can't hear film very long. Just because you are not paying attention to chat, I think. Just open the 90 names of God, so you will know what God is according to Muslims. I think it will solve this whole debate who created the existence and everything. Just read the 90 names of God. I think it will solve this debate. And thank
Okay.
you all. Bye.
Thank you. I did read your comment, his comment. I don't know if he's still here. I did read that comment. I did consider it seriously as a suggestion. I did not start reading the 99 names of God because that is not the actual topic. Because those are descriptors. We're talking about the theory itself.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I would say if he did say that to him God is existence, then he's probably arguing against Islam. I've never heard of a pantheist Islamist.
That's what I was saying.
No, so hold on. Can I just speak real quick? So Serb is right in that what he's saying is that God's existence, right, is not contingent on anything. It's only contingent on His existence. So God is independent of existence. Now, when Serb pulled up the chart, right, and I pointed out that existence need to be a thing, right, in order for God to exist, as in existence is more fundamental than God. That's when he changed what he was saying, and he was saying that God is even more fundamental than existence. And then Serb started to point out the contradictions that or whatever.
Yeah, I
with
started
his faith.
showing this, which is where you get rid of existence and then go, where's he
Yeah.
at then?
He actually, Hillary's got a comment in the private chat if everyone wants to have a look at it. It's not a private comment, but it explains my issue, or it helps me bring up my issue that I'm having, right? Existence is the state of all possible elements, forces, properties, and objects. That implies to me that anything exists, anything that is in existence is in the state of all possible elements, forces, properties, and objects, and that's nonsense.
No, I think that's actually literally a composition fallacy. You're taking a part and trying to apply it to the whole. Right.
Yeah, but look at the.
No, that's what I'm getting from what's written,
Well,
from
look
how
at the-
and also how people are saying it.
But look at the second one, right? Existence is the ability of an entity to interact with reality, right? So that's what I'm saying. If there's no reality to interact with, if there's no possibility for that, right? If that state of being does not exist, then
Correct. God does not
how
exist. What creates?
then how is a being possible? It seems
So,
counterintuitive for atheists to argue
continuing-
that, and that's all I was trying to say to begin with. I didn't mean to cause this mess.
You're
And
fine.
you're right, Pixie. I agree with you.
And so existence is contingent on reality?
No, in this chart, existence is reality. They're
Is reality,
interchangeable terms.
Oh, but then how can you use
No,
this-
the ability to interact with reality. For example,
Yeah.
for
I wouldn't-
example, like a script or a movie, it's not real, but it has the potential to interact with reality, right? Even the act of writing down one's thoughts, right? So I wouldn't say it has to be material in order to interact with reality. It just has to be able to interact with reality.
Yeah, that's why you got non-physical here. And
But
special.
if existence and reality are interchangeable, then that means this definition is nonsense, because existence is the ability of an entity to interact with existence.
No. There's two different versions of the word being used. There's existence,
Yeah.
the proper noun, and then there's existence, the predicate of an object.
Good
Existence
grammar,
as a proper noun. A blade of grass has existence. The story Harry Potter has existence. Neither one of these things are able to purposefully, consciously interact with reality.
And
The
none
writer-
of these things are existence.
It
No,
does
they aren't.
interact with reality in the way that actors act it out, and it hits the screen and people watch it. In the same way that the blade of grass, like,
Absorbs
touches your
sunlight.
feet when you walk across it.
What
Like,
I said
it's an
was Harry
experience.
Potter can't interact with reality. I didn't say that
Oh,
actors
okay, yeah,
couldn't
okay, I got
or
you.
the writer doesn't.
I
Or
got
the
you.
play or the movie. That all does. But Harry Potter itself does not. It's only an idea.
Yeah, and
Correct.
Sammy, when you say is existence, add in part of. Is part of
Yes.
existence.
But that's my issue. No one's saying that. You're saying that you're talking as though it's all of it.
But
And that's
existence.
why
There are two
earlier on I
definitions.
tried to add in that little qualifier that if you say all of existence or part of existence, for me, all the issues fall away. And I don't know if that's just semantics, but
It's a valid point. And yes, you've got a super picky specific brain, and that's fine.
Okay,
so it is
definitionally,
picky. I
if God is existence, that's pantheism. If God interacts with existence, that's panentheism. And then we've got all these other options here. You can just pick wherever you want. I put God right where it is right now.
Which
Non-physical
is
existence.
non-physical.
Yep.
Yeah, apparently so do I, because I think it's a set of immaterial constructs.
Yep.
I put him in the same place Jill puts his God.
Non-existence.
So over here,
Yeah.
Over there in the
Exactly.
nothing.
I have a special thing for Jill's God. There it is.
Part of nothing. Jill's
Hey, something
That's
me and
amazing.
Jill agree on.
Where
Yep.
does Bob fall into?
By the way, I agree with him. His God doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Oh, yeah.
I love the rainbow colors, can I just say?
Yeah.
Just to piss him off.
It did. It really triggered him. He didn't care
Did it?
about that his God didn't exist. He was triggered about the rainbow.
You're not joking, are you?
No.
No.
Not at
Oh,
all.
wow, that's sad. You know, it
Isn't
really is, for a lot of theists, it really is all about how they feel. It's not about logic, reasoning, rationality, what does and doesn't make sense, what does and doesn't benefit you or anyone else. It's just about how they feel about it, and that's it. It's
Well-
so damn shallow.
Well, that's because I think a lot of people, you know, how I say I've never seen God talking to man. I've only ever seen man building God. Part of the reason for that, and part of the reason I say if you want to know a person's moral compass, ask them about their God, is because the majority of people, not all of them, but the majority of theists, in one way or another, will use their God to justify themselves.
I've said it before, but I mean, I agree with you so much that I think it's actually worse than even what you're saying. If you can go to different churches till you find the right one telling the truth, it just means it agrees with your present biases already. That's all that means, okay? So, when they read the text, when they listen to a preacher that they think is telling the truth, it's just self-confirmation. It's literally nothing else, which is why I include that part of a good definition of a fulfilled prayer, or actually, a religious experience, would have to involve you being completely flippin' wrong and not liking it. Because otherwise, what the hell are you even talking about? You're talking about church shopping. And like you said, creating your own God. That's what you're doing there.
Yeah.
Would you say, do you see creating and perceiving as the same thing? In this
Well, it
context?
depends. Okay, I think some things are prescriptive and some things are descriptive. I'll give short, easy, stupid examples, not to insult anyone's intelligence on both of those cases. You are now man and wife. That's prescriptive. Okay? Descriptive. I had to have the authority socially to say you are now man and wife. That was assigned by society and blah, 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 blah. I'm only describing the reality. Fair?
What was the question?
No, I don't. So let me see if I can kind of reword this differently, right? So if
Oh,
if you
creativity.
Everybody's waiting on you, Batman.
oh I'm sorry. So okay, so if you let's grant that someone has a religious experience,
Yep.
right? Whatever that might be. Right? Now that experience is what they perceive, and let's say it's let's say they don't know exactly what it is, but it is so fundamentally different and either supernatural or ultra natural, whatever, right? They decide to say, hey, this is from a god, right? So with that example, would you say is someone merely describing, um, is someone making up a god in that circumstance, or is it a situation where they're just describing an event that they think that is coming from a god?
That they're
Not
perceiving.
enough information to decide.
Well, hence beliefs, but I'm just essentially what I'm asking.
No, you literally didn't give me enough information. Like I would ask a question in a case when someone makes a claim like that. I do ask these questions. One question I think is necessary is, what did you gain you could not have known internally before? Because you could just be like self-affirming something.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Is self-affirming the phenomena that you experienced with prior knowledge, right? Are you creating a god, or are you verifying the
Again,
existence
I
of a
don't
god?
know. Are they falsifying it, or are they trying to prove it right and exercising their own biases?
What if it's an event that cannot be repeated, or well, yes.
Repeatability is not part of every science.
I mean, I know that, but how can you falsify if you don't no longer have access to
What do you mean they forgot? Are we talking about Nebuchadnezzar?
it? When I say they no longer have access to it, I'm just saying the event already happened, right? The only thing they have is their memory of the event, their experience, right?
Right.
So what I'm saying is using that, right? If they decide to ascribe what they experience to a god, are they confirming a god, right? Or if they didn't have an idea of a god, right, or belief in a god, and they decide that, okay, with this, my experience, I think it's from a god, are they creating a god?
It could be either one. Again, I don't have enough information. I need to know some stuff here.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know what else that could be added to it.
Well, give me the details of it. Like I have specific questions. What is it that they gained that they absolutely could not have experienced in any way? Is that falsifiable in reality? And why is it valuable if it is falsified or proven to be true? If it's unfalsifiable, it's falsifiable. What's the right way to say that, Sammy?
Falsifiable.
Okay, if it's falsifiable but holds true, what's that word? Verified. It has to be verified. Okay, I'll use that word. It has to be falsifiable and has to be verified, right? And it has to have some benefit. It has to be informationally significant in some. I don't care how small, but it has to be significant in some way. It can't be absolutely meaningless. And the reason I say all that is, why the hell would a God tell you something useless that ain't true? And if you just like are reviewing stuff in your mind that you already know, then it's just you talking to yourself. It doesn't
So-
prove anything.
Here's another way to put Odine's question. Now that you've established that, do you believe that that is what the majority of God-believing humans are doing?
Which one?
The honest one, where they're trying
Oh,
to...
hell no.
That's what I think Batman's getting at. So because not Richard, because you're the outlier. You are trying to, falsify and look at things. But what Batman's saying is, do you think people, not you, people are creating gods when they have these experiences? Or do you think they're actually perceiving? Is it the same thing? What they're perceiving, they're just creating.
I think overall, most experiences are internalization and bias confirmation within the person. And I can say that because they didn't learn anything, it wasn't significant, it doesn't affect reality in any way, and it's usually not even falsifiable. It definitely doesn't have any predictive power. And that's why we say things are true, is because they have those metrics.
So you're saying that the only way to determine if someone's experience is true is that experiencing having predictive power, and
No,
being able
make
to
a claim. I'll just show you. Make a claim.
Wait, before you do, I'm gonna head out, guys. Later days, pretty shiny people.
Thanks for
Thank
coming
you,
by.
Richard,
All right.
peace and respect, all that good stuff.
come back again. We'll behave
Here you
next time.
go. Batman is the real God.
There you go.
Just so you know. As a side comment, just kind of ham-handedly, it's just a fact. Okay, make a claim you know isn't true.
Batman is the real God. Sorry.
Jupiter is smaller than Earth.
Okay, Jupiter is smaller than Earth. I think can be torn apart pretty easily.
Ugh. Okay.
So maybe you do something a little bit more difficult than that.
Shit, Serb, help me out here. I can't come up with anything right now.
I was making a meme. I was making a meme. Fill me in. Tag me in.
Reality
make
came into existence 5 minutes ago.
Ooh, great one.
What was it? You were a bit quiet, Hillary.
Reality came into existence 5 minutes ago.
There, thank you.
Good claim.
Good one. Good one. Okay. So, for obvious reasons, and yeah, that's kind of a shoe-in in solipsism, right? So we all already know that I can't absolutely disprove this using the same process I just described, or else it wouldn't be the hard problem of solipsism, or I'd be the smartest human that ever lived. So, granting all that, we can say what's the best thing, what's the most reasonable thing for us to believe right now in cases like this, and what is that? Well, Sammy knows of books that Sammy didn't even write, and I don't know they exist. Like, I could list down every book I know of, right? Every book I've ever even heard of, I didn't even have to read it, and Sammy could too, and the lists wouldn't match, okay? And then if we went and looked in reality to see if the books do exist, as long as we're accurate, they actually do exist, then those books that Sammy knows of, that I don't know of, do exist without me knowing it. I have no information on it at all except for theoretical, and that's the best you're going to get against something like solipsism.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, okay, so should I put this?
So we could say something like, there are facts of history that Richard is unaware of that are older than 5 minutes. and that's
Yeah.
about the best you can do, Hillary's.
Okay, so when it comes to, the only issue I have is the repeatability part of it. Like I think that we can, how should I put this? We can test, can, I wouldn't say test. I think we can experience things, right? And gather data from that experience, right? And come to certain conclusions from that, right? Um, from that one thing that we experience. Now we can use that data obviously to maybe track other phenomena that could give, um, that could be the same thing that's in line with the first experience, right? But there are just certain things that obviously we can't test because we don't have access to it, right? But we can make an inference to the best explanation with the evidence that we have. See what I'm saying? So where this ties in is that I think what happened is that people in somewhat intuitively, right? They'll look at an experience, right, and they'll parse it in their brain and go to the best explanation they have with the knowledge that they possess. Now, my question is, if someone does that, right, if they attribute that to a deity, are they creating a deity when they do that?
I want someone besides me to answer. I've had too much time on the floor.
Okay. Do I question? Is that a question for me or Richard?
Oh, I was going to address that sometime, but if nobody else wants to answer, I will.
Go ahead.
Where the hell did Hillary's? No?
No.
Okay.
I question
I put
God.
it. I put it out of my head. Now I need it repeated. Can you summate? Batman. You never know when someone's asking you a question, do you?
Oh, I'm so confused. Are we talking about the highlighted question down at the
Just say
bottom?
the same thing again and short and succinct as possible, please. Batman.
Okay. 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 So when people experience um, unnatural phenomena in quotes, right? They typically infer that it has something to do with a god, or deity, something that's not human,
Sometimes yes.
right? Now, when they do that, is it a situation that they are creating a god or merely ascribing what they see
Well,
or
it's a true
experience to
dichotomy.
another
It's
god?
obviously one of those,
Yeah,
but
but I'm
I
asking
think
you which
I think
one.
typically a person is inventing their own god. And if they weren't inventing it, it would have certain aspects like knowledge you ain't got. Because
So
I understand Sammy has knowledge I ain't got. That's why I think he's not me.
okay. So basically, as long as okay, so I'm gonna go to the core of it then, because our minds describe reality through our sensory data or whatever, right? Whatever we experience, if you describe it to a god, we're basically creating a god. We're all doing that whenever we
Well,
go through
yes.
that process. Okay,
Yes, and the
I'll
only
take that.
evidence you'd have to the contrary is if something were outside of your experience, having knowledge you don't have, relating that to you, which is why you think you have a mom.
I like Richard's example of being told which way to go and which way to turn in the city that he wasn't familiar with, and acquiring knowledge that way through special revelation.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but
I mean, all of those experiences that I talk about, and by the way, there's been none that weren't falsifiable.
Mhm.
And so I've never had one that was within my knowledge range, because then I just have it and I use it. I never asked God, hey, how do I tie my shoes? I
Right.
already know that. You know, what's the point? But instead, it's all been information from outside of my possible experience, which was falsifiable in reality and verified every single time. That's what it's been.
Damn, I just killed one.
So
And I mean, thousands of these occurrences. You would not want me to recite all of it to you. You would not want that.
So would you say if we were to let's say explain the one occurrence of a supernatural event that you experienced, right? If there was an explanation.
Okay,
given
let's
to you,
just
would
say
that-
event. Let's not say supernatural event. I don't think such
Okay.
things happen.
Okay, fair enough. I don't either. If an event was explained to you that is paranatural, is that a good word?
Yeah, that's good.
No, everything that exists
Paranatural.
is what. It's right back to existence. If it exists, it's natural. I don't care what it is.
Okay. So if I'm only categorizing it for this reason, just humor me. If someone were to, if an explanation were to be given to you as to how it happened or what took place, does that mean it should not be ascribed to the actions?
Can you act
of a
like
deity?
you like your microphone a little bit more?
It's 6 o'clock.
Is that better?
Yes, I've got your volume at 200%, and it
Ooh.
fades in and out. I really need you to like pay better attention where your microphone's located and be closer to it, please.
It's almost down my throat. Pun intended.
Good. Keep it right there where it is.
Okay. Don't be surprised if I choke. Okay, so let me see if I can repeat what I was saying. So if the experience is explained to you, right? Would that mean that it is not an experience that justifies the belief in something higher than yourself, God?
Okay, I've never denied that some person had an experience. What I want to know, is it an experience that they generated or someone else did?
You generated.
You're asking me if a person who generates their own experience is biased?
No, I'm asking if someone okay, let's just use typical words here. If someone experiences what we would typically describe as a supernatural event, right?
Okay.
And let's say a bunch of scientists come in and they explain it, right? And say, okay, this is what happened. Does it mean that it's no longer a supernatural event because it's now explained? Does it mean God didn't do it, basically?
Oh, crap. Is that what this is?
Okay, I was discussing this with Mark Reed the other night on Gross Channel, and that's exactly how I described paranormal, is that which is natural but not currently explainable.
Yeah, I just think you're talking about unfinished science.
Yeah.
That's all.
No, I said it's been explained. But
okay, then you're talking about recently explained science.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all.
But so it wouldn't because an explanation was given, right?
Well, we assumed that the explanation is the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
So basically, does that mean that it could not be an act from God or a supernatural?
Okay, so these things are very difficult, and I think I understand why you would even bother to ask. because I know you're bright, so you wouldn't like taking the dumb approach. Okay, so it's true that all of our experience crap. Don't you hate it when you get derailed, especially if you do it yourself?
Richard began by saying that he doesn't believe in the supernatural. He thinks everything is natural. So whether he can
Right.
currently explain it or not, it's going to be natural.
Right. I presume reality, if that seems fair.
Yep.
And I think science is not finished. I think science will become finished at some point. I don't know what that point is, but it's got to be finite because there's finite universe somewhere, somehow. Okay? So there's finite things to explain. So, I know what I was going to get at. When supernatural becomes a better explanation than the current explanation, which, by the way, in my view, is impossible, then supernatural becomes the better explanation, and I'm going to accept that. All right? So let's say we took as an example like a James Randi experiment, something like that. And the guy says, I can move pages in a phone book using only my mind. Right? And they watch him do it. And a few people watch him do it and they go, I think he's using his breath. So what they do is they take styrofoam packing material, the really light, the peanuts, those, and they put them everywhere around the phone book. The man immediately fails to be able to do it, where he did it pretty accurately before. Okay? But this is because he's avoiding even trying because he knows he can't move a page with his wind without moving some of the peanuts as well. And then what's he going to say? Oh, I don't have control over my own brain and I accidentally moved them? So he didn't even try, and that really happened. Okay? So if I use that as an example of what you're talking about, then I could say something like the best explanation for what that gentleman was doing and what other people was experiencing was he's holding his mouth in a non-pursed way so he doesn't look like he's blowing, but he's still just blowing air out of his lungs. And that's the best explanation at the time by all the evidence we have.
Okay.
Can I prove? Did James Randi prove that man never moved a page of a book with his mind? James Randi did not prove that.
But if they blew in a smoke machine and the particles were floating and we saw the eddies of the current of the guy blowing, then that would be pretty solid evidence.
Why, Serb? Why? Batteries don't smell like things. I just want to tell everyone. What does that read at the bottom? I can't read it.
It's time to see God, young one.
Oh, it's the nose piercing.
Yeah.
And the kid's asleep. I want to go ahead and take this short interruptive opportunity to answer directly to Nathia's question in a way that is purposefully sarcastic. Yeah, I question God all the time. Hey, where'd I leave that tape measure? Hey, how do I understand this verse? Of course, that's not what he meant.
Well, if you get informative answers, then that answers your question.
Actually, it's been really interesting, Hillary's, because, I mean, it's kind of like swimming in the dark. To read the Bible with no theory and then accept understanding of the first line and then the second one, which is not context, right?
Right.
And then accept an understanding of the third one, not accept it like fully ingest it and say, oh, this must be true, but just hold on to it, just make notes. And then watch the context form. one line at a time. And then that it works everywhere for everything. Dude, I don't think there's a way a human could do that. What, just line by line make up a context of your own ex nihilo and it works? I don't believe that. Which is why I believe it wasn't me. Because I don't think that's possible.
That's interesting.
Thanks for your sense of humor there, Natheist. Yeah, you want to hear some like crazy, stupid, worst way to read the Bible ever? I'll tell you, it was my experience. Here's the worst way to read the Bible. Give it to someone who thinks that none of it's true, right? Have them read just David and Goliath. Then have them turn all the way to the back to the book of Revelation and get an explanation for that next. Go ahead. You're going to end up with gibberish.
Can I just say this though? The first time I seriously sat down and read the Bible.
Yeah.
When I say seriously, I mean I've actually read it a few times, back and front, back from back to front, or front to back, right? And I always saw it as more of a storybook.
Yeah.
Just like how I saw all the other religious books. I will say though, Hindu stories are very fantastical. Everyone should read them. The gods are very colorful and interesting. But the Bible, when I sat to read it, from a theological perspective, to be frank, it didn't make sense to me, like at all. And it was just one of those things where it's like I didn't really see anything to even meditate on, right? Because a lot of this stuff initially, it seemed contextless, if that makes any sense, right? And I realized that maybe it's the frame of mind that I'm reading it in, where I'm reading it to get information versus trying to understand it. Once I change, my how I'm going to read it, that changes everything.
Everyone knows that about 35 seconds ago you realized you're too far from your mic. Just want you to know that.
I don't know why it does that. I think I'm just going to buy a different mic. I'm going to buy the Bullet.
I mean, if you can afford it. I mean, don't stretch yourself. It's good enough if you're just uncomfortable.
Server's going to buy it for me.
If you take a small speaker and plug it into your microphone, plug in on your computer, and just scream really loud into it, it works.
That's probably not better.
That's a little bit too much better, sir.
Okay, so yes, I'm biased. Yes, I am having my experience. We can already grant that easily, right? But it's not a but. And if something is judgeable, first of all, it has to be judgeable. I'll tell you what I hate. Some televangelist getting on there and saying something like, God gave me a message. Man, I'm already preloaded to go bullshit.
Right?
And then they'll say something. And then they'll say something like, here's one of my favorite ones. Because I don't listen to these guys and I barely catch them. And it's only because some other YouTuber showed it to me that I even heard this. So I wouldn't hear this normally. This COVID-19 won't last as long as you think. Do you know how subjective all of that was?
You're right.
first I want to know who the you is. You, the person praying? You, the audience? Because the guy's talking to a really big audience. So I got to ask questions like, what is the overall consensus of the audience, and what do they think the length of the COVID-19 pandemic is going to be? I can't friggin' answer that. Who the hell could? So I could ask the preacher if it meant the preacher, which he never said. I could ask him how long he thought it was going to last. Right? And then the statement might have meaning. But not if he says, I think it's going to last between 0 seconds and 3,000 years. Again, meaningless. You need to have a specific number. So let's say he had done that. Let's say he had said 2 years on the money from this moment. And then he was wrong. Well, then it wasn't a prophecy from God. Right? Let's say that he had said some number and it was right. That would be miraculous. Like, who the hell knows when the pandemic's going to start, and who declares when it stops, and who declares when it stops, and how many people is that, and how do they make that decision when a pandemic's over? I don't even know these things. So it would be amazing if someone could say, like, down to even the day. Oh my gosh, if they could say what hour it was declared. I mean, considering it's like a World Health Organization, probably, I don't know, probably kind of a decision, it might be, the decision is actually announced first in Great Britain, And if I could say, on the international date line, and I could say this hour on this day, they're going to declare, oh my gosh. Does he ever say anything like that? Oh, no. Hell no.
And I have a prediction.
Yeah, I have predictions. I'm going to eat a piece of cheese. Oh, miraculous.
The sun is not going to rise tomorrow.
It never did.
Damn it, Richard.
Why would tomorrow be different? I'm paying attention to what you're saying, just so you know.
Yeah, but it wasn't for you, dang it.
Was I supposed to be silent?
Yes.
You should have told me not to respond. I wouldn't have. I take requests. I like people.
That's a good idea. You need to find a new person every day and tell them, the sun is not going to rise tomorrow. So that way, if it ever is true, the last few moments of that guy's life is like, oh no. They might question if you were God or not, or a prophet.
Yeah, right.
Just for a moment before the world blows up.
If you said what?
If you said the sun's not going to rise tomorrow.
Yeah.
You just found a new person to say it to every day. So that if it ever happened, that one person would be
that's an investment, a Ponzi scheme, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how they pull it off.
Yeah, there's a Twilight Zone episode about that, where this guy wrote to like 200 different stockbrokers or something and made claims. And then, like in the first round, 18 of them came true. And then the next round, it was fewer. And then finally, he was down to just one person. And he was just certain, because how could a person make all these correct, Well, he didn't. It was just probability.
Right. Yeah, he just wrote every possibility, and some of it's going to be right. Yeah, because it has to be. Well, I don't think that the Bible is claiming people who are prophets, actually. I think what the Bible is claiming is the word passed down from heaven, properly read, is accurate prophecy. Like, when did somebody go out on their own in the Bible and say something non-biblical? When did that ever happen? So I think it's informational. It's talking about how to read the story. And yes, and people can say whatever they want about me. I'm not proud of this. It was given to me. I didn't earn it at all. I don't have any college time, that counts towards some kind of a degree. I don't have anything like that, okay? I don't read Hebrew. I don't read Greek. I don't know, but I am learning much about those cultures. I just don't know those things, okay? But I will tell you that the way I've been shown to read the story of David and Goliath as its interactions between our near-stellar bodies, or the gods in the skies warring, that's one way to say it in one religion, results in the ignition of Jupiter, and that when the Bible uses the phrase face of God, it means the ignition of Jupiter. So that's literally a prophecy about our reality, which people will eventually know true or false. And I don't think that makes me a prophet. I think that makes me accepting of a reading frame which makes the Bible accurate prophetically. And I think those are two different things.
So
It's real easy. It's real easy for like a class 4 Kardashev civilization who have the intent to do a certain thing and the power to do it and the ability and the time to do it. For if they told you what they were going to do and then you said what they're going to do, that's not a miracle. It's just communication. Go ahead.
What time can we officially say whether the prophecy, well, if it doesn't pass?
Sure. Okay. I think it would have to happen before we, en masse, become a space-dependent society. Okay, so that's one time frame, smaller time frame. I think, according to the stories, it has to happen. It has to happen. Yeah, I can say that. It has to happen before the sun's next, which have happened before the sun's next micronova. It has to happen before that, which would probably be within the next 20 years. It has to be while the poles are flipping, which we're already in process of, and that might be done, I mean, like the crux of it, the big part of it, might be done in the next 20 years. I'm really not willing to narrow it down narrower than that.
No, that's pretty. That's pretty solid.
But I'm just talking about the events and the explanation that I understand them to be, and what order they come in.
Hopefully, I live 20 more years at least, and
I don't see why you wouldn't.
If I get to see the next micronova, I'll call you up, say, it was good, but guess you were wrong.
Peace and respect, Brother Khalil.
It was 20 years and 3 days, Richard. Sorry, you were 3 days off.
Oh, false prophet.
False prophet. Totally wrong. Okay, so if end times is 7 years long, and the men raise up boils on their skin, is a micronova, and that happens at the end of the story in religions, then it's near the end of the 7 years. So we can count back like 6 years from there, and we can say something like, the first prophecy is the following: a quaking of the earth that spits hail and fire mingled with blood, causing a cloud that shadows 1/3 of the earth. Okay. Actually, like an earth-killing nuclear war would not be big enough to do this. Even if we fired everything at everybody, it wouldn't shake the whole planet. It doesn't work like that. The only thing that I know of that would work that way
Yeah.
What happened?
Pretty childish. Skyworks asking if he was blocked, why he was blocked, and then called Khalil a chicken.
Yeah, not
Very
a chicken.
mature. Very
Yeah,
mature.
yeah. Khalil's not a chicken. In fact, Khalil is super confident about what arguments he does make, and would present them to anybody, including the world's most recognized agnostic, non-religious theologians and philosophers. He would. So you're just wrong. Oh, by the way, I'd prefer if you didn't insult each other in the side chat. Skyworks. Okay. So the only thing that I know of that could quake the earth, spitting hail and fire, that would kill some amount of people. Mingle means like not much. You know, if you're talking about like making a cake and you mingled some cinnamon into the batter, that would mean very, very little cinnamon. So mingle with blood, causing a cloud that shadows 1/3 of the earth. The only thing that I know of, and you've heard me say this a million times, would be a supervolcano. That's the only thing that I know of that would act like that. Everything else, you know, it might shake the earth, yes, but it wouldn't spit fire, or it would spit fire, but it wouldn't shake the earth, or it wouldn't cause the cloud, or something, you know. So,
Yellowstone.
so then I could say something like, if I'm reading this correctly, it is highly likely, I'll give it a 90% ish, that within the next 15 years there'll be a major volcano eruption, and everybody will know about it. Now that is literally as small of a time frame as I can possibly imagine within what I've seen. You know, without like going too far and stretching it or something.
Yeah, the Yellowstone supervolcano, the last time it erupted, it was estimated to be about 600 times larger than all the nukes put together on Earth.
Yep, that's right. They said a present eruption would be something about 2,000 nuclear warhead per minute for possibly up to like a week and a half, maybe as long as 2 weeks, depending on the size of the hole in the crust. That would be equivalent to, I want to say this right, 200 Mount St. Helenses, or 40 Krakatoa. In other words, an ice age, no doubt. Like no doubt an ice age. Krakatoa gave us an ice age.
Well, you guys just need to make sure you survive so you can have people join the hive mind.
Yeah.
They can ascend.
Actually, it has no relevance on survival. It's just continuous experience or not.
I think it'll be fine. Well, America would just fly over to the Middle East, dig up all the fuel reserves, and light them on fire.
Or go to West Virginia and start a whole bunch of coal seam fires.
Yeah.
Could.
Chat. Dude, I love that username, Nathius. I don't know why.
Just remember, Nathiest, if you say, I don't like philosophy, that's a philosophical statement.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone exercises philosophy all the time. They just don't have the right words. And they may skip a lot of hard work by studying it instead of figuring it out themselves. You could figure it out yourself and come to all the conclusions everyone has. It just take like your whole life.
Yeah, whenever I hear someone say they don't like philosophy, all I hear is, I spoke to someone who knew more jargon than me, and that made me feel like I was wrong.
Yeah.
And then I felt bad about myself, and I quit. I took my toys and went home. Boy, that's really the truth, too. There's no such thing as a person who's not a philosopher.
Yeah, if I go by the definition my first professor of philosophy gave me, which is Philosophy is the study and application of human thought.
There you go. Who doesn't do that? You have to be in a coma or something.
Yeah, newly born, maybe. That's about it.
Yeah, you got about 3 years, and then you become a philosopher. Tell you what, you guys better liven it up, or I'm shutting it down. Actually, I'm shutting it down anyway. Okay, so since this is the never-ending conversation, and I'm happy that it is, by the way, everyone wrap up or make points to summate the position on the, you know the deal. Go ahead. Let's start at the top, center, work our way around, counterclockwise, please.
So I just like to say that conversations that we have today have been pretty awesome. I will reiterate and say that I think it's pretty important that we define certain words that we use, especially if we're using them in in contexts that aren't typical, right? Because we end up talking past each other, right? Like, the whole like distance thing. And so, I always encourage people, those who are on the outside, come in and have a conversation. You can learn by just listening, but trust me, you can learn even more by actually engaging. That's just my opinion, anyways. And Batman is gone. Join the hive mind.
Hillary?
Well, he said counterclockwise.
Oh,
Yeah,
Richard would be
forgive him.
next.
He's upside down.
does that mean me? Well, screw you all, because I'm the real winner, because I learnt shitloads today. So, thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
As the more and more I'm in this conversation, no matter where this conversation is happening, the more and more I realize that as long as you remove all the evil connotation from it, I am basically the adversary. That's the role I play.
I can't disagree with that, sir.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
So, someone's got to do it, and
Hell
you
Bob.
do it well. Hell, Bob.
My turn. I am this past week I've been advocating for a concept that I've called referential identity. Love to talk to anybody about it that's interested. I'm sure there's probably flaws in it, so you'd help me if you could poke some. And I am the even though the highlights don't show up on the StreamYard, I am the pontiff of the plenitude, and I am espousing a church of stochasticism, which is based on probability. So that's all I got to say.
Hell, Bob.
Hell, Bob.
Hell, Bob.
Hell, Bob. Back to you, boss man.
Okie dokie.
Let's go.
Now, whether a person has a little bit of extra pocket change, or they're just damn rich and they like helping what they think is a worthy cause, or if they have neither of those things and they maybe know someone who does and would share out the link, I deeply appreciate it if you would take a look at it. I'm not saying there's any commitment. Judge it for yourself. And I'm not trying to personally compel you, but I think that if you knew what I know, you'd be compelled. So I invite you to possibly become compelled by looking at this this GoFundMe link that I just put in the side chat. I'd appreciate it if you checked it out. All right? And that's all I'm asking is please check it out and judge for yourself. All right. I want you all to know that I feel that all of you are an important part of my experience, that I deeply appreciate the experience I'm having that you're part of. And in that way, each one of you in the side chat who make comments on the video after the fact, who come in and talk and share your minds and experiences with me, add to me in ways that I cannot ever replace and cannot ever repay. So you've gifted me, and I'd like to gift you back, but I can't repay what you've done. So thank you all very much. Peace and respect to you all, and I look forward to the day that we're all, the whole earth, great friends, because we know each other, and we got time to get to know each other. Peace.
Here,
Peace,
real quick.
Richard.
The link isn't
Go ahead.
working for me.
What isn't?
The link.
The link isn't working at all. Did I get a partial copy of it or something? It's also in the description of this video.
It's the same thing. It has
Yeah,
a,
it's
like
not
a dot
working.
dot at the end, and it's not. I don't think you got the whole thing.
It's a partial. Crap, I messed up. Okay, guys. Sammy, would you please? I don't mean to embarrass your brother, but would you please?
Yeah, no, I'll try and find it and stick it on there. Yeah.
I'm glad you, Richard. I'm glad you experienced. You love the experience that I'm feeding you. Because you're a brain in a vat, and
Mm-hmm.
hopefully it's really comfortable with the electrodes. It's feeding all of that data in your brain.
I tell you what, your programming is so good. I'm actually a little bit misty right now.
There you
Aw.
go.
I'm not kidding you either. Great programming, man, because I feel that, you know?
Boosting.
Take your
Close.
time, brother. It's not a race.
Oh, now that's a link.
There you go.
Yeah. that
Still,
one
when you
works.
print it, it becomes small. Yeah, when you put it in there, it's like 500
Yeah.
letters, and then
Yeah.
it shrinks when you hit go. Yeah.
Yeah.
So check out this link, please, guys. I appreciate it if you would. Decide for yourselves. If you decide it's compelling and you can't afford to donate yourself, please share it out. It'll find people who can. All right? Good night, guys. That's it.
Bless you,
You're all
Richard.
welcome to stay and chat as long as you want. It's only my bedtime. For that matter, do you guys want to keep going and I just leave, and when the last person leaves, it shuts off? Do you guys want to do that?
Sure.
Okay. Well, good night, guys.
Good night.
I still mean everything I said. I'm just not stopping the show. Peace out.
Bye.
Good night.
So.
Oh, wow.
you
Richard has a
are
lot of background noise, didn't he?
Yeah, but it's like that. It's not annoying.
No, I
Bro.
didn't even notice till he left. And it went really quiet.
Bro, why are you talking about my bro's background noise, bro?
I can hear someone's
Oh.
crickets, or is that me?
Come at me, bro.
Crickets? That has to be Sammy's crickets. It's winter.
No,
where I am.
it's still daylight here.
What is that?
Is that my air
It's
conditioner
actually
you
a
can
good.
hear?
It's not
Yeah, I
annoying.
hear it
doesn't
now.
bother
Is it?
me.
Hang on, I'll walk closer and see if that's it.
No.
No.
It's
Oh,
it literally. It
okay.
kind of sounds like crickets. Not quite though. It's
No, it's definitely
Hillary,
not
are
me.
you snacking on crickets?
I may be. I'm scratching my scalp if that helps.
Are crickets falling out?
No.
Oh man.
I can't even hear them, to be honest.
So for
Yeah.
20, what was and let me just say this, right? Because again, when I engage in these conversations half the time, I'm not necessarily trying to engage from just my perception. If someone wants to know, they'll ask, right? But I'm engaging it from an internal critique, right? And so, you know, guess maybe name gentleman. It's not a. It's not. It's just one of those situations where I'm trying to show where someone might be missing something that's like really important in their logic, right? Whereas you're making an argument, but you need to understand that you have to make it in such a way, right, to where this person isn't just going to like basically change out like the basic parts and make the argument for the negative aspect of it, right? Like, I think that's like pretty important to the whole thing, and it's funny because what I learned is that coming up with these arguments isn't like this quick thing for the most part. If you're really serious about it, it takes time. Like, I don't know, sir. Do you remember when I was trying to create my argument, basically stating that the universe is, set up in such a way to generate more and more complex things, being the most complex things being life. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that.
You
That
remember
was a
the
long time
long
ago.
ass paragraphs
Yeah,
that we had
what?
to break down,
Yeah.
right?
No, I get it. So far I've written 10 pages of a book just to make an argument. So I get it. You came a long way.
420's like, what?
Was it all
Yeah, that.
argument?
What's that, Hillary?
I was asking him if it was the argument about all creationist gods.
Oh no. This
Uh,
this is this is the Bob thing.
Oh, okay.
Where
yeah.
I'm the prophet of Bob that runs the simulation that all the other gods are in.
Uh huh.
Yeah. So I'm basically writing a holy book. And it's really like there's a few places where there's some paragraphs, but it's basically just like a list of patch notes from like the first iteration to the newest iteration. That's the holy book.
I like it.
Yeah, so that way when someone gives a argument about there has to be a necessary being, I'm just going to say that's Bob.
Yeah.
Hail Bob.
And I know that because Bob's revealed it to me. And your God is real, but he's in the simulation.
Of Bob.
And his
Yeah,
name's Bob.
Yeah, and it's actually it's not short for what's it called when it's a letter period.
Anagram.
Anagram.
It's builder of builders.
Builder of builders.
Yeah, so he's the builder of gods.
Nice.
Yeah. I was kind of surprised when everyone followed along and said "Hail Bob."
Did you like that?
Yeah.
It's funny, Dean. I've been doing a similar thing, but for very different reasons of late. I have been trying to. I guess my real purpose is to try and steal man, but I'm being I'm playing devil's advocate, and I'm taking the opposite side to what I normally do, just in an attempt to really try and have an honest look at not so much the arguments themselves, but how people get to the point that they get to.
I thought you were gonna say Bob. That would have been funny.
Oh, yes. Blasphemy. Forgive my blasphemy.
No, so
How they get to Bob. Like, it just, yeah. And I found it really has made a huge difference to my understanding, taking that approach.
yeah, it's pretty helpful when you do stuff like that and you know what, you'll find that there are various reasons people come to their positions and stuff like that, right? But well, what you'll probably experience is that you'll experience some typical explanations, but then you'll get some really interesting ones. Then you'll bump into the more intellectuals, right? And you'll have a lot of intellectual conversations, and then you'll run into the trolls, right? Who
Yeah.
pretend like they want to have a conversation, but they really don't. Then the contrarians, then the Serbs, right?
What is it? We need a special subset, a name for trolls who don't know they're trolling.
Pose.
Pose. There is a name already.
Yep.
To me, that's ironic a large amount of the time. He ends up trolling. I don't think he comes in with the intent, but
It's
he
his
just
nature.
always ends up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can. Well, it depends on your level of reasoning and the quality of the show that you want to have, right? But I think what you can do is that you can deduce someone's intentions by, I guess, to some extent, having a conversation, or through interrogation, right? And there's two things you can do. You can use it as a frustrator, right? And sometimes when you frustrate people, that's when you really see their intentions, right?
Yeah.
Or if the person is more intellectually inclined, right? That's when you got to use your wit a little bit more, and you could frustrate the person a little bit because eliciting an emotional response, um, it is expedient, but it's not the cleanest way to do it. Um,
Yeah.
you know,
But I tell you, it's got to be cleaner than yelling back at them and yelling over the top of each other.
oh yeah, I mean you can do
Which
that.
is where I'm still at the minute with ironic.
Like take so if I were you, can't believe I'm saying this. Watch some videos how Serb engage, where like
Yeah.
they'll get like super fucking frustrated and he's just there chilling,
Yeah.
right?
Like
You have to be within a
Zen.
certain you got to be within a certain frame of mind to be able to do stuff like that, right? And to
Yeah.
like consistently engage in the conversations, be on topic and not be offended. Am I right, sir? Or am I
Oh
like
yeah. When I
talking out
argue
my
with
ass?
people online, when I argue with people online, normally, I feel like I'm doing a puzzle. I'm not. I'm trying to figure out the puzzles so I can solve it in such a way that their position moves, regardless of where it moves to. That's my goal.
And I'm guessing the answer is yes, because I believe you'd be very self aware, but can you see, and I don't agree with this in any way, but how people mistake that for arrogance, but
Oh, well, yeah.
your confidence
Well, just being calm.
and being calm. Yeah,
Yeah, they'll read that as all sorts of things like that.
yeah,
To them, they might sometimes they're having an existential crisis over there, and I'm just like, yeah, but what about B?
yeah. And unfortunately, it can sometimes come off like you're trolling a bit. But I know that you're not trolling. It's almost like the situation has forced it, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah. No, as long as I understand what people mean by trolling when they're just not trying to insult someone. It's saying something to elicit a
Elicit,
negative reaction on purpose.
yeah, yeah.
And yeah, I don't.
That's what
I
that's the
don't.
way
It's
I'm
not that
using.
it's not that I don't ever, but I don't do it
Yeah,
often.
no, I believe I've seen you do it intentionally, every now and then. But I'm saying the majority of the time that people take you as doing that, you're not doing that. I find that quite humorous.
Yeah, because people tend to look at things linearly. Serve doesn't 100% of the time address things like that.
Yeah.
And then the thing is that sometimes you don't really know if you are really being trolled or not, right? And the only way you'll be able to find out is to literally just follow the conversation.
Yeah.
this,
Yeah.
is what you have to do.
Yeah. There's a reason why I do that, though, is because there's always something I need to get someone to say they agree with, usually, before we get to where they want to go. Because if we go where they want to go, there's like all of these little gray area and places where they can
Yeah.
sort of fudge their answers and get out of whatever's going to happen.
Hmm.
So I want them to actually plant their feet in a spot, and then we'll go to that spot wherever that is.
Mm. And I think that's what my brain is attempting to do, because I'm still learning so much. Why I come across as being pedantic, or wanting people to be precise in their words. Um, it's kind of a failing of mine. I need that, or else my brain will go to the gray areas, and I need things clearly defined.
Yeah. So it's kind of the same thing with me. I think what I tend to do is that I tend to try to get people to question whether or not. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I think what I tend to do is that I try to get people to question the premise of the point that they're trying to make. Um, and
Yeah.
sometimes that may include, for example, defining a word, right? Depending on the conversation, I might try to get them to use my definition, or you know, um, or I'll use theirs. It just depends. Um, but I think that's what I try to do sometimes. And the thing that frustrates people is that people understand there's typically not necessarily one definition of a word, right? But when it's pointed out to them that, hey, listen, you're using this word within a particular context that might not necessarily be viable, right? Um, to the argument that you're making, or to whatever you're trying to demonstrate, right? So it's not necessarily just the case where we're talking past each other, right?
Yeah.
You could be using this word in a particular way that in your head is justifying your explanation, but in mine it's not. Perfect
Yeah.
example, the existence bullshit.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Faith. Faith. The word faith. That's one of my
Yes, even
pet
that too.
ones. Like, which faith are you talking about?
Oh
The,
yeah.
the trust one and confidence one, or the one in belief in things without evidence?
Yeah. And
Right?
no, it's actually evidence itself. Evidence for things unseen.
Yeah, yeah. The one, exactly. That is the evidence, but that makes no fucking sense at all. So,
Yeah.
So what I guess maybe if I'm like annoyed, what I would probably do as a frustrator is to constantly have the person question whether or not that particular definition of the word is necessary, while giving other definitions and multiple different contexts that might, you know, that may seem like it makes sense. It's basically a way to confuse an opponent and frustrate them.
mm,
Yeah, it just depends, really. But I don't really engage in that activity. Um, not as much as I used to, anyways, because I don't really take joy into frustrating people who I want to actually have a meaningful conversation with. But if it gets to the point where, it's some dumbass who's just probably being an asshole intellectually speaking, then I might, you know, like a fool or something like that.
Yeah. I would say that the worst I would call you, Batman, is I've seen you be cheeky. You don't have a
Yes.
bad bone. You don't have a bad bone in your body. Just saying.
I have been accused of being that, but when I do it, it typically is in all fun.
Yeah.
Um, you know, but there are those rare times when I'm like, okay, you know, whatever you say, I don't really give a fuck type situation. See, I don't have the patience like Serb has to deal with bullshit.
Yeah. Well,
So his ass will stay there and he'll spend the whole night frustrating you, at least intellectually speaking, and trolling you. I don't really have that patience.
and I guess it's a learned thing and a thing that comes with practice and time. Like tonight, for example, well, I think it's late night for you guys, isn't it? I learned just a little bit more how fluid our words and language is, and that there's more than one way to use the word existence as a proper noun and a predicate.
Yep.
Simple thing, but I've never thought that. I've only ever seen existence as the idea of all the things that exist or can exist or do exist. The things existing themselves, I don't see that connection to existence other than that they are a part of it and in it. And to me, like it's still something I struggle to get my head around a bit, because it's like saying that your toe is you. Like saying grass is existence is an incorrect sentence form. It should be grass is part of existence. And I know that's pedantic, but isn't that correct? Am I not correct?
But when it's the proper noun that you're referring to, yes, that's the correct way. But if you're talking about the predicate, what you would say is grass has existence.
Yes. Now that I'm like beautiful. And see how all of a sudden we're having a clear, well-defined conversation. And there's no, like Pixie was trying to get at how it's muddying the waters. And in the end, we all say, oh, yeah, so we all agree. And it was just a misuse or misunderstanding of how we were using the language.
Yeah, that's
Like,
why I put those other terms up there underneath existence on the chart. Because sometimes I run into someone that just can't handle there being two versions of the words being used.
Yeah.
So then I'll just switch what I call existence. I'll call it reality or
Reality.
Something.
Yeah, because a lot of this stuff is not intuitive, and
No.
so you have to fight your
Yeah.
typical
Brain.
common sense
Your
intuition
own brain.
use.
Like,
Yeah.
and it's painful almost. Like, it's screaming at me, going, "This doesn't make sense." I'm going,
Just see
"Shut
the
up!
look at his
Just
face
take
when
it."
he's trying to ask the question and trying to comprehend everything. He's like, "What the fuck are these guys talking about?"
Yeah. But I'm over the moon that I have found I can keep up. It might take me a few seconds longer than everyone else, but I still get there, so I'm okay
then
with that.
let me apologize in advance.
Yeah, thanks.
Because you know, if you get to the point where you can keep up,
Yeah,
just
you'll.
understand with what all these different people are saying in conversations like this. Eventually, there's going to be a day that you're not in these conversations anymore, and you're just going to be walking around talking to normal people.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
Fuck.
so when you
It
engage,
already happens. I know exactly what you're talking about. But and here's the funny thing: it happened already, but my whole life. And then I found YouTube and was like, "Oh, my people." But yes, it's getting worse and worse and worse.
you know what? I remember I watched this YouTube video where it had a catchy title where it says um most intelligent people are the most lonely people, right?
Yeah,
And
I've heard that.
it's crazy because when you know the things you know and you have and you have you know understanding, a certain level of understanding, it's like there are other people who you want to engage in a meaningful way on a higher level, but you just can't because they'll never fucking understand what you're saying,
Mm,
right? And
mm,
it's frustrating because you have all these different concepts and ideas and you realize that certain things are not necessarily just black and white. There's a
mm.
gray area. Know each shade of gray,
Yeah,
right? And you want to talk
yeah,
about each shade of gray, or fucking, you'll probably realize that it's probably not even gray. It's fucking purple.
yeah.
and,
Oh,
and you're like, okay, I just gotta, just, you'll find you'll do this a lot. Okay, yeah,
yeah,
I get it. And just like keep it moving because it's not even
yeah,
worth having the conversation because the person is probably not going to, get what you're saying intuitively, way how you want to convey it to them. And so this is
yeah,
the important thing about like learning critical thinking. And to be honest, I'm not formally educated in this shit. Some asshole basically embarrassed me one day in one of my first times in a room and told me to go learn philosophy so I can learn how to speak properly, right? And I did that. I fucking went and learned myself, right? And it did take
yeah,
me some time, right? But at least I got enough to, I got it to the point to where now I understand the body of work that goes into these concepts, right? Because, dude, I'm not gonna lie, I've written pages of stuff, you know, just like an argument, right? You
yeah,
might, you might hear a small, premise, one conclusion, where each premise is basically one sentence. It's an insane amount of work that goes into that shit. Like paragraphs, books have been written and
yeah,
reduced down to just those lines, right? And the
yeah,
interesting thing is that the the side effect, I don't even know if that's the right word, but the side effect is that when you're able to take a whole book and reduce it down to 4 lines, it shows that you've actually really thought about your position, right? Obviously, you most likely have other people look into it and challenge it, and so you understand the flaws and stuff like that, right? You have to, um, even every single word you use, is handpicked, and you should be able to explain why you use every single word in there. Like, like seriously, I'm not even exaggerating. Am I wrong, sir?
No,
No,
you're
Like,
right.
I know exactly what you mean.
so,
If
Because
you
that's one thing I see both of you do very often is you'll stop on a word in their argument because it either requires defining or they're misusing it. Um, and I guess this has been my point is I'm realizing and starting to understand the importance of all that. And things that I feel I would describe as almost fundamental, which is what you were sort of getting at, Batman, nuance and how simplistic black and white thinking is. And it seems the more intelligence involved, the more nuance emerges. Does that make sense?
yeah, I mean, okay. So I'll give an example. When me and Richard was quibbling over whether or not um of whether or not induction comes first or knowledge comes first, right?
Yep.
My point, my point, based on the definition of knowledge that I was using, right? There's no way knowledge could come first, could come before induction, right? But then this asshole Serb decides to give the other definition that I agreed with, right? And it fucking basically ruined everything I was trying to do. Um, and yes, it logically followed, and that's why I conceded it. And I said, listen, if you're going to use this definition, then I'll concede the point, and we
Yeah.
can go from there, right? So go ahead, sir.
I was like, I fought so hard not to jump in because I was really going to ask you, how could I use induction without knowing induction?
I know.
That implies the awareness of the knowledge of definition.
No, but the thing is that you don't induction. You don't actually necessarily need knowledge to use induction because induction is an instinct at this point. Animals use it, but yet still, well, fair. I don't. I'm assuming animals don't have knowledge the
Well,
way how we use it. So,
that's where I was hoping you and Richard would go. Like, yeah, I think you could argue that animals have knowledge, and some knowledge is like ingrained genetically. And that's kind of what instincts are.
instincts are,
But that's not quite the
Mm,
same
but it's
kind of
not the
thing.
same exactly.
No. See, yeah.
See the
And
gray areas.
yes, yes.
But it's
So
really close.
Which is I'm just now I thought that there was something wrong with my brain. Now I'm understanding that it's not my brain, it's reality. There is so much gray area
Yes.
in this sort of stuff.
Yes, this is actually a very well established issue in philosophy that language does not map to reality.
No.
This is why we have like the liar's the only place where you can find violations of the laws of logic is in language.
Yeah.
Right? There's a bunch of violations in language and mathematics that violates the 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 law of excluded middle, where everything has to be true or false. There's a bunch of things that violate that,
yeah,
but nothing in reality, in the physical reality, nothing violates it. But
Yeah.
language violates it all the time.
are you
And
trying to say something, Hillary?
this is
No,
sorry, Billy. No?
no,
I
no,
forget
I
what I
don't
was
have
gonna
anything.
say.
Okay, go ahead, Sammy.
No, I forgot what I was going to say.
God damn it, bro. We need to figure
No.
that out.
Oh, it's because my brain's like, it's not zen yet. It's going too fast. It's too excited.
Yeah, man.
Because I'm realizing that I've had some natural reasoning skills that I wasn't aware of. I knew I had something because I managed to not ever get fully indoctrinated into the cult. Like even as a child, all the flaws of logic and cognitive dissonance, it was just all blatantly obvious, even though I had no understanding of what it was or how to define any of it. You know what I mean? I just knew it didn't make sense. And all these conversations of late is starting to cement and make me realize what was actually happening without me understanding. It's such a bizarre concept. I barely can even put it into words, but
Well, this is where learning
where's
all this philosophical shit would definitely help, because you'll find ways to put things into words that's like stuck in your brain that under normal
exactly.
circumstances you wouldn't be able to.
it's a kind of awareness, a gained awareness. Um,
And I mean, there are some like trollish things that you can do, right? Like, so one of the things that I was like kind of messing around with is, um, no atheists exist, you know, if you're a pantheist, right? If everything is
yeah,
God and people believe, obviously reality exists, therefore they believe in God, but
yeah,
just from your perspective. So therefore, do atheists exist? Now Christians would say, uh, um, atheists exist because the truth is written on your heart. Like that's a shit argument,
yeah,
right? Like no, that's not how it goes, right?
yeah.
But even if
Well,
even if that is from your perspective as a Christian, right? It doesn't even that argument doesn't even follow
yeah,
because clearly people can not believe in God.
yeah,
Temples where people didn't believe in God in the Bible.
yeah.
So
Well, how's this? I just actually realized, sir, that the thing that kickstarted this current iteration of myself, and this way of thinking was your damn fault. And I can tell you the exact moment that it
oh
happened.
boy,
Who was it?
When you convinced me, well, not convinced me, but proved with a certain definition of God, which I had to um, give to,
Bob
was that
exists.
I'm a pantheist. Yes. Goddamn Bob. And I was like, okay. Like I learned so many things just from that one experience. It was like, okay, I need to stop being so dogmatic on my definitions and be more willing to step into other people's definitions of things. Um, and, oh, so much. It was awesome.
Yeah.
The messenger of Bob.
Yeah, the messenger of Bob.
Praise Bob. Bob changed my life, literally.
You'd be surprised how many. I'm not gonna say baby atheists because they're not all baby atheists, but really like stern atheists.
Oh, you could call me a baby atheist, though.
Well, no, because baby atheist sort of implies someone's just angry.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess I did get over the anger, but not that long ago. Like
Okay.
maybe a year or so.
You're a teenage atheist.
Yeah, 2 years ago, I was still fucking raging. Like God was evil, pure evil. The idea, the what it makes people do, how dumb it makes people, not willing to look at the reasons why, even though I had just gone through it myself.
Yeah, I go into rooms, and I've even done it in like Amy's room. Now I'm going into more and more rooms, and I go in and go, "Hey, if I showed to you something that knew everything that could be done at any given time, had all powers, is omnipresent, has mind, would you call it a god?" And they pretty much always go yes, and I go existence. And then
There
they
you
do
go.
an about face and go, "Nah, it's not a god."
Yeah. And
So it's Bob.
that comes down to a lack of understanding. For example, WIldheart has made the argument to that. Has rebutted that argument with, but a god has a mind, not has minds in it.
And I agree. I've made that same argument. Composition fallacy.
Yeah. Well, but
Okay.
it works if the atheist, if the I don't know, I generally only do this to atheists that say we just use whatever definition the theist brings us.
Oh,
So
Implying,
yeah,
yeah,
like I
implying
had
that they don't
to.
have a definition. So I go, well, is it fair to call this thing a god? And then when they go, yeah, then I tell them the name of it, and then then it becomes very apparent that they actually have a definition, and it's all just like a rhetorical. It's
Yeah.
dishonest. I think it's actually dishonest.
yeah.
And actually, I think it may have started that way with our conversation too. I was quite obstinate, and because I had a lot of experiences where Christians would not accept that I do not have a definition of God, and I still don't. I could pick one to argue from, but that's what I had to realize. Pick one to argue from. You can't argue against something you're refusing to define.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you can't say you don't believe that there's something and then not say what the something is.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just you're not saying anything at that point.
It's quite humorous after the fact when you realize.
Yep.
Yeah, that's all it is. And you know how that got started? I made a New Year's resolution to argue with atheists more than Christians.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
Well, dude,
Wasn't
I'm jumping right on board with that. That's why part of the reason I've been doing the devil's advocate thing, because now that I'm becoming self-aware of what I was doing, I'm seeing other atheists doing it, and worse than I was, and it shouldn't bother me. Like, I should just expect that's people, but it's kind of like, you're supposed to be in my camp. Pull your socks up, sort of thing.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Hey, sir, when was this? Wasn't there some dude that was trying to convince you that you were that you were an atheist or something like that?
Was trying to convince me I was an atheist. Positionally an atheist.
Yeah.
There's been a few, but
I
I
could
mean,
define a god that would make you an atheist.
Yeah, but that's why
Oh.
I go around saying now that I'm a theist, agnostic, atheist because I'm waiting for. I accept all the definitions at the same time. In fact, I made a definition broad enough to envelop all the other definitions.
That's funny.
So now it just matters of exactly what we're talking about. You're not
Yeah.
going to be able to throw me in a box until you establish exactly what it is we're arguing.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think I got it.
Huh?
I just realized. So I've been struggling with, okay, if language is so fluid, like I started thinking, oh, you're gonna have to define everything and everything, like it's such minutia, and then I realized actually I'm just looking at it the wrong way. If you get, if I can manage to get a good grasp of it all, it it would actually become very useful. A little bit cheeky, I think, is what you might have been trying to get at before.
Yeah.
And you can sort of play around. You're not stuck to this linear thinking. I get it now. So it's like they're going down this, line of thinking, and you just come from the side
Yeah.
and
You
gobsmack
have
them.
to you have to remain coherent in conversation.
Yeah,
But as soon as you cross the point to where the language you're speaking is no longer prescriptive,
yeah,
right? You're not just taking a prescription for the words you're using. Uh, it opens up a lot of doors. It makes things a lot easier.
yeah,
And you'd be surprised as long as you're as as long as the context is there and the usage of the word you've picked out to use is close
yep,
enough, people usually pick up on what you're saying without you having to go through and define everything.
yeah. And for all the reading that I do, I cannot absorb or um, comprehend as much as I fathom as much as I do, you know, in an hour-long conversation like this. Actually doing it, whilst yes, I might have to look like a dickhead for a while when I don't know what I'm talking about. It's that experience and learning things like today about um, you know different usages of words that I've never used and never thought about. Um, I don't know there's a book out there I can sort of read that. It's going to have to be an experience thing. Would you say?
Oh, for learning that, yeah, that has to be an experience.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not even really sure if it's possible to write like a self-help book that would get you to that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe one that could make you aware that it's there and maybe tell you how to go get it, but the book wouldn't be the thing doing it.
Yeah. Maybe the best you can sort of do is get people started or point them in the direction,
Yeah.
maybe.
I mean, conversations like this with people that aren't aren't they're not like big time philosophers, but they know a lot of the jargon and they understand a lot of the concepts. It's like
Yeah.
as long as you're willing to engage, it's like
Yeah.
getting a crash course
Yeah.
repeatedly.
Yeah. Exactly. And somehow my brain actually responds better to that. Like it needs the information fast and concise, then I'll retain it. If I have to read a novel to get a concept. You know,
Well,
Yeah.
and when you're reading, you're having to interpret. Well, you're having to interpret the words on the page, and you're doing all the work. But when you're talking to someone, they, I mean, as long as they're not this complete asshole, they are trying to help you understand it.
yeah, yeah. Like I thought you were going to say this. I guess it's what you implied, but you're doing all the work for me. You know, or it's my job just to listen.
Yeah.
I think listening is really. This might sound, and you guys would probably disagree with me, but I think the listening part or structured listening is probably the most important part, in my opinion. Because to be able to listen to what someone is saying, listening to a claim or an argument, and breaking it apart in different pieces, and then picking out that one little section of it that doesn't tie up everything well, right? Like, I think that's something that's necessary to really be able to have these conversations.
And I don't know about the other guys, but I have to definitely agree with that because that has been my motto of late. You know, the whole doing the devil's advocate, trying to attack arguments, not people, and it's just all about listening.
I mean, shit, look at Hillary's email. He just listens and drops some one-liners.
Barely speaks.
Exactly.
But when you speak, like you don't say anything that doesn't have value.
Exactly, because now you're building up the value by actually, listening. And, the time when you're listening at the same time, ideally, you should be able to at least formalize how you're going to respond,
Hmm.
right, with whichever conclusion you come to,
Yeah,
with the
Right.
information you've received. And, that within itself is a skill, right?
yeah,
It's
absolutely.
I don't get the impression that it's something natural. It wasn't natural to me. I actually kind of read about that. Um, it's something that I noticed, but I couldn't really put my finger on. And to be fair, um, I noticed that guys like what's his name again, Josh something. You guys don't know him. Serb knows him. Him and that fucking annoying Contranian chick. Were dating or something. I don't know, but um, X something. I don't remember, but he was one of the few people who I kind of noticed who listened intently, right? But whenever he did say something or ask a question, it was like pretty poignant, right? And so there was a reason behind it. Now, of course, you have the typical interruptions and blah blah blah, but he was very
Speaking of, can I interrupt you for 1 second? I'm
sure.
so sorry. I can't help it. Housekeeping for Richard. Thinking 101, you can't join, I'm afraid. Richard's gone to bed. So he just left the stream going so we can keep chatting. Um, so yeah, you could come in and sit out the back, but you might as well stay in the chat. Sorry, OD.
Yeah, no problem. Um, but yeah, I think that's something that's extremely important. And to be fair, it's really cool because what you can do is that you can create parodies of someone's argument to mock them, right? That's something Serb does a lot, by the way. If you're engaging,
Yes.
if
Yeah.
you're engaging with a conversation, just be careful.
Well, While it is, yes, a bit cheeky, it is a very powerful tool if your interlocutor is honest.
The server's not even denying it.
Yeah, it's great. If you can make a mirror of someone's argument, uh,
Yeah.
as long as it's mirrored well enough, anything they argue against your mirror applies to their own position.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that's why I
Well,
do it.
that's what was happening today with Foozle, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why.
But he couldn't see it.
That's why
I mean,
when Sir brought up the five non-gods thing, I was like, oh my god, I already know where this is going.
Yeah, that's why I asked the clarifying question is to set up, this is totally compatible with the Muslim belief. 5 non-gods created, and then a god or gods stepped in and are running the show.
Yeah, it would be if you put 5 gods like right before their god, even.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah, the Quran
that
just
is cheeky.
happened. Yeah, the Quran just happened not to list them because it's not important.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying now, 420? It's shit like that you'll be able to do, and it's fun to do it, right? And it can frustrate some people, obviously, right? But you can get little stuff out of it. So it's not really just boring shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna sound all fanboyish, but basically, it's like you are 3 old wise Zen masters laughing at the thing that I am still screaming at. I have so far to go, but at least I've finally started my journey, so that's good.
Well, the
Positive.
first step towards knowledge is knowing that you don't know shit. So
Yeah, and I'm more than happy to say that.
I'm looking forward to hearing unique arguments, but with "hey cunt" added to them.
yeah, right.
Oh shit! I did that last night, didn't I? Yeah.
Did it
But
this morning too.
and was it your this morning, my last night. And I'm not going to stop doing that. It's for fun, but I won't be actually triggered. I thought, you know what? He likes to talk loud, and his whole thing is if you're not listening, I'll get louder and blah blah blah. And I thought, dude, I'm a fucking Aussie. Like, your loud is an annoying whine. And I got all cunt on his ass and answer the question, cunt. Answer the question, cunt.
It's funny.
Oh, horrible language, horrible behavior. But it was so liberating. I did enjoy it.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta let it out.
You just need to remember the phrase when someone gets upset for you for saying cunt. You need to explain to them that you're Australian.
Yeah, Australian.
Yeah. I know.
And don't take it
terrible.
personal. I'm Australian. Everyone's a cunt.
Yeah. My mum's a cunt. And
When
she'll
you
tell
live
you.
in a land
She'll
where
tell you.
everything wants to kill you.
Yes.
No,
It's
seriously,
funny. It's
sir. Like you can count on your one hand how much shit that does not want to kill you in Aussie land.
Yeah. And I could probably tell you how it would kill you. The way that it could kill you.
I would like this to go around giving Aussies a good laugh. I would wear a helmet with a giant point on it and say it's for the drop bears.
Yeah. You know, what a lot of people don't know is that it's not a modern thing that we make up for tourists. The drop bear is a thing in Indigenous law. And if you speak to an Indigenous person, they will tell you they believe in drop bears. So
Okay.
when we say drop bears are real, it's not we're not joking. It's not just some thing that we make up, but it's like a double joke because we know that you think we're making it up when we're actually not. And it's extra funny because you already think everything's trying to kill you here.
Yeah.
And then we have like these cute little bears that come down and gnaw your face off. Which can I say is just a koala because a koala, they're very
Yes.
aggressive.
Yeah, koalas are very mean. It's just they're high so much of the time.
Yeah, they're just whacked out.
So stay away from hungry koalas.
Dude, don't they have like the smallest brain to body ratio or some shit like that? Like their brain is
That's
extremely
one
tiny.
fact I don't know about them. But now that you mention it, it does ring familiar because they aren't a very intelligent creature.
I mean, look at the shit that they eat. It's fucking poison, and it
Oh,
doesn't have
dude,
a
and
ton of
the
nutrients.
the babies eat the mother's pap.
Poop. Say the right word, damn it.
Shit. Fecal matter. And the problem with that is that they somehow all caught chlamydia, and now their babies catch it straight up when they rim the
Yep.
mother's asshole. Because, you know, God and stuff. Great design there. But you can see, can't you see an old man up there with and like elbowing Jesus going, "Oi, we'll make the babies of this one rim the mother for food."
Yeah.
Jokes
Yeah.
on them Aussies.
This
Takes
takes
something
me
to
back to
do.
that. If you're hungry and don't have any knowledge, how do you satiate that hunger? Can you just imagine
God.
humans being in the garden, being like, "Oh, that's interesting."
And I've never understood this whole, and it doesn't get brought up often. When people are throwing around the Bible says dash babies on rocks and all the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what about the bit right at the start where God was trying to find a mate for Adam among the animals?
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, God didn't. He sent Adam to. So was Adam like
Yeah, he's
getting
testing them
down with
out.
the animals?
He's testing them out, seeing if there's anything that caught his fancy.
And he's like, nah, I'd rather sleep with my own relatives if you don't mind. And God's like, yeah, so bestiality's a no. All right, we'll go with incest.
Look, that's one way the Bible's true. Wouldn't you rather sleep with your sister than an animal?
An animal? Yeah, probably.
If those were your only options and you had to do one.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. I'm gonna go
technically,
with the human, but
it's himself because you know, rib was created from his rib. You know, with the
oh yeah,
translation. So he's basically
self love.
fucking himself.
Mm-hmm.
Self love.
It's masturbation.
Yo, Sammy, this is the type of shit critical thinking, because you'll notice stuff like that. It's like
Well, yeah, like I said, I just thought something was wrong with me. I'm just glad now that there's other people that seem to do it too.
Oh, just sidebar. Did you send me the other pictures on
Oh
Discord?
no, of course not.
Okay. Yeah, just
That
whenever you
would
got the
have
time.
required memory power.
Well, it's there. It's just that your memory's
Um,
probably always full. Sometimes you gotta flush that RAM out.
yeah, and I do need to exercise my memory a little bit.
Yeah.
Do a
I
bit of
got a new one.
brain training.
I got a new one. I'm gonna start trying. I'm gonna start asking Christians, and I mean, it depends on the kind of Christian, really. But if I accept the gift of Christ, but think, "Ew, oily Middle Eastern man," when I do it, am I only half saved?
Oh shit.
No, I think you'd still be
Hang
fully.
on, sorry. Say again for me.
If you accept the gift of Christ, but then think,
Yep.
"Ew, oily Middle Eastern man," when you do it,
Thank.
yeah, think it. When you think in your head,
Oh, think in
well,
your head.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
Jesus
are you
being Middle
only
Eastern,
half saved?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, would depend on the Christian, I guess.
They'll have
Yeah,
an
'cause
emotional reaction, but logically, they should just say, "No, you'll be fully saved," and then you'll feel bad about it.
Oh, Hillary's.
and to be fair, a lot of Christians don't even think Jesus is a Middle Eastern man.
No.
Like, I
So
think the funniest example was when I was engaging another Christian, and that I asked him, "Oh, what ethnicity do you think Jesus is?" He said Jesus was clear.
Clear?
Yes, he couldn't say white, so he said clear. It was hilarious.
What does that even mean? Like translucent?
Oh my goodness. It was just one of those situations where it's like when I ask him a
Oh,
question,
yeah.
there's like this cognitive dissonance that he
Yeah.
experienced. It's like, dude, you know Middle Eastern people aren't white, right? Like we
Yeah.
established that
But
in our conversation.
what?
And then I was like, Jesus is from the Middle East, right? Then what
So,
ethnicity is Jesus?
was he having cognitive dissonance, though? Or was he being dishonest so desperately to stick to his guns that he ended up in nonsense land?
I mean,
Which do you think it
looking at his face, it seemed like some kind of cognitive
is?
like he
Okay.
never
That's still
perceived
funny.
Jesus that way. It is funny as hell,
Yeah.
but he never
Clear.
questioned like that ever.
Yeah.
I love it when people try to stay on the stupid train.
Dude,
There is
like,
a way around it. Just say that the Roman centurion Pantera was a Gallic soldier, and Mary was an exceptionally fine-skinned, Middle Eastern woman. So yeah, Jesus probably would have had a light tan.
but
So
not translucent.
No, definitely.
So I looked into this, and there's some interesting information. The earliest few depictions of Jesus that we have, Jesus is actually dressed like a Roman.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
not dressed. He's not dressed like an Israelite or an Arab,
Yep, that's true.
What the actual fuck?
right?
Okay,
That got. I
you
was
have
like,
to
wow.
expound on that. You can't
So
just leave it at that.
he's dressed in he has a tunic, a Roman tunic, that usually has a red stripe, which is really common.
Yeah.
And then sometimes he has the it's not a toga, but it's like the commoner's version of a toga that's draped around him. And then actually in a couple depictions he has a magic wand.
So I'm going to ask the question that doesn't need to be asked. What does that imply?
Whitewashing or Roman washing. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I think it's sort of, since he's not like dressed like a Greek, so he's not like from the Greek Jews, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it implies that, but it maybe implies that he was a Roman.
Mind
In at
blown.
least one of the Gospels, it says that he had the sandals from a Roman centurion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when that makes some changes.
Wow. Yeah.
It isn't until like I think the 5th century or the 6th century when we start seeing Jesus in like the more common modern
Although,
fiction.
wouldn't
You know who ordered it, right?
the Catholic Church love that?
Well, it was that one pope that slept with his sister. That of the
One
Medici.
pope. Sorry.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
know.
Terrible joke.
The Medici's. He was the one that ordered
Oh,
that his
yeah.
face be put for every image of Jesus everywhere.
Yeah.
That painting or depiction a picture of like one of his siblings or something like that, or a family member.
Oh, the earlier depictions?
Yeah.
If they could be a family member. Well, I mean, maybe, but this like scholarship both on the religious and secular side say they're Jesus. And I'm not an expert of interpreting early Christian art, so I'm just going with them.
Roman Jesus.
I would add that, what was it that Jesus? Because didn't Jesus flee the Middle East with his parents when he was young at some point?
Yep. To
Yeah, they went to
Egypt.
Egypt.
What was that?
Yeah, they went to Egypt.
Went to Egypt.
But he was like young though, wasn't he, when he went to Egypt?
Yeah, like
Yes.
2 years old
Okay,
when
because
the slaughter of the innocents.
But only according to one of the Gospels. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And the other Gospels, not specifically, but almost put him at the same time in Nazareth, I believe.
I was just wondering if it was possible. I mean, Rome controlled Egypt at the time. I'm wondering if it was possible if Jesus is real, let's say, forget about the God or not God stuff, but let's say Jesus was real, fled to Egypt. Is it possible that he joined the Roman army, and that's why he disappeared for 70 years?
I mean that could be a possibility, but I think
Yeah.
his sensibilities at the time would probably align with a lot of Jewish folks back then, because the common folk were against the occupation,
Yeah.
especially with the Romans trying to basically Romanize them. Um, you know, damn,
Um,
I don't remember the. Go ahead.
I mean, it flies completely in the face of like current Christian thinking.
Yeah, it would. If that was the case, then
But
I wouldn't imagine that it would necessarily be like maybe crazy hard for them to get to Egypt, considering Egypt was a part of the Roman Empire back then. So caravans and stuff like that, trading would be taking place.
Yeah, like
And it would take a long, good while to get there.
But it's definitely no Christ that said, "Be no part of this world," to go and then join the Roman army.
yeah. Well, that's true. But think about it. He would have. He couldn't be a legionnaire because he had to be a Roman citizen to be a legionnaire. But
Yep.
you could be an auxiliary,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
right? Auxiliary members usually served at least 10 years, so he could have waited till he was,
15.
15, 16, became an auxiliary, got back to the Middle East about the time he was 30, realized war was a horrible thing, had PTSD, and told people to stop killing each other.
Yeah.
And was the crazy bum on the corner saying the end is nigh. It all makes sense.
I don't think any scholars believe that, though. It's just no. I would like to present it to him as an idea, though.
Oh, that's hella fun idea. Jesus is a Roman soldier. I love it. But the fact that he is telling me the earliest depictions of him have him dressed that way, why is it such a crazy idea?
It's not super crazy. Right, it's just...
How would those scholars respond to those depictions of him?
I studied it a little bit. I didn't hear anyone really give a good explanation of why he was depicted like that.
Interesting.
Well, like I said, sometimes he was depicted with a magic wand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, actually,
why was that a thing?
That makes sense. It makes sense. There was that many sects. Christians who thought he was nothing but a man. Christians thought he was nothing but a god. Everything in between. I'm sure there were sects that thought he was a Harry Potter style sorcerer with a wand.
I mean, it wouldn't have been that. It wouldn't have been super off of the Jews, right? Because Moses had the staff that turned into a snake and split the Red Sea
and brought water from the rock.
Yeah.
Damn, that was a nifty stick. How is that not a wand?
Well, it is a wand.
Performs magic, yeah.
It is a wand or magical staff. It's just we don't call it that because it's powered by God specifically.
Yeah, okay. But I know a lot of people who would say that a wand is powered by God too.
Yeah, it just focuses energy.
I like it. I'm gonna make some argument with it somewhere.
I'm sure
Jesus
you're going
Christ.
to.
Were these depictions anywhere near Roman campsites, or were there any? Because I know that some of the early churches inside caves had the Roman Aguilar standard near the cross.
Yeah, I'm trying. I don't remember any of these being in caves. I think they were actually all in churches or buildings that were used as churches. Early churches, right?
Right.
See,
have been much more than a room.
Now that was more than a few seconds, but I just understood what you said, Odin, about whitewashing. And actually, that's the most reasonable answer. Fucking Constantine, dude. Like,
yeah.
When Rome became Christian, of course they're gonna put him in Roman clothes.
Well, even before that, there were Roman soldiers, even in the first century, that were followers, and they had these camps where they did graffiti of Jesus or the fish or other, holy symbols.
Ah,
So they may have been the ones, and
wow.
that's what I was asking
Well, yeah.
Cerberus about.
Well, might even been that, right? They could have. I mean, when you're stationed somewhere as just guard,
Right.
right? There's no reason why they couldn't have a building for a church to go to.
Yeah, plus it doesn't help that Constantine. So
The,
I don't. It's it's
Constantine was like 300 years later, though, right?
Yeah, Constantine's way way
yeah,
after these.
way after that.
Yeah. Okay.
But I mean, Jesus was sort of the messenger to the Gentiles, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there is a little bit of sense that non-Israelis might draw him and then draw him not as an Israeli.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Making God in
Well,
your own
we
image.
do it today. We drew him blonde and blue-eyed.
Dude,
I
did you guys check out the new Jesus game?
The Jesus game?
Dude, sir, I'm posting that link.
Okay.
I have almost never seen a blonde Jesus. It's usually with brown hair and it's like slightly lilting. But yeah, all the depictions that the History Channel comes up with says he should have looked like, very tight curls and
Yeah.
more like a Greek.
Larger nose.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna get semantic, I guess. Semantic? I don't know that's the right word in this instance, but I'm gonna share this. Oh, I can't share. I can share a link.
Okay.
There is the link. It's official, guys.
And I don't know if Thinking 101 is still here, but he asked to join the stream too. This is a leftover from earlier, but if people want to join, we could probably jump over to Sammy's channel like we did the other day.
Yeah, by all means. There you go, Hillary. There's a blonde Jesus. What have you shared that, man? I am Jesus Christ. Oh my God. The awakening of Jesus. I should talk to my mother. Oh, this is terrible.
I want to show
Come
this
on,
game to all the Christians
Christianity.
I know.
Pull your goddamn socks up. Why does your music suck? Why do your video games suck?
What you said, sir?
I want to show this game to all the Christians I know. If people got mad that the Noah movie had like rock golem people fallen angels in it, I don't know how they can't go berserk over this.
Yeah.
Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked the banner ad thinking that was it. I must
Oh,
have.
It's
sorry.
the YouTube link.
What have I showed you? Oh,
Well,
yeah, no,
even
just
still,
scroll down. Just scroll down.
yeah, I have now, and I found the picture. But even then, it's kind of a golden red hair,
Yeah, yeah.
Merovingian.
Oh, here. I think I
It
showed it
is
before,
very red, isn't it?
Yeah.
but here's
That's
another
an
depiction
odd
of Jesus. Blonde hair, narrow nose.
Yeah, and the second one is the way most people think he actually looked.
That's my favorite Jesus said.
Oh, with the
Yeah,
shortened nose.
yeah, on par with my face after.
Oh, I love that one.
What is it after?
There's a couple of them. There's one that's specifically Jill, and then there's my face when my followers say I can't do something.
Yeah, no, it's the Jill one is my favorite. Oh, there you go. The third one down, Hillary, is probably, would you say, the most common?
Yeah, that's the one the Mormons use.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Mormon Jesus. See, he's in a red tunic too.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you're looking at? The early depictions of
The
Jesus.
Jesus is no, not early depictions. I just googled blonde Jesus, and yeah, such
So
varied versions.
yeah, I'm looking at the I Am Jesus video, and the first comment, longer than Half-Life 3. This is the game 2,000 years in the making.
Oh, damn, that's dry.
You
Oh
know what's
shit.
funny? You know what's the funniest thing about this?
Uh-huh.
How much you want to bet that they probably just whitewashed every single person in this
Dude, I haven't looked at it, but is Jesus got a gun and driving a big truck?
No, no. No, this
Oh,
is
thank
like
God for that, at least.
it's like a first-person shooter, except they use magic instead of weapons.
game. Sammy,
Oh,
pull
yeah.
up the video, damn
Kidding
it,
me.
and watch it.
Hang on.
You'll see.
Yeah, I'm about
It'll be
to.
funny.
Let me turn it down. Oh, nice
Wow,
graphics.
they've even got a resurrection scene of him rolling back the stone from the tomb.
Oh, so it was Jesus, not an angel. He did it himself.
Wait.
Apparently.
Please tell me it's a quick time event.
Oh man.
Oh man, it is so fun.
Rapidly press B.
We can now get pissed.
I'm imagining it now. You don't press B fast enough, and the
Oh, that
rock
was
rolls back down in
Oh,
front
that
of
would
the
be
tomb,
awesome.
and it says "Game over, mankind doomed."
Oh man.
okay. Sorry, simple Sam again. Are we God?
Yeah.
Is that the point?
Yeah.
Oh, not Jesus, but actual Yahweh God.
No, I wouldn't say that. We're the same type
Then
of
who the
God.
hell? Who was in that tomb that we just rolled the rock back?
Well, it would have been Jesus.
Yeah, I know what you
Oh,
mean. The
so
rock
he
was
was
outside
dead.
the tomb rolling it. Yeah, it looked weird.
Yeah,
I
They
think that was
didn't do a very good
Lazarus.
job.
that's what I thought. Maybe,
Yeah.
but
Oh, maybe.
okay, yeah, okay. But then I thought I saw Jesus sitting at the table too. But
Oh no, you came down the stairs and then you saw the apostles lined up with the little icon over their head. And I thought that was, like the flame. That would have been funny, but
The Holy Spirit flame
yeah.
over their head.
oh, there it is. Basement Joe corrects what I said in my book. That is my ultimate favorite.
You should totally you should play that game and live stream it. You will get so much freaking views, dude.
Yeah, I should do it. Or and I hear you were talking to, or you just talking in general.
No, I said you should do it. You'll get a ton of views. Play it and stream it. I don't know if you're a
And, and can I berate it as I go?
yeah, you can critique it and do whatever you want. You're a stream.
Yeah.
The thing is, it can't be a good game. There's
Oh
like
God,
no
no!
way it's a good game.
It looks terribly boring. You
Yeah.
have to like be excited for Jesus already to find that exciting.
So it's like it can't be a good game.
It can't.
I've never seen some reaction this way.
It's just I'm assuming this is made by Christians, right? It seems like it's made by
Well,
Christians. I don't see
Who
anything
knows?
specifically blasphemous in that trailer, right?
it definitely looks made for a Christian market. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's not going to be a fail state, which means
Yeah.
you're not there's no challenge to the game. It's not
Yeah.
like you're going to Satan talked to you in the desert and you decided to be a king. Satan wins, game over.
Well,
Oh,
and
Right?
they're talking about modding it in the comments.
Oh
So who
wow.
knows? Yeah, I'd like
Mhm.
that.
Maybe the
so
mods will save
is
it.
the aim to get crucified?
Yeah.
Presumably, yeah, that would be the whole point of the game.
Look, it can be a good game if you can do things like critique the Romans as they're trying to nail you properly into the cross. You're like, no, you're doing it wrong. Shit like that.
Are they going to have the naked boy in the garden? But yeah, I think it was Sammy that said, or somebody said, if you don't hit B quick enough, the rock rolls back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't worry, there's a cheat code, and then grave robbers come and get your body, so it's cool either way.
Yeah, multiple endings. Do the women tell or not?
Yeah. There needs to be like a scene where you cut back and you're playing some random dude and you're trying to fight off the zombies in the street.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, dude. Maybe Jesus fights zombies or something. I don't
Dude,
know. That would be
someone
a
should
cool
make
mod.
someone should make a Jesus game from an atheistic perspective. Like you said, fighting the zombies and then the apocalypse and all the fun stuff.
Dude, I'm sure they're gonna mod that game.
Yeah.
It needs to be on the level of the movie Abe Lincoln Vampire Hunter.
Yep.
Dude,
where
that
it's
was
just
a really good movie.
it's absurd. Where it's just like an absurd premise, but you're really taking it seriously.
You've got to give Russell Crowe some credit for doing the rock monsters or the Nephilim or whatever the fuck those things were supposed to be. I never got it. But
Yeah, Nephilim.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be Nephilim.
And it kind of
why
makes
the
sense.
fuck did he think Nephilim were made out of rocks?
No. Correct. Nephilim are the offspring of angels, right? These are the fallen angels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These
These
are
are
the actual
yeah.
fallen angels. Help Noah build the motherfucking ark. Are you fucking with me?
No,
I didn't see the film, but man, can you imagine a woman giving birth to a rock baby?
Well,
Dude, could you imagine making a baby with the rock person?
I
Yeah.
think it's actually taken from the Book of Enoch, where like the angels fall and then they get covered in the earth, which
Yeah.
is then interpreted into being like a golem monster.
Ooh. And but where does the helping Noah come into it? That's not in Enoch.
Yeah.
They were
I
bad
don't know, man.
dudes.
And most of them were
It was
present
such a
according to
confusing
Enoch
movie.
anyway.
So
Sorry,
I don't.
say
I don't.
again?
I said most of those angels were imprisoned and bound.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know. I don't know if they're like specifically bad guys. These are the angels that had sex with human beings.
yeah.
Right. Outside of that, there's nothing that says they're
Well,
evil.
in my cult, they were demons, basically. Well, the fallen angels were Satan and the demons that he took, the third of all the sons of heaven. That's a fascinating thing to point out to Christians too. Like, that's a buttload of heaven turn their back on God.
A literal buttload.
Yeah, man. So either Satan
Well, I have a
was
different
onto
theory
something. Yeah.
that we are all the fallen angels. That God gave us an opportunity to either come down, well, like we were bored up in heaven, just singing praises all the time. And so then God was like, well, all right, well, what's your idea? And then somebody steps forward. I don't know if it was Jesus or Satan, and came up with the idea of coming down and interacting with matter and then coming back and reporting it to God. And so I was like, okay, well, whoever wants to do that, go ahead. And then a third of us decided to come down here.
Yeah, I like that. But my issue with anything really spirit related, interacting and all that sort of stuff.
Uh-huh.
So let's say what you just described. I
Mm-hmm.
instantly pictured angels going, well, I have this idea to put this funny lump on the front of me, and then I want to ram it inside another being, and then
Oh
pull it
no,
out and ram it back in. Like,
we were all Ken dolls. Adam was a Ken doll. He didn't
yeah,
get a penis until
exactly.
after. Yeah.
So that's what I mean. He's like,
Yeah, my
it's
version
just
would
bizarre.
begin with animism. Some of the angels, fallen angels, would go into plants, others into animals, and then
Oh,
somebody or other would have become Adam.
okay. But what? So, and I get that because that's there's a lot of cultures that have that idea of, you know,
Hmm.
trees and things having spirits. But how does that like work for their awareness? Do they lose awareness when they become the trees? Do they retain awareness?
No, when they first enter matter, they lose all their former memories. So it's like they're waking up for the first time once they interact with matter. And whatever they touch, that's what they become. That's what they inhabit, kind of like demon possession.
So they do keep awareness and they're stuck inside a tree.
Well, they have consciousness, but they don't have any awareness of how they got there.
Consciousness, but not aware. So they have awareness, but not of how they got there.
Correct. Yeah, like no memory
And no
before
means of
they got there.
communication, or
Well, they can figure that out. I mean, can trees communicate?
maybe with other trees.
Yeah, pollen or whatever.
Okay. So some. Oh, that's right. We are all the fallen angels.
Hmm.
Yeah. So it was penises and vagina an emergent property of physicality, or
Yeah.
that's what I was getting at. Were they up in heaven going, "Oh, what do you
No,
think about this idea?"
no, I don't think that we really thought it through. We just came up with the idea, and then as we came down and did it, then that's when evolution and everything, all the emergent properties began.
So you don't agree with they saw the daughters of man and whatever
Well,
it says lusted after them, or
well, since I adhere to the B theory of time, not all the angels fell at exactly the right time in human history. So some would have fallen at the beginning, others would
okay.
have done later.
And so that was only describing one part.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I can't see a problem with that.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm going to hop off. Try to get some sleep.
Good night, Odin.
Good luck
It's a
and
pleasure.
good night.
Sammy, remember we gotta talk
Oh,
at
I'll
some
send you
point.
some pictures. Yep. Do you want me to send them in Discord or?
Yeah, Discord's good.
Okay, cool.
I'll hit you guys up. Oh, and sir, I'm working on a little project. It's an argument for the soul. I think you will find it interesting. I'm just gathering up all of my research stuff, and I'm gonna put it all in a document.
Oh, cool. Okay.
All right.
And Odin, that's my Discord info.
Oh,
So if you want to send me a friend request next time I log in, I'll accept it.
I think Odin
White
still has my
Jesus
info.
101.
White Russian. Yeah. 101, that would be funny.
Oh, all right, let me behave myself.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let Odin be the linchpin. I'm gonna go too and get some sleep.
All right. I'll leave too. I'll see
Yeah,
y'all.
me too. All right, have a great night, boys. Great chat. Thank you,
Boy.
All right, later.
boys. See you.